How's it going, guys? Can you guys hear me, by the way?
Yeah, I can hear you good.
That's great. Man, you look more, every day you look more like Theo Hernandez. Slowly, slowly.
Yeah, it's coming in darker more and more. I like it. Yeah, it's my
Antonio, man.
Scudetto here.
Yeah. Antonio,
Ciao. How are you guys?
I'm good, man. What is
See,
that?
that's your background. That's your background, Antonio, not this one.
What is that logo you have on your?
That's the Man City background.
Is
Uh,
that the Man
yeah,
City logo?
Yeah.
I'm just getting ready for Milan to draw Man City on Monday.
Dude, dude, I miss your dad, Guido. What happened to him?
He went to the stadium. He's in Italy right now.
So he
Whoa.
he brought us a pretty good luck.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
went to
yeah.
watch Salisbury, yeah.
Yeah, he watched a lot of Milan games at the San Siro in his life, but this was his first Champions League game, so like it was really cool. Um, he hasn't been on because he's really mad at Roy because like they got into like this argument and like
Well,
I what was it about? What was it about though? What
about
happened?
it
the
was
Italian coach and
yeah,
the
and like
culture.
he's Roy kept like being persistent and like he wouldn't like he was just he's just very stubborn. My dad got
Well,
really pissed off and just left.
tell him when you see him that I miss him, and I totally agree with him. Actually, I'm on
Good.
Yeah,
his
he's gonna
side.
come on our live and give
And if he
his
wants to
view.
come and have a chat
Yeah.
when I'm running the live, fine. I'm gonna just mute Roy. He can stay as long as he wants. Anyway, Andon is here as well. How's it going, man?
Yeah, good evening to everybody. Yeah, good. Just finishing the day.
Yeah.
Guys,
Same.
we went through the group, man. That's a big thing.
It is,
Objective.
and I want
Never
to talk
knew.
Champions League today. It's gonna be fun.
That's our next step. We made it. When people say our next step, our next level, we are at that level now. We are the best 16 teams in Europe. Top 16.
Liart.
What
You
do you
know
want?
what scares me though is yes, we've reached our objective, but as Milan fans, can we hope for anything more this year, or will it just be we've reached our objective now? Let's get destroyed in the round of 16.
We never get destroyed. We
No,
never
come on.
get
No, no,
destroyed.
no.
I
Come
hope.
on.
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
Losing
yeah,
is one
we're
thing.
gonna
Getting
take it off.
destroyed is
We're gonna
one.
take off. We're gonna take a day of rest,
What scares
just
me,
walk
what's
into the game.
yeah, I mean, what scares me still is the fact that we haven't really beat any like big club in the Champions League yet. Like these 2 seasons. I mean, we beat Atletico Madrid at, but like I feel like I don't know. Like yeah, they're a solid team, so fair play. But we haven't really like I don't know English clubs or like we haven't really matched up well with or ever with Real Madrid and those types of teams yet. So I'm scared that whatever team we get this round is going to be a lot for us, and we might have to
Well,
face a reality check.
for sure, we're the underdogs. We're gonna be the underdogs. That's a guarantee.
Hopefully,
But
hopefully. I
that's
want to
it.
be the underdog.
I don't mind being the underdog.
It's used the team to be underdogs. When Milan is underdog, they're playing a lot
I mean,
better.
I
Yeah,
mean,
this team does not have the experience to be the favorite. It's better for them to be the underdog so they can perform that they can do that extra mile in the
With couple of
performance.
good signings in the winter mercato, we can play everybody. We won't be
Yeah, yeah,
destroyed.
yeah. I want to just reply to Amir, man, we're not getting any money. I mean, us as a Milan fan, we're not getting anything, so don't worry. We're not getting anything. We're just getting. Maybe we're gonna spend more money because probably I'm gonna go and watch the game at San Siro.
What's
we
up,
got 20
guys?
million.
Roy,
Yeah.
man, what the
Love
fuck,
the
man?
picture.
Of course, Roy shows up.
What the fuck, Roy?
What's
First of
up?
all, you and
He
Antonio with the
steals
same
my
picture.
and he steals my damn picture. What the hell?
Just upload something
Mm,
new, man.
No, we can't change. I think if I can I change it?
No,
Let's see.
fine. I'll change it.
No, don't. I don't want to see that Man
What
City.
is
I
that?
don't want to see the Man City logo, dude.
Don't
No,
worry.
it's even worse. It's Allegri. Allegri that looks like the Duce Mussolini, for fuck's sake, in that picture. Fucking hell, man. That guy's getting uglier and uglier. Anyway,
Uh,
Hashtag Roy out.
liars out, I see here. Paul, man, you got a lot of losers recently. I'm sorry, man. It's just a game, man. You need to take it.
L after
Come
L.
back, come back better. Come back better. Train, get some knowledge, you know.
Builds back better.
Yes, and come back, you know. Happy for another fight. Don't worry.
Paul.
Kangu is here, guys, complaining about the music. That's what happened to Manchester United fans recently. They come to YouTube channels of AC Milan and complain
Is
about
Man
the
U
music.
still playing awful football?
They
No,
didn't.
they-
even, I think,
Or
yo,
are they better?
They didn't
They
top
improved,
the
they
Europa
improved.
League group.
They're improving
Oh, okay.
because
Yeah.
they took Ronaldo out of the equation.
Real
Okay.
Sociedad topped the group.
Last time I saw them against Man City, they looked really bad. Like really bad.
So
I mean,
Clint is
it's
struggling
still-
to connect, by the way. I just want to say to Clint that he's struggling to connect. Just disconnect and try again. So now you guys changed it both. I see Tonali and still Allegri. Can you please put Krunic again, Antonio?
Yeah.
Much better than Allegri.
I'm gonna go with McMahon.
I think
Just
I'm
put
gonna go
just put Kvicha, Roy. Just put Kvicha up there.
He's injured this weekend. I'm so pissed off.
Who is injured?
Vicha.
Oh,
Nah, I
for-
don't believe that.
Finally,
He's a
finally,
He's a
finally.
turnover. He's a turnover.
wait, Roy. I was
I
Rotation.
mean,
watching.
this guy is like acting. He's acting superhuman lately. Like something's got to
Yeah.
give.
He's got a
Something has to
lower
give.
back pain. He got robbed too. He got
Oh,
robbed.
it's a lower back pain.
You know
okay.
what though?
got
He reminds
robbed.
me of Chiesa a lot with his stance, like his running style,
By
and the
the
way
way-
his body mechanics.
I saw
He
a
could
little.
get injured.
I saw Chiesa against PSG. Man, I forgot how good he was. That guy is class. Lord have mercy.
Wait, Roy, did Vicha get robbed? You said?
Yeah, he got robbed.
No.
What the hell?
In Napoli.
Yeah,
That's I
In
never.
the
heard of
in the,
that.
in the street or in his apartment?
his house.
Oh, that's a classic.
Why the hell?
So,
Just like Teo.
all the football players in Napoli get robbed.
Yeah.
It's like,
I remember Hamšík getting robbed. I think twice
Yeah.
or even more.
It's
They
not-
took
it's
his
nothing
car, but they found it.
He got
Who fucking-
carjacked. What?
yeah, who fucking
Doesn't-
steals a car in 2022?
And they playing GTA over here.
Doesn't
Seriously.
like the what you call that, the Calabria family, like this new mafia operates from that Napoli base?
I don't know.
It is.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, they do.
Calabria.
Never
Yeah.
heard of it.
Even
yeah,
a random
there's a-
person.
There's a family.
Even a random.
Yeah.
Calabria does sound like a mafia name, though.
Yeah,
I
Calabria, the
agree.
Calabria family, or either the Carmona. Either these two, they operate out of Napoli.
Roy,
Well, I know the Carmona. does.
Guys, I'll be honest with you. No crime organization goes and robs a football player apartment. Believe me, 100%.
It's
No
just
one does.
regular robbers, you said?
Just regular robbery. They know where these rich people, football players, live when they are on holiday or training. They just get in, get everything.
Why would you?
That's way too reckless for a crime.
Why would
family.
you rob Vicha, bro? Like,
If you
this-
fucking control the European drug cartel, you're not gonna go and
Well,
rob the apartment of football
Yeah.
players.
And Kvicha isn't even rich. Like he
Napoli
just doesn't know what he's doing yet. He doesn't speak Italian. He's like he doesn't know what the hell is going on.
I mean,
yeah,
I'm
it's like
sure
there's
it's
so
hard
many
to
other
work.
people that you can rob.
Hey guys,
Anyway,
yes.
how you guys doing, man? My bad.
What up? What up? How you doing?
What do you mean, man? What is your bad? We're doing well.
Yeah.
So you guys, are you guys happy? Are you feeling celebrating? We
No.
are
I'm
the
happy.
top-
I'm
No.
really.
We are the top 16 teams in
I'm a
Europe.
Salzburg fan. I'm pissed
Roy,
off.
can you guys hear me?
Antonio, we can hear you. What do you want to say?
Oh, okay, no, I just want to make sure my mic was working. But I did want to say this. Mbappe is like unbelievable, guys. Like, I mean, I'm sorry. Yes, on
Yeah,
a
he is.
technical, on a technical.
I mean,
Hold
yeah,
on.
he's been in the game for a while, Antonio.
He's been unbelievable since he was 18.
This,
So guys,
Yeah.
this is
This is
interesting. The
Salary
Salary
comment.
is also unbelievable. So
yeah,
I like there is this comment, guys. So he got robbed, and the mafia in Napoli, the Camorra in Napoli, find the guy that robbed his stuff and brought it back to him.
I
Oh, that's
believe
good.
that. I actually believe
That is a
that.
true. That is a fact. That is true.
I actually
they
believe
did that
that.
with Maradona as well.
That seems more their style.
I actually
That's
believe
how
that.
it works.
Okay, well,
That's
can I-
how it works in Napoli, Palermo, and all cities like this.
I did want to extend what I was just saying though.
All right, Antonio, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's not your fault. Just I was just in chat actually, but Vicha. Besides technically, I know Vicha technically is very good, and it's just is a different style of player compared to Mbappe. But I mean, maybe Vicha will become like on the same level as Mbappe in the future. But right now, I think Mbappe, because of just how effective he is in terms of like scoring goals.
Well, yeah, the composure. Yeah.
Right now still.
Does anyone care about this, by the way, apart from Roy?
I I think Mbappe
No.
already proved himself since he was 18. Like Mbappe is
17,
already
17.
yeah, he's already part of the conversation of the
A
top
long
dog
time.
elite. Yeah, a long time ago. It's not new, Antonio. It's like did you just discover Mbappe?
No, he's been my favorite player for a while. But I'm just saying, like,
What's
He's
happening?
he's a Premier League fan, man.
Now, do you think? Let me ask y'all this question, since just to piggyback off what Antonio just said. Do you think coming from a talented national team has a lot to do with your game being elevated really to the next level based on competition base? Because let's say for Vicha,
No.
right, knowing how Georgia is, right, is
This
he
is
going to
why
plateau
this.
down the road?
No, I don't think
No?
so. This is why I said I don't really care that we're getting Belgians and not Brazilians. Supposedly the better national team.
Clint, I disagree with that as well. Just because, yes, Mbappe may be like the one like example from France that you can say, okay, yes, he's better than Vicha right now. But like Vicha is, like from Georgia, right? But he's miles better. in my
There are freaks out there sometimes.
No. The
They
reason,
come from
the reason
anywhere.
why I asked,
Like
here's the reason why,
Dembele.
and it's not really about my opinion, why not, right? It's just, and I'm asking you guys the question.
Like Holland and Norway, like
calling
just
it,
freaks.
like looking at it is like, sometimes you can maybe try to perform, of course, at the club level, but when it comes to national team, also knowing you also want that recognition. Let's say you come from that national team that like you're forced to elevate your game times 3, right? And let me give you an example. Like looking at when Cristiano came in, let's say when he was really young, that Portuguese team was really talented, right? Now, and I'm speculating here, right? Maybe because of the likes of the Figo, the Rico start being around, like also on top of the Man U that like, I need to move my game to the next level, or it's just, it's whatever. I'm the star of the country. I don't really have to do anything no more. And let's say during the limbo, and then you're the only star of your country, and you can just,
Yeah, but
I don't know.
But I don't think in
this
Europe
comes
works
back
like
to
this.
this comes back to what Larry and I think about national team football.
A
It's
lot of
not that
football players,
important.
they care more about the club because their national team is quite
Yeah.
small. And anyway, they are already the star even before moving to a big club. So Vicha, I think, is going to improve because it looks like he has
Because
the right
he's
attitude
gonna go to
anyway.
PSG or he's gonna go to Man City or something. That's how his game's gonna improve.
Yeah, I don't think he stays 2 more years in the league.
Next level.
I think he
He's
leaves.
gonna go to a big ass club.
Anyway, it's not important because
Well, depends.
Probably.
it says let's talk Milan here.
But
So
This is
Vicha,
Napoli stuff. Yeah, this is Napoli stuff.
the
Oh
thing
no.
about Vicha is that in his national team, because he's so good, he's already been given responsibilities at his age that maybe in a national team like Italy, like Germany, those responsibilities are given to more experienced players. So maybe you can say there are advantages if you come from a national team that is not like a powerhouse. You already, because I mean he's the top dog. He performed against Spain. He performed against some teams. That definitely helps his.
Pulisic is the captain of our national team.
Let's give Vicha some Italian citizenship.
We got Vicha. His name is Chiesa.
Yeah.
I'm worried about. I think Vicha.
But Georgians are very nationalistic. Yeah, like they're gonna put their national team first.
How you guys feel? I
But
was in
I-
it, but I think it's my first time joining the live. I think maybe in a week and a half or 2 weeks. How you guys feel about the victory, man?
Terrible.
I'm really happy, man. I'm really happy. I think
Topped, man.
we see an improvement from the season before.
One thing
That's-
about this victory is what we can see is that Mr. Olivier Giroud, when the game is important, he always shows up, no matter what we
Yeah,
play.
10 out of 10 signing. 10 out of 10 signing.
Such
I've
a
always said
player,
that.
I mean, underrated player. That's amazing what he can do.
I will say something that that I rarely do. Like, so this is a very rare moment. I'm gonna say something.
Wait. Go for it.
I was wrong about something,
Just
and
something.
I'm like almost never wrong, but this time I feel like I'm wrong.
Wow.
I think we really miss Kissy. I think not having Kissy is a problem.
I know, you know what Roy is doing. I know Roy wants war. That's why he's talking about these things. He doesn't even believe in
I
it.
thought Roy was gonna like be honest and say that him and Nathan were like not excited about the Giroud signing,
Yeah, exactly. I hope he
Wait.
was saying that.
which is like 100% what actually happened, and I thought it was a great signing. But
I don't think we do.
We don't miss Cassie.
Like for
at all.
6 million a year, come on,
well,
guys.
I think
Hold
Get
on.
real.
I
Get
agree
real.
with you that I agree with that. I don't agree. I don't agree that he should be paid that much. Except
Okay.
I thought what we offered him
Exactly.
was good.
I think Tonali is a better player than Cassie.
I mean, I think
100%.
we are missing his ability to solidify the midfield. Press.
Yeah, clean up
Sure,
the
sure. In
mistakes.
some sense.
Not true.
Sure.
We were
Pobeg-
suffering
Pobeg
a
is-
lot in
Pobeg is
Champions League
learning
with him
that.
in the
guys,
pitch.
Let me ask you guys a question. And I want an honest answer. Is our team better when we have Benacer, Tonali, and CDK, or Benacer, Tonali, and Kissy?
Benacer, Tonali, CDK.
Lie, just want to be liar.
Lie,
Lie, just want to be liar.
You already know what I think.
Roy,
You already know what I think.
You listen to me. The CDK playing in that position is the pill you have to take because you're gonna get the results in the future.
Yeah, in 5
If
years.
you never
You
make
guys
that,
forget
you're
he was
never gonna
giving
go
some
to the
good
next level.
performances too.
guys, I have
He
to
hasn't
get
dropped
off.
his balls yet.
But I can probably be back on later. But I just want to say one thing about my opinion on this. I think that Kessie is a good player and he's a great player. So when we lose him, of course, we are losing something. But I think that our problem isn't as much that we need another player like Kessié, although he would, of course, help. But I think when Benacer isn't playing, we lack someone
Yes.
to distribute and can bring that sort of creativity.
I can
in the
see
pitch.
that.
He's also
Yeah.
good at defending as well. Like he's
Benacer's our
underrated
only
as well.
regista. We don't have any other registas.
Yeah, we don't have a proper substitution for Benacer.
So
I
I think
think
that would be-
Rax is good.
Well,
I
we-
think
we
Pioli needs
gotta-
to give more.
Yeah,
I don't think
yeah,
Ranks
we
is
gotta-
a regista.
It's just with Benacer. One thing
Ranks has quality, man.
the key in his game
Ranks is more
that
like
I've
this
noticed,
too than
like
Benacer.
this year when it come down to Ismail, is his recovery is
technique.
fucking insane. His recovery on the ball
Yeah.
is out of this world.
Who?
And I don't think anybody else can. Even Tonali can't really do that.
Who, Benacer?
The way Benacer recovers the ball, like in our back
Yeah.
line over there and then redistribute, it's out. I mean, even if you look at his heating map, like after each game, like where he is amongst on that lower half of the end, it's out of this world, man. And that's why we need him. I mean, when he's not there, we suffer.
Yeah.
He's tenacious, man.
Every time when he doesn't play, we are playing.
Yeah,
very,
right
very
now
bad.
Benacer is the most important piece of the puzzle. I think a lot of us agree.
Like that game against Salisbury, man, I was in my office just smiling, looking what that kid was doing. I'm like, ooh, man, it's yeah.
Yeah, but
it's,
here's the thing though. He's leaving. He is leaving.
I think
know you guys
Hans
don't
should
wanna
be
hear this.
fired from.
Well, he's leaving in 2
I think
years, so
I think Hans should
that's
be
not a
fired
problem.
from Milan Scouting.
I think if he leaves, we should go
No,
for
no,
my
no.
boy Sangare, man.
You say that
He
now.
looks good.
You say that now, Roy.
Guys, do you agree with me that Hans should be fired from Milan Scouting team?
Who?
For CDK? No.
I still
Hans
believe
is
in the
not
kid,
even.
man.
Hans is not even working for Milan Scout team. You cannot
know,
get
right?
loser job or something. But you got it right. You got it right. Milan should get CDK, and Milan got CDK. So he's our
Thank you.
transfer expert at the moment.
I told you guys.
So,
But if Benacer leaves, I think we go for somebody like a Sangare. It'll be so awesome.
Man, if we get Sangare, I'm gonna do backflips, man.
It's another Yaya Toure
I'm
2.0.
not sure who that is.
I've been watching him this season. I
He plays
haven't
for
seen him
PSV,
before.
Ivorian player, plays for
Yep.
PSV, Eindhoven. Like he's the
I've
most
been- I've been
rated
watching
player out of
PSV in
our.
Is that a
Europa League.
regista? Is that a regista?
He's our most rated player out of the
He
country.
is
That's not like our top
everything.
talent.
does
he
he
is
have a
everywhere.
European passport? Does he have a European passport?
He been in France. He started off
I
at
think he has a
Toulouse, and
French
then he
passport.
transferred
Okay.
over there.
Roy,
So
Okay.
this
I
guy,
don't know, but he's been in Europe for quite a while now.
Okay.
he's like a 6'3" monster. He covers so much ground. It's crazy, and
He can
he's almost
dribble.
like
He's
Pesky.
physical. He scores.
I see him like really calm though. Like a lot of times in the middle, like he has really great positioning. He knows where
He
everybody
is
is around
because
him.
he,
Someone please
like-
send this message to. Sorry. Please sorry to interrupt. Please send this message to the management because this is 100% true.
But
Please
this is
I've been
send
saying this.
this-
I've been saying this for a long time, Roy.
Yeah,
but this is
Milan
alone. Dest is
Milan
alone.
is
He's
paying,
not a
bro.
player.
Milan is paying.
And the thing is, what PSV did, PSV knows they're gonna come and buy him. So what they did this summer, they renewed them and they extended his contract just because Chelsea and Man U try to get him.
I
Like
know.
this summer, Chelsea was
That's
also
how you
on
do
his
it.
tabs, but they renewed them for I think for like a 4-year other contract. So I know he's gonna be sold soon, but I don't know who. But
Why
Do you
don't
think
we
he's
just
like
keep-
50
how about we
million?
keep Benacer, guys?
yeah,
How
he's
about we
definitely a
keep
50
Benacer?
million player, bro.
What's
He
wrong with
has.
keeping
He's
Benacer?
definitely
Yeah, I
50
think
million.
he is too. I think he
What's
is
wrong
50
with
million.
keeping Benacer?
So there's no way we can get this guy.
Why
I
do
mean,
we
we
need to
can.
get another guy? Let's
Well,
get.
yo,
Let's
guys,
keep
why you guys are
Benacer.
talking about someone we don't have and we don't need?
Let's keep Benacer. How about that?
Yeah, I agree with that.
I think they're gonna renew him if he wants to stay. If he wants to stay. If he doesn't want to stay,
I think it's gonna go down also than how we go with the season though, because they also want to be winning trophies, man.
Who?
I'm talking about our players. They don't want to be having hope. Like if they see we're
Well,
far
they're the
out.
ones that need to win the trophies. I mean, they're the ones that have to put in the work.
No,
They
and,
already
and
won a
exactly, I
trophy.
agree with you. But internally, if that's how they feel, because they have more sight or they know where the club is going more than we do. So if they see, but one thing, like I said in the chat earlier today, I'm like, the thing is, every year, like a player has left, we just got better. So if we leave, that's on them.
Listen,
Right.
the club.
I'm not
just,
sure. Hello?
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
What's up,
Yes.
Origi?
Unfortunately, yes, man.
Nah,
What's up,
not even.
Divo?
What's up, guys? What's up, guys? What's up,
How you
My
guys?
doing,
boy
Divo?
Paul, what's up, man?
Nah, I'm good, my guy. I'm good. I heard Roy admit he was wrong about something, and I had to jump on quickly, man. If Benacer actually leaves, I don't think we get better, anyways. I don't see it at all.
Unless we get someone better than him, and there's not many people out there that are better than him.
Yeah, but
Guys-
we're not going to do
guys-
that, Ram.
Guys,
gonna
if
do.
Benacer leaves, he's gonna leave in 2 years. He's not gonna leave next summer.
But actually, that's what I said. Larry, I
So-
said I wouldn't sell Benacer. I would actually run out his contract.
Yeah, exactly. Because you sell him for a big amount. We're talking about 60, 70 million, something like
He
that.
has a release cost 50. So
But yeah, but if there is, I don't think he has it. But let's say he has that, there can be a competition between clubs if they want him, and somebody can offer more to convince another club. Anyway, so the question is,
but
if
still, he has
Benacer
to-
runs out of his contract, we get rid of him in 2 years, and in 2 years we don't know the level
Right.
of Tonali, Vrax, Pobega, and we can be here saying, yeah, Benacer can walk out because Vrax, Pobega, and Tonali are amazing.
Okay, but guys,
Right.
hold on.
First
So-
of all, it's not
Let's-
2 years; it's a year and a
sorry,
half.
sorry.
And
Sorry.
Well, 2
Sorry.
seasons. This season
Sorry,
and the
yes.
other one.
I need to say something. Tonali and Vrax are
Uh-huh.
not pure registri. They can't do what Benacer does.
Yeah,
We
but
don't know about
they
that. I
can
agree.
they
You
can
can't-
grow. Okay,
can't
you
but
don't know
ask
anything
Albert-
about Franks.
Roy,
You don't know
Roy, I'm
anything
Yeah,
not
we
saying,
don't know
about.
I'm
about
not
Franks.
saying.
What the hell
You
is
don't
wrong?
know a
guys.
thing about Franks.
Vrax
Guys,
is
but
not
I
a
didn't say-
regista.
Sorry,
Okay,
Roy,
hold
You've
on,
seen him
hold on.
30
Hans
minutes,
wants,
Roy.
Hans wants to fight me. Hans wants to fight me. So let's fight.
It's
No,
it's
no, no,
no,
no,
you
no,
don't.
1 second.
Hans, answer me this
Oh,
fucking
my
question.
goodness.
Don't
Christ.
fight
Is
him.
Brands a
Let me-
regista? Is Brands a
Hans.
regista?
Hans, okay, Hans, don't go there. Don't go there. Stay
Is
quiet
Hans
for a
a
second.
Pirlo? Is Brands a Pirlo?
Roy,
is he a Verratti?
Roy.
Is he a Modric?
Oh,
is he a
Jesus
Jorginho?
Christ, Roy. Are you fighting yourself right now? Because
No,
you're not
because
letting
Hans,
us to
Hans
fight.
is saying bullshit right now. He pisses me off.
Okay, I'll
and
tell
he
you what.
he wants
No
fire.
one-
I'll give him the fire.
Oh, my God.
Roy,
No one
calm
said-
down, man. Roy,
Fire
calm
Hans
down.
from Milan Scouting. He brought us a
Yeah,
shit
man.
player, CDK, and fire Hans.
Yeah, it's Hans' fault. Hans, can you just shut up for a second? I want to reply to this. Roy, no one says here Tonali is going to be a better regista than Benacer. Vrax is going to be a better regista than Benacer. And Pobega is going to be a better regista than Benacer. No one says that.
We're not.
Nobody.
I said that these 3 players can be much better than what they are. And maybe we don't need Benacer. And they can play differently from Benacer. but still be a better players.
Who's going to dictate the
Listen, everyone told me we need a KC, and we're doing without KC.
Guys,
We need a
Aaron
KC.
didn't-
hold on, hold on, hold
I
on.
think- I
Can I just say, can I just say one thing? Everybody
Aaron
thought
didn't
that
get involved.
Tonali was the regista when he first
No,
came. from
no,
Russia.
no, nobody thought that.
Everybody
I did.
thought this
I did.
because
Yeah,
Don't say
he was playing in
everybody.
the middle at
I never thought that Tonali was a
Brescia
regista.
in a three-man
Tonali
midfield,
never was
and we
a
thought
regista.
he's
Regista
gonna
at
slot in
Brescia.
perfectly for Biglia or whoever the fuck was here. He's gonna slot in so perfectly in that midfield,
Okay,
right in the
Hans
middle.
is pissing me off.
Everybody thought, no,
Hans wants more.
everybody
Well,
thought
no,
Tonali
Hans,
was
Hans,
gonna be a
Hans,
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 you're
regista.
gonna
I
get
agree with
more.
you.
Don't say
I mean, me
everybody,
personally, I
Hans.
was thinking the
You
same
thought
I'm
he
not
was
saying-
gonna be a regista. You thought he was gonna be. I knew he was not a
What the
regista.
fuck is this? What the fuck is this?
Roy, how can you already be angry, man? The stream just started.
I don't know, man.
He even said, I'm not like
Roy
Pirlo,
is
I'm more
crazy,
like
man.
Gattuso. He said, did he not fucking say, I'm not like Pirlo, I'm more like Gattuso? Did he not say that?
Yeah,
You
after
thought
a
he
year,
was
Roy.
a
After a
regista.
year, Roy.
You thought he was a
Say that.
regista. I always knew he was not a regista.
Brescia apparently did because they played him as a regista.
Yo, guys,
Yeah,
get
Brescia's
this
already
cash,
did.
man. People are enjoying the fight. Get this cash.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Thank you,
Guys,
Alexander.
when
Hans
it's
wants
fired,
more.
another side.
Hire
Bring it.
Hans from the
Bring it
good
up, bring it up,
scouting.
bring it up.
Hans failed this summer. Hans
Oh
failed
my
this
God.
summer. Fire
2
this
months.
guy.
2 months. Roy is
Fire
going
Hans.
nuts, man.
Regarding
Fire
Hans,
Hans.
This
don't
is what
worry,
this is
man.
what I'm talking about. Roy. He like, oh, I'm gonna give CDK his support. I'm gonna give him all this shit. As soon as I show up, he's like, let me put you in the headlights right now, Hans. As soon as I came up in live,
I
what do
feel
you
like
think about
Hans
Fire-
signed
CDK?
the
He's
contract.
failing right now.
Fire
What do you
Hans.
think?
Fire
What do you
Hans.
think, Hans? What do you think?
Fire Hans. The guy
Oh
that
my
says
God.
that you need to be tall in order to play football. Fire Hans.
I never said that. I said it's better. I said it's better to
Hans,
be. It's better to
Hans,
be.
you-
That's all I
you're
ever said.
fired, man.
Tell that to
You're not getting
Labanca.
paid this
Tell
month.
that
I'm
to
sorry.
Labanca. All
Find
right.
another place.
All right. Roy wants Zaniolo though. He's pretty big.
Oh,
Jesus
fuck
Christ.
no, man.
Oh,
Not this
Roy
again.
loves this guy.
I mean,
Oh, Roy
Not
would
this
suck this
again.
guy off so hard.
Oh,
Oh
Not
my
this
a good
again.
comment.
Not this
Just,
again, man.
just read the
Yeah,
notes.
You
like what?
remember this
He wants
summer
Zaniolo.
they
He wants
wanted to get
Zaniolo.
Zaniolo
Y'all
for
really
50
want war on
million.
this Friday, bro?
Wait.
It's too
Yeah,
early.
for real. Why is everyone so vexed? I don't get it. Especially you, Roy. Come on. It's Friday.
Hey, Paul, Arsenal's gonna win the league, man.
Oh
Yeah,
my
fuck
God,
that.
Arsenal and Napoli
Fuck that.
winning the league. What the fuck is here?
I don't mind Napoli, but yeah,
Just
fuck
can-
that. Arsenal.
Dude,
Can you just
Arsenal
read
and
the
Napoli winning the
donation?
league. Give me back the lockdown, man. Seriously.
Nah, fuck that, man. I don't want to see that.
I think which one you think is gonna be the biggest upset? You're gonna think the biggest upset if it's like Union Berlin winning like the Bundesliga, Napoli winning the league, or Arsenal.
I think
No,
Napoli Union Berlin winning the Bundesliga is never gonna happen. By the way.
You don't know
Yeah.
that. They're first, bro. They've been first for a while now.
Well,
I don't think
it's
it's gonna happen, man. I
I'm
don't think it's
sorry.
gonna happen now.
Did you say
But if
thank you
it's
for the
happened, that is
super
the
chat?
biggest. That is the biggest upset.
That's gonna be
If it
the
happens,
biggest,
that is the
man.
biggest upset for sure.
Yeah,
That
but
is
Did you
the
say
biggest.
thank you for the super chat, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah.
said thank you.
Vasil is here. Vasil is here, guys. Vasil is here.
Your
Vasil
device
is
is not
trying to get
connected.
in.
Your device
He's
is not
trying
connected.
to get in, but I don't think he has a good. Oh, now he's in. Vasil is in. So
What's
number
happening,
14
my
from
boy?
What's
Salisbury.
happening, my family?
Yeah,
Milan
my boy.
family.
How you doing,
what's up,
Vasil?
Vessel?
How
What
much?
are you saying?
How's it going, guys?
Good.
It's
How are you
going
doing?
It's going really well.
horrible, man.
Good.
Already people fighting in what 20 minutes in chat.
It's not
About
people, it's
no-
Roy.
about
It's
nothing.
Roy,
It's
like.
about
Apparently,
boring
CDK
things.
is the worst signing ever.
I came in as a peacemaker, guys. So
Oh,
everybody relax,
I
breathe
will-
in. Let's enjoy the moment. Milan beat Salzburg 4-0. We are in the last 16. Beautiful.
Yeah, for sure.
Top
And
16
you're very
teams
good.
in Europe, guys. Top 16 teams in Europe. Is now
And
to,
this is
we need to go top 8.
this is a very good super chat message. The number 14 from Salzburg, Kjærgaard. He was so
Yeah.
good playing against us, and
That's Kjærgaard, and I've been saying
Yeah.
it for a long time that we should get
Yeah,
this
I heard
kid.
Hans talk
Roy
about
doesn't
that.
want to hear it. Roy doesn't want to hear it, though. Roy doesn't want to
Actually,
hear
Roy
it.
doesn't trust you anymore,
Actually,
Hans.
during the watch along, I said Hans was talking about this guy. But
yeah,
anyway,
he
I want to
said-
say something, right? And
Oh, okay. So
Yeah,
so I'm hired again. Am I? Did you hear me?
no.
No. Oh, okay.
You're still
Fuck.
on
Oh,
a
man.
probation
Damn.
period, man.
Fuck.
You haven't lost your job yet.
Oh, man.
But Kjærgaard puts Kalulu in a lot of difficulty. Do you guys agree?
Yeah.
We won
So why are
4-0.
people talking shit about? So why,
Kjærgaard
sorry.
is very
so why are,
awkward. He's very
so why are
awkward.
people talking shit about Kalulu the way they talk about Calabria?
Yeah.
What do you
because
mean?
of course.
Kalulu had a good game. I
What?
don't know what you're talking about, Roy.
Well,
Kalulu's
no, Paul.
young.
Paul,
He's
no,
a kid.
I,
He's
I
a young
heard
kid.
it.
I'm with Roy this time. I'm with Roy. If Calabria does a game like this, people say we
Okay,
need a
yeah.
better right back. That's
Well,
if Calabria
Calabria is in
performs
his
like this.
prime. Calabria is in his
Yeah,
prime.
Calabria
Kalulu
and
is still a
Kalulu
young kid,
just
and
give
Kalulu he
different
plays two
solutions for a team.
positions.
yeah, but
He
we're talking
plays
about
CB.
performances. We're talking about performances. Of
Yeah.
course, Kalulu has a lot of let's say Kalulu has a higher ceiling than Calabria. We can agree on that.
Yeah,
But
Yeah.
that's fair.
Calabria, if Calabria does a performance like Kalulu did, people are like,
No,
oh, we need a
I'm
better
trying to
player.
think.
He's not good
I'm
enough.
trying to think. The Kalulu didn't have a bad game though. I'm trying to actually remember the game.
Kalulu had a normal game, like Calabria. A lot
He
of
had an
time has a
okay
normal game,
Yeah.
and people just don't like that. They
Okay.
don't like Calabria
I
having a
don't
normal
think
game.
Nah, Calabria doesn't get as much shit from the fans.
Kiaga
I
played on
don't think that's
Kalulu's
true.
side, right? Kiaga
No,
had a good
Calabria
game.
gets some. There is a
Yes,
the
Kiaga was on
specific
that
part
side.
of the fan.
Yeah.
Me personally,
Anyway.
I think once we go into this break, God, please, they need to work on these crosses. Like when it comes on our end, because that's when these people like Kalulu, Tomori, they suffer, man. They suffer.
I'm hoping that CDK doesn't go to World Cup so he can get a preseason because he did not get a preseason at all.
How the fuck is he gonna go to the World Cup with his performance?
I know.
Yeah,
I
he's
know.
not good.
He's gonna go.
He's not good.
He's gonna go. Belgium don't got a good bench. He's gonna go.
CDK?
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, they got Trossard. They've got like all kinds of
Yeah,
good
but like
players.
his position, that 10, De Bruyne doesn't have he doesn't have a backup in Belgium. And that'll be
Yeah,
CDK.
and they play him also as a striker in Belgium.
Yep.
Okay.
They're gonna bring him, trust me. They have an aging team, bro. So
What
they're
about
gonna bring him.
Origi? Is he going as well? Origi?
They're gonna bring him, bro. If
If
keep
Lukaku
calling
is not
people
good,
like
then
Batshuayi,
they're gonna take Origi.
if
I
they
think
keep
that
if
was
they keep calling people like Batshuayi, there's no reason why they're not gonna
Really?
call Origi, bro.
But what happened to Lukaku?
Origi
Lukaku is
20.
fit. He's back.
No,
Lukaku
he
By the
got
way,
injured again.
He got
By the
He
injured
got
way,
again.
injured again.
Yes.
Colombo has more
relapsed.
goals than Origi.
I don't
Colombo
believe
has
that.
more goals.
Oh, fuck off, Roy.
No, he
Fuck
got
off.
injured again. Yes.
Like serious injury or 2 weeks
I
injury,
don't
1
know.
week injury?
Nobody
Doesn't
knows
matter.
for sure. I think.
I think it doesn't. Some players don't want to risk the World Cup. That's gonna be interesting. These last 3 games are gonna be interesting because players like Lautaro Martinez,
It's so weird. It's so
they're gonna
weird.
be like, shit. I'm 3 games away to play a World Cup. I don't want to get injured. I don't want to
You're
sprint
right.
too much, get
You're
too tired. They're gonna start to think like this right
Especially,
now.
Wait,
especially
Larry,
after
but you
Timo
said
Werner
players
gets
don't
hit
care
and
about the
injured.
World Cup, Larry.
Whoa, I
no.
never say that. I never
Nobody
say
said that, Roy. Come on.
that. Never say that. Never say that.
We say if you're gonna play for like a club that, especially a big club, you're gonna feel it way more. You're gonna improve way more because of that club.
Anyway, I don't want to go in that conversation. I know
No, we
Roy
already did this
is
before.
feeling to he wants some war, but I have a flight to catch tonight for Italy, so I'm not going on a fight. So
When I come to
You
Italy
going
next
to
year, man.
Italia? You going to Italia, my man?
yeah, for the weekend, back on Tuesday in London.
What are you?
Nice.
Were you going to see some Chiquita, man?
Yo, my mom and my dad, man. So
Oh, sorry, bro.
Nothing.
I thought
Nothing,
you're going to see Chiquita, man.
nothing exotic. I'm sorry, man.
Can't you check the train? Is it gonna be that far to go to Italy? I know London's a little bit. I mean, I know England is more.
I'm gonna fly. It's 2 hours straight away to my hometown. So.
You know what? Safe is talking about going to Italy. He wants to go see the derby. He wants us all going.
I'm going to Italy next year, next December.
Really?
In December.
Yeah,
Why December?
it's just that time. Like the
the
company, we have
holidays.
we have two shutdowns. It's just I like December time, and I focus during the week time. At least early, try to catch a game or two. I'll see.
Maybe we all should go in December and watch Milan, guys, next year.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
fine with that.
Safe is planning it in February for the derby.
Nah, bro, that's the middle, dude. You come back from the
Yeah.
holidays, bro. You didn't spend all the money. At least on my end, yeah, bro. I gotta wait.
Dude, December, if you go, Clint, I'm happy to join you, man, in Milan.
For sure,
go and
for
watch some
sure.
game.
I'm be doing tour because I have family and friends. I'll stop through.
And-
But y'all let y'all know when.
And everyone is invited, of course.
Thank you,
Just,
man. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it.
No,
You're
no one is
gonna be our translator, man. Because the only words I know in Italian is actually pretty bad words, man.
Fine.
Yeah, I don't
that's-
want to use the bad words, man.
That's the words you need in Curva Suit, man. When you go there and
I
watch the
agree.
game.
I agree. I was gonna ask, have any of you guys been to Casa Milan?
No, man.
No, man. I would
It's
love
quite.
to.
It's quite. No, it's quite good. It's quite good. When you go to Italy, try and go to it.
Oh, you've
Really?
been there?
How much it costs to visit?
Well, to be fair, I just came back from Italy, so how much did I pay again? I think it was like 15 euros.
To get in and
15
watch the
euros.
museum and look at the museum.
Yeah. It was quite good. It was quite good. Like, you see all the trophies, you see like different shirts, the history, all of that stuff. It's quite interesting.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
cool, man.
Man, what an experience, bro. That's
Yeah,
I
but
would like-
one thing I'll say about Italy as well is because I was meant to go and watch the Monza game, but obviously all these strikes and all the, you know the way Italy is, all these strikes. and all
You
that.
felt that Diaz is gonna have a great game. That's why I didn't go. That's a good
Yeah,
That's a good
Whatever,
one,
man.
Paul.
Whatever,
That's a
man.
good
Whatever, man. There were strikes and I missed, and I couldn't. The flight got cancelled, so I missed the game, man.
Oh,
I was
man.
pissed off. But we still
That
got
sucks.
4-1. It does. But still had to go though. But yeah, try and visit Casa Milan if you go to Casa Milan. It's quite good. It's quite interesting.
I want to go and watch the next Champions League games, guys.
Man,
Yeah, that's what I'm
Round
thinking in
16,
February.
Bayern Munich, AC Milan, Bayern
Yeah.
Munich at San Siro, 80,000 people.
That's what.
And
That's
I
what
think it'll be in
that's who we
February,
got.
right?
That's who
Yeah.
we got.
Isn't
We
that
got
in
At the end
February?
of February. Fucking hell,
Yeah.
it's gonna be cold as
Something like
fuck. Oh my god! Last time I watched Milan
Bro,
in
bro,
February
you haven't been to Scandinavia.
in in Champions League was against Man United when Ronaldinho was playing. We lost like 3-2. It
I
was
remember
so
that
cold. It
I
was so
remember that
cold.
game.
I think
man.
I think
Fucking hell.
the
Wait.
coldest I've been. I think the coldest I've been. It's it's like though the Japan is like below 50.
What?
Yeah,
Whoa.
bro, I was dying, dog.
Yo,
Below
50,
50.
50 Fahrenheit.
No, because I was in
Oh
Sapporo. I was in
my
Sapporo, Japan.
God.
I was in Sapporo, Japan. It's closest to Siberia, bro. I was there in December.
So it's minus 50 Celsius.
What?
I think that's in Fahrenheit.
In
for us.
Japan?
I'm not using
Fahrenheit. Oh,
Northern
okay.
Japan,
Minus-
yeah. Northern
minus
Japan.
I mean,
50
that's where
Fahrenheit,
Fahrenheit and Celsius, that's where they become the same. That's where it gets so cold.
Yeah, no,
They
no, it's
become the
stupid
same.
cold, bro. Like the blizzard, like dude, it's stupid. I was like, yeah, bro, I'm good. Bring my
Yo,
ass
Clint,
back.
what
I've
were you doing
experienced
there
that.
anyways? What the fuck were you doing there?
No,
what
I
were
was
you
in the
doing
military,
there?
bro. I was
Bro,
in the
who
military, so I
doesn't
was
go to
training
Japan,
there.
man?
Yeah,
Fair enough.
yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah, fuck that.
Hey,
Nah.
I lived in Japan for a year, but not in Sapporo.
Oh,
I was
where were
more
you
in the
at?
middle.
Where were you at?
I was in a town called Tajimi. It's very close to Nagoya,
Okay,
like in the
I
middle
was
of
in
the
I was in
main island.
Iwakuni by Hiroshima, Okinawa, and Sapporo, Hokkaido. Those 3 places. 9 months. Good things, man.
Mm.
Doing what?
I
If I can
was
He's in the
ask. If I
military.
can
I
ask.
was doing military training.
Ah,
Scott's
makes sense.
little deployment and so we're living in a small town. It's good stuff, man. It's baseball then soccer for them. It was the club World Cup was going on at that time, and I think Kawashima Antlers, they were playing against who won that year? I think against Madrid, and they lost.
2010.
No, 2016.
Okay, yeah, probably. Oh, Barcelona, I think.
No, not Barcelona. It was
Madrid,
it was against Barca. It was against
Barca.
Barca. Yeah, it was against Barca.
Anyway, good stuff, man. You can get a train to go to Italy, but what do you have to do? You have to get a train to go to Germany, I think. Or Belgium. So from London to Belgium or to Lille, from Lille to Germany, and after go down with another train to Italy, Milan.
I think it's cheaper
Why should I
just to
do
fly
that?
there.
Just
Yeah.
fly. I paid 35 quid to go and come back, London, Italy. So
Nah, just firm that flat, man. Don't take no train. I wouldn't even.
hey guys,
Not
I have a
worth it.
question for you guys. I have a question
You
for
you
guys.
lose like a whole day of your vacation too.
Who do
Yeah,
you think we're gonna get
exactly.
for? Who do you guys think we're gonna get in Champions League? The
Bayern.
Bayern Munich.
Bayern. And I'm happy with that. I want us to get Bayern.
I want us to
Bayern
get-
and
Germans.
I want
I
Bayern or
Bayern.
Tottenham.
I want
Yeah,
Real
those are
Madrid.
most likely. That's the most likely candidate too.
Even Madrid, I won't mind. Me personally, I do not want to get Benfica. I don't want to get Man City. Those are the two I don't want. Because Benfica is some of these games where you think like, oh yeah, we can get something out of it, or we can end up being embarrassed. And I don't like those type of games. I like games where the odds are against us and we can.
I don't like the Portuguese teams because we're actually, I think, expected to beat them. I don't think we're the underdog. And but I know we should be the underdog. People that know football know that we're the underdog. But
I just hope
the prestige of Milan, we're considered the favorite.
I just hope if we play Benfica that Rafa Silva doesn't play. That's all. He's the only player that I feel on that team, bro. That dude is too good.
So, guys, Kangu did a service to us and brought up the percentage. What a AC Milan supporter is Kangu, by the way. He's just lying to himself, saying I'm a Man United supporter. Anyway, so we have 0 chance to get Napoli, 13% chances to get Porto, 24% to get Bayern Munich, 18% Tottenham, 0% Chelsea, 13% Real Madrid, 18% Man United.
Because there's so many Italian teams already in, Roy.
Yeah, so basically, some teams cannot get each other as well.
I guess it's
Roy. Also, because there are so many German teams that made it in, so that means that we're one of the only teams that
cannot get the German teams.
Yeah, exactly.
Chelsea cannot get the English teams. So basically, Man City,
or us,
Bayern Munich, Benfica. It makes sense. Yeah, there is some.
I understand.
Because it raises their odds.
Here's what I think they're gonna do. Here's what I think they're gonna do for revenue purposes, or to attract viewership. They're not gonna put a lot of bigs together, which I feel like they're gonna try to fuck us over because I don't think they rate us at that extent in terms of like the money generated. So they're not gonna do a PSG Man City right away in the court. I highly doubt they're gonna do that. They might put PSG against a Tottenham.
Are you saying it's rigged?
It is rigged, bro. Come on. Wow. You don't do that.
Come on, why are we still talking about this? Are we still arguing about this? Red John is the only one that doesn't believe it, so he's not here, so we don't even need to argue. Now, by the way, I think Bayern Munich or Man City will be a great experience, I will say. Tottenham will be a nightmare, in my opinion.
But then also, if we play, but it's also good for us. If we play like a Man City, at least if we can put on a performance, I think it'll do us good, us coming back next year in the Champions League. That's the positive side I look at it, to be honest. So I won't mind having that either. I mean, we're in the Champions League anyways. Because once we go to the quarterfinals, we're going to start believing like, yo, we can go to the fucking... Once you go to the quarterfinals, bro, I think it's free fall from there, dog. Like, I don't know. It's just...
I think it's already free flow. On our mind, because we think we are Milan and we have to try, but for the players, it's a free flow at the moment. It's we can just win. We're not going to lose.
Well, when Atalanta was capable playing the semi-final a couple of seasons ago, why not Milan this year?
No, but Atalanta, you gotta understand why Atalanta was different. They benefited from COVID, man.
But no, another thing is Atalanta achieved that because they were free flowing. They were like, whatever we get is a win. It doesn't matter. That's why they achieved so much. And
I think also teams didn't respect them the way they should.
Exactly, as well.
But I think my thing here's the thing is going to be tricky. Even they said that on CBS Sport with Henry and them. Once our team is fully healthy with all our pieces, it's a different story, man.
I'll tell you this. Yeah. If our midfield looks like what it looked like in the first round of Salzburg, we're not passing through.
No, but it's not going to be that.
How do you know?
The reason why I say how I know, February, we're going to come back rested. We're going to come back rested. Not a lot of games. Not a lot of our players are going. At least our main pieces, they're not going to the World Cup. And I say not going to no World Cup. We're going to come back good, man. By the time February hits around, we're injury-free, we start hitting.
What do you...
And
Benacer is going to the World Cup.
I'm talking more about...
Algeria's not playing.
He's not. Algeria's not qualified.
Not playing.
What?
Yeah, Algeria's not qualified, bro. They got beat by Cameroon. Cameroon's going to a World Cup.
I think, guys, that...
Oh, my God.
all the teams are coming back with much more energy because the World Cup is done. These guys waited 4 years for this. Now it's done. Now they can solely focus on club
I
football.
want to correct you there, Roy. The English team are gonna be crashing at that period because they need to catch up a lot
FA
of
Cup.
games. The FA Cup, Carabao Cup, Premier
I
League. They're gonna play every
agree with
3
this.
days, and they're gonna play
Yes.
Boxing Day,
Yeah, Boxing Day.
Christmas
Yep.
Day, New Year's Eve.
This is
They're gonna be
this
they're
is
gonna
why
be
I
playing
want
every 3 days.
Tottenham.
So in February they're gonna be smashed. They're gonna be so tired. And usually the English team they go
Put money
through
in
in
it.
Champions League because they get an okay team in that moment of the season, and they go through. But they're not at their peak in terms of form.
Would you
So
put money in that?
in a sense, then they're not gonna be in a great form. I can put a lot of money on that. I'm pretty sure on that. I know that for
Yeah,
sure.
they're not, because remember too, when the Queen passed, they stopped a couple of days. There's those games
Yeah,
they
they
need to
lost
catch
a
up.
lot of games as well. They
Yep.
need to catch up
Mhm.
those games, and they're gonna catch them up after the World Cup. And it's the only country that after the World Cup, they're gonna start straight away, 3 days after. So basically, some players are gonna play a final in the World Cup, and 3 days after are gonna be playing against fucking Southampton, maybe.
I
3
agree
days.
with this comment.
And
I
they're
think
gonna be a bit crashed.
I agree with
Outside
this
the
comment. I
Tottenham
think we
game,
should
outside
get
the Tottenham
Tottenham.
game, Tottenham, they're not like, I
Yeah.
like them the way they play in the league, boy, and Champions League, bro. They look doo-doo, man. They look sorry as hell. They look.
But
Mate,
it's
Son is
I
not.
don't trust
Son is
Conte.
also not clicking. Son is probably going to be leaving. I hear that all over the place that he's leaving.
I don't trust
He's not clicking
Conte.
this season.
Sorry, guys. And they play with a defense of 3, so 3 defenders. So
I
it's
He,
so
I
easy.
read
Son
that
is having
Ziyech is most likely
he's
going
having
to
such a
Tottenham.
bad season. He's so bad right now. And he's
I
getting
read that
injured.
Ziyech. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah, Son sucks. I know. I heard Ziyech is going to Tottenham. Since you brought it up.
Okay,
Let him go.
good for him.
Let
Yeah.
him go, man. This dude's sorry too. I don't care. I like my Messias.
He needs to play, man. Like we don't even know
Man,
if this guy
Messias,
plays.
what a cut! What a cut!
Messiah
You
is
saw
on
Messias.
he's on a
I said
scoring roll.
15. I said Messias scoring 15
Yeah,
goals, man. I said at the beginning.
How many is done right now, Messias? I think 3 or
think
4
four.
goals.
3 or 4.
Four.
Yeah, we're getting
Four.
somewhere, man.
He's gonna
Yeah.
get around 10, maybe. Goal and assist probably 10, 15. That's a pretty solid right wing, guys. I know people are not gonna admit that. 15
It
goals,
is.
assists.
No. Right, you're not wrong. Right, you're not wrong. Here's my question though. Do you sell while you're ahead though? Because he's like 30, 31.
I think
He's not going to
this
get better.
is
Do
the
you sell him
maximum
for like
he can
10 million and make a
No,
profit
no,
No,
and just
not Messi.
No one
Nah,
is
because
paying 10 million for Messias.
For
Come
Messias,
on.
No, guys,
they're
but
going
Come on, man.
why wouldn't they?
no,
He's in his prime.
guys,
He's
No
in
one-
his prime.
No, man,
Messias is
when
You
the
don't think
perfect
Lazio?
player, man.
Hold on. You don't think
Surely
Lazio
not
would pay
Messias,
that?
brother.
Sell him when? Sell him when?
Why you should sell
At the
Messias,
end
man?
of
The
the
guy
summer.
earns 1
In the
million.
summer.
The guy earns
In the
1
summer.
million. Cares
Summer.
about Milan, and he doesn't care about
Because we got to make room
forcing.
for a big boy
we
Zaniolo.
need to
That's why.
upgrade.
Oh,
Man,
this
fuck
big
that,
boy
man.
Zaniolo. The guy
Fuck
scores
this about
10%
Zaniolo,
of
man.
Messias goals, and we got
Zaniolo is
room for
garbage,
him.
man.
No, but
Jesus
Zaniolo is
Christ.
actually
we
garbage.
have to
man.
make room for the
Listen,
big
you know
upgrade on
what?
the
I
right
wanna
wing.
clarify this. I hope Zaniolo comes back what he was before, and he had an incredible career because I really think he's extremely talented.
He scored a
But
great goal
Milan,
over the weekend.
Milan
yesterday.
needs to stay grounded, man. It needs to be
Did you,
focused.
yeah.
That's it.
Did you see him play yesterday against
Yeah,
Ludogorets?
he scored a great
I
goal. He
did
took
too.
on 3 players,
He
and
not,
it was really
Did
good.
I?
Zaniolo is the
did you see?
Italian Salad
Hold
Maker,
on.
man. Let's actually be honest.
No. Are you kidding me, bro? Come on. Are you kidding me? Watch the goal that he scored. Not only that, but he
Push
won
back,
2
Hans.
penalties
Push
as
back
well.
harder.
He won 2 penalties, and they were losing 1-0 at halftime. Fans were
And he's
jeering. They were pissed off. He comes on, Zaniolo, wins 2 penalties, and then clinches the game at the very end because they were gonna go out if they drew. And you know what? They actually scored a goal, and it got called off. It shouldn't have been called off. Ludogorets, they should have knocked out Roma at that point.
yeah, I
But
agree.
it was not withheld. It was not it didn't
The
didn't
referee
stand up
gifted
though.
Roma the win.
Well, you
And
haven't
then
seen
right after that,
Messias.
Zaniolo kills it. Zaniolo kills it. He goes through like 3 players and just kills the game.
But
Kills the
Zaniolo
game.
is playing as a second striker almost, not a winger.
Yeah, he's being played out of position. Yeah.
Anyway, his goal yesterday was top notch. He took on 3
Yeah.
players like Maradona.
Bro, I'm telling you, like people being
Maradona, bro,
like
he's 6'3".
people being underestimating like
He's a working horse, man.
The difficulty level of like the Europa League, bro. These smaller teams want that trophy. You don't go walk in the park, and I guarantee you, all these teams from the Champions League, they're going down. They're not winning it this year. I put money on it.
Laet might win his bet this year because we got Lazio, Fiorentina in Conference League. We got Roma, Juventus in the Europa League. Napoli,
That
Inter,
was
Milan.
crazy how Lazio got knocked out.
Laet might win his bet.
Did you see that group?
People think Lard is an idiot, man, but Lard always get it.
Bro, who's
Your odds are good right now. Your odds are good right now.
Bro, point the finger. Who called you idiot, man? We're gonna take care of him, man.
No, don't worry, man. No one called me an idiot, and it's fine if they do it. I don't get upset.
No. Vassal, I have to disagree with you there, man. That is an idiot. He believes in demons too much. No, I'm joking.
Just the losers, man. By the way, Diaz, is he injured, by the way, or is just kind of a fatigue?
This is.
I mean, last I checked.
Y'all think he makes it to the World Cup? You think he makes it to the World Cup, Diaz?
Oh,
No, I don't think so. They have a lot of players in that position.
But what a baller he became, guys.
I don't think.
No, guys, this is Diaz we're talking about. This is what he does. He has 3 good games. He has 3 good games. He gets injured, and that's it.
Paul
You know this boy already.
Paul hates every player.
No.
I don't hate every player.
Except for Origi. He hates every player except for Origi.
Origi 20.
Already put
Paul,
out on the list of
with-
55 players. Diaz was not on that list.
Sorry,
Paul,
say that
without
again.
a doubt, we're gonna pay for Diaz. Without a doubt, we're
Spain
gonna buy him.
national coach Luis Enrique put the 55 pre-eliminatory team. Diaz was not.
Yeah,
on
he's
that
not even
list.
on it.
Guys,
He's not going.
there is
Sorry,
a lot of
one
players
thing
in that position.
one thing I want to say, Laird, about Diaz, then I actually gotta go just for a few minutes. There was a report came out, and your best friend Longoni was talking about it, and he said that Diaz is most likely going back to Madrid because Madrid want to use him for the market, and he said that Milan is on Okafor right now.
Well,
and I
good,
think
they
that's
can
a
pay.
really bad idea.
What do you mean? Why?
Okafor?
Okafor was good. He played a good.
You don't like
him?
him.
No.
Why do you
I
like
mean,
him? Because it's not
You
Italian.
don't like.
Oh Jesus!
I don't. I think he's normal. He's average.
Well, here's what I have to say about that. Okafor is not even a cam, so I don't know what the hell we're doing.
No, from the
That's
striker
right.
position. He was talking about Broya and Okafor. But Broya seems
Broya's not coming to us, by the way.
Broya seems
What
like,
are you gonna do?
He
Play
was saying
3
Broya
strikers
is not
up front?
possible.
But sorry, bro. You're talking about Longoni, not Longo.
Yeah, Longoni doesn't know shit about shit.
Sometimes the things he says are correct. Sometimes.
Longoni. Come
No.
on.
Come on,
I'm just saying this is what they're in Spain. He's reporting what went wrong in Spain. In Spain,
here's what
they're saying Diaz is going back to Madrid, and that's the
okay.
plan right now.
And
Milan is on Broya and Okafor. Like, what is that? Is that impossible to believe?
No. I'm just asking.
Broya already said he's not coming anyways.
It doesn't make any sense to me. Is what it doesn't make any sense.
No, for the striker position, not as a replacement.
Why do we need the striker position? We have Giroud.
Because Giroud is gonna end
Origi.
one day his career.
Because they want to get a young striker.
I know this.
Hello, our strikers are all
shit.
retired. We're about to retire all our strikers. Origi is
Nah.
never going to
Origi's
score a
not
goal
about
in
to
his
retire.
life.
Giroud is
Giroud is
renewing.
about to retire. Ibrahimovic is about to
No,
retire.
he's not retiring. Jesus Christ.
They
man.
want to get
He's
a
renewing.
new good striker. Hans.
Who is renewing?
We play one. Giroud is renewing.
He had an
Giroud.
interview with
Nothing like
Pellegatti. Pellegatti said, "Are you gonna renew?" And he said, "I don't know. The club never called me for a renewal." Like a few months ago.
Yeah, they were saying they want to renew him, but still, they also saying they want to get another striker.
We need that other striker.
I would be very surprised if we get like a huge top striker. I would be very
What do you mean?
surprised. I would just be very surprised.
Listen, going back to Diaz, one matter at a time. Diaz, if Madrid wants to use Diaz as for the transfer window, no, so sell Diaz to get another player or use it as a exchange. still they need to convince the player to go to another team. And if the player is not convinced for Borussia Dortmund or other teams, and he actually is happy to stay at Milan because he has a lot of friends and stuff like that, Madrid at the end is gonna probably accept the 23 million if Milan is gonna make that offer.
But Madrid, but the thing is, you gotta understand the reason why I don't even think they want on leverage. I think they'll play ball with. Hear me out. I think they'll play ball with Milan in terms of like if you want to redeem him, which I feel they'll do. The reason why I say that because remember Madrid has not be able to. Their big transfer budget was to go towards Mbappe. He didn't come. They only bought Tchouaméni. I think they're probably going to go for Bellingham. That's going to be a whole fight to be able to acquire him. You heard what Toni Kroos said. He's staying.
Man, if they get Bellingham as well.
There's really no place for Diaz to go up there. So he's probably on the. There's also on the player side. It's not also about Madrid one. He knows he's not going to have no space going up there next year unless he's going to want to stay at Milan. I promise you that. If he has Diaz,
I think if Milan makes the offer, Madrid is going to accept the 23.
To me, this situation is win-win for Milan. Whatever happens, because we're gonna get paid we're gonna get 30 million basically.
Diaz would not start in that Madrid team because don't forget they're young. I mean, take out they're gonna go for Bellingham. They're gonna try to get him. Like
we gotta buy him first for 25, but then we get 30, so we get like some money back.
Or we'll lower it, and he's gonna have to reduce his salary like everybody else, so he can stay. Shit, we'll see.
Maybe we get like Xavi Simons or something. Somebody who can play the position.
I don't want that kid, bro.
Bro, what's wrong with him?
Man. He's not good.
Yeah,
he's 19. Okay.
I don't think Xavi Simons is all that as well, man. I can't lie. He's all right.
He's an Instagram player. We don't want to bro. TikTok players. That's
okay. All right, that's what's up.
But going back to the striker, I hope, man. I've been asking for this striker for a long time. I hope this summer we get a striker. Striker and center back, or if Chao and Gabi their development is getting better and better, probably we don't need a center back and we can go for just a striker. I hope we get a striker. And
what do we need a center back for, though? I don't understand.
Well, if Gabia and this guy Malik Chow, they are not developing at the level that we need to upgrade, guys, because we can see that Tomori, Kalulu, Kia, they are good, but they're not going to the next level. So we need an upgrade. We need a guy that can bring them as well on the next level.
I hear that.
Botman. I really wanted Botman. Botman is an amazing.
No, Botman is not. Botman is not. Botman is not killing it at Newcastle right now. Like,
what are you talking?
Whoa! Hold on. Newcastle has like the best defense. Newcastle has the best defense right now. Yeah.
They're fourth.
Yeah, but
if Newcastle
come on.
If Newcastle makes it top 4.
I didn't really want
on the market in the
necessarily, but like you can't deny that he's a part of that.
For me, Botman is a normal. For me, he's a normal player.
But you know who else is good? You know who else is really good and who's available for free? Ndika.
Ndika is not coming. I spoke about this already, man. He's not going to bench Tomori or Kalulu. Come on, he's not going to bench.
Still in the news. He's still in the news. I'm seeing news all over the place. I'm seeing that Roma is tracking him. I'm seeing Arsenal.
Anyway, if it's for free, it's worth it. If it's for free, it's worth it.
It's worth it, man. It's only like 3 million net season, maybe.
Speaking about the center backs, I don't know if you saw that statistics. When Kjaer is playing this season, I think in 7 games we have conceded only 1 goal.
I will say this: I did not feel very comfortable with Kjaer. I don't think he's played well in any of those games necessarily.
Bro, he's old. You're grandpa, bro. Getting old.
I understand the statistic, and that's great to see. But number one, he hasn't played that often. Number 2, I don't think he's looked that great. Like when he has played.
Yeah, he had a terrible injury, man, and compared to when Kjaer was there, yes, we're playing fast, but now we're even playing more fast. And dog. His age is showing, man. I don't want this dude to rip his fucking hips or some crazy shit about to happen to him.
I want to add something, guys. Kier played against Salzburg, and we scored a goal on a set piece. So putting centimeters in the box helps score goal on set pieces.
Yeah, I like that about Kier. Kier has good distribution.
So we need a tall defender. Going back to Botman, he's gone. We need a type of player like Botman.
So that's all we're getting Botman for, to score headers.
No,
Come
no,
on,
not
yeah.
score headers. If you bring tall players, somebody else.
Yeah,
will
we've got
score.
Malik Chow then, no?
Well, but that's what I'm telling you, man. If Malik Chow performs and we see a growth, I'm fine. We keep him or Gabia. Gabia is a tall defender. When you see Gabia going to the box, you see
How
results on the
tall
set
is
pieces.
how tall is
Well,
Gabby actually?
Gabi is
he's
tall, but
190,
he's slow.
188. He's tall.
Gabby is tall.
Oh,
No,
dude.
Gabia is 185.
He
No,
doesn't
Gabia
look
is
it.
tall. Gabia is taller than Tomori and taller than
Bro, I'm
Kalulu.
looking on
He's
transfer
a,
market right now. He's
Everyone is taller
185.
than Kalulu, like, man. Everyone.
well, but
Even my
Me,
grandma
you,
dude,
taller than Kalulu.
yeah,
but
me, you, Clint's grandma, everyone is taller than Kalulu.
dude, but that's what I'm saying. So you bring taller players in the box, you get results on the set pieces. It's
You know,
just
Yeah,
I don't even think it's about
guys,
getting
this
the
is why I
defender
always
taller.
want taller
It's
players. You
getting
know
it's
that.
getting players.
You
I
It's
already
getting
know
a
me.
defender that's good with aerial duels, which I feel like our defenders aerial duels they struggle, bro. This is not good. Other than Chiara, I can think of. Romagnoli
think
was good. Romagnoli was good with some of these aerial, like the aerial duels, which I think like Tomori struggles with aerial duels, man.
Yeah.
He fucking panics.
I think Tomori is good at going for headers. It's just I think it's been a bit out of focus recently. I don't think he's performing bad. It's just the season before he
Yeah.
was performing really well. It was
So
like on
good,
top of his
exactly.
Or
game.
do you feel like
So
those
when
little you feel like those little young Milaneses are over there are getting to his head? You young females,
they're
man.
getting to his on his cock, not his head, man.
Yeah, and I think he's also distracted by the World Cup. He
Not
doesn't
in
know
his
he's
head,
in a
man.
role.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's not going to start anyways in the World Cup.
Are they gonna call
Southgate's
him?
not going to start, really. No, they're going to call him for sure, but he's not going to start.
Because Judge
Origi,
Stones is injured, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Stones is injured.
Benchua is out.
Southgate, the way Southgate is, I'm not surprised if he's going to start Maguire. Like, I don't put it past
Maguire
him.
starting definitely.
He started
That's
Maguire
fine,
Maguire's
guys.
going to start. Man.
Yeah.
That's
Maguire's
fine,
going to
guys.
start.
We don't care.
But yeah, it works for
Anyone
us.
cares about England here? Or at least I don't care right now.
No, not me.
Liar, they
So-
should start Dua Lipa, man.
Who?
Dua Lipa in the England national team.
Oh man, you're too in love, man. Do you have a girlfriend, Clint?
Huh?
I'm gonna tell her. Do you have a girlfriend?
Yeah, of course.
I'm
Yes, I
gonna
do.
tell her about
My
Dua
girl's
Lipa,
not here.
man.
Yeah.
That's why.
No, she hears me say it. She's like, yo, I gotta be careful, man. She Colombian, so she crazy. She gonna fucking slap the fuck out of me.
Ooh, you might want to be careful with that one then.
Why are you asking for trouble,
You
man?
might want to take it easy then, Clint.
I know.
Lissandro Martinez is better than me. What's happening?
Well, thank God. Thank God
Yeah,
for his career.
yeah,
I'm so-
yeah. Seriously.
Imagine. No,
What?
we need.
No, but
We need-
okay, like concretely asking, right wing aside, like the summer, let's say we have opportunity to go on the market during January.
It's simple.
Who do you
The
think should
summer
be
is
our
simple, Clint. The summer is simple. Renew.
No, not
Benacer.
summer. Sorry, on January.
No, January we're not gonna make a big move. I think.
Yeah, I
Maybe we
don't
can
think we'll
tweak
make it.
something. We can tweak something. Maybe we can get a loan like the Broya deal. We can get a loan like this and option to buy at the end of the season, like we did with Tomori.
That would be amazing.
If the,
That would be
if the
incredible.
kid if the kid is not playing,
Why are we still talking about Broya? Broya is
he's
not
just
coming
dude.
to
He's
us.
just an example. He's just an example.
fair
A
enough.
player that is
Fair
not
He's out
playing
painting. He's
for
got
Chelsea.
balls.
What about Mwani?
Yeah.
What about Kolo Mwani? Boy, that guy, he's good, he's powerful.
But he's a starter on his team.
Yeah, Mwani plays for what,
No,
Leverkusen?
no team in the middle of the season is gonna get rid of a starter
The starting striker. Yeah.
to and get
No
fucked
way.
up in their season. It's
No
really
way.
hard to happen. If you have a good player and that good player is in a bench and he's not finding space in his team, he's gonna ask for a move in January.
I'll buy
And that can be.
Scalvini. I like
Oh,
that.
Salvini.
God.
But he's a starter at Atalanta. That's
Yeah, but
another
Atlanta
one
not
is not
winning
gonna
Champions
count.
League.
Oh, please. Please.
What happened?
I want him. Yes, 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 you did. You said the words. You said the magic words.
You know what? Yeah, that's another thing I want to talk about as well. You guys, okay, I'm gonna say you guys. I use the word you guys loosely, but a lot of Milanistas act like Maldini doesn't like buying Italian players. It's not Maldini's fault. If we
They're
go to, I
expensive.
don't know,
They're expensive.
Atalanta and we ask, yeah, exactly. They tell us they give
They're
us
difficult
ridiculous
to deal with.
prices.
They're
Yeah, they give us
difficult.
ridiculous prices, man. So
I
you
know.
can't blame him for getting to France and all these other countries.
And you know what? The problem is that Italian players
And
are
USA.
expensive. And
MLS.
we don't have money. That's another thing as well. Because if we had money, okay, fine. They're expensive, but we need them. We buy them because we need Italian players for the list or whatever.
Exactly.
But
Juve
going
has
back to
money.
the-
What they do with it? Exactly.
well, but they don't have a coach, so that's a bigger problem.
People
So
forget
going
how
back
broke
to
we
the-
actually are. I know we won the Scudetto, but we're actually still very, very broke.
Yeah, that's the problem. We are really broke. But going back to what I'm
Yeah.
saying, Broya was just an example. You can name another guy that is in a big team, in a bench, he's not playing a lot. There can be a type of player that can help us a lot. Maybe we do something like that, a loan with option to buy at the end of the season, just to add some quality on our roster.
What about
That
Taremi?
would
But I
be
don't think we're
incredible.
buying.
We should go for
Huh?
Taremi, the guy for that forward from Porto, the Iranian. He's good.
Mm,
No,
no.
but
How
he
old is he?
plays. He's a starter.
Isn't he like late 20s or something like that?
Yeah, and he's
Yeah, he
late
is.
20s. I don't think. Let's see, but I don't think we're buying
And
big
he's not
players.
that big, bro. He's just not that big.
Let's wait for a World Cup. I think World Cup, there's gonna be some games that are gonna pop up, and we'll be like, okay, you coming to Milan, you're making the big move. At least with these lower level countries, they might have some like top star. I don't know. Let's say
You know
Korea.
who you gotta watch out for in like a couple years? Rocco Simic for Salzburg. He's gonna be taking
thought-
over.
I thought you were gonna say
Yeah.
Rocco Siffredi.
Yeah, he already he had his time.
I was
Oh,
like, what the
man.
fuck, man?
He already had his time.
Lie. Stay off form,
Lie.
my boy.
Lies on demon time.
Hey, no. You know this kid though, right? He's
Yeah, I know. His
Simic
father
Simic.
used to play for AC Milan.
Yeah,
Simich's
he's
son, basically.
he's born
But he's
in
so
Milan.
young,
He's
man.
born
He's
in
young.
Milan.
Guys, we're not doing anything in the market, guys. No one. For us to
Yeah,
bring
I don't
someone
think we're
in,
doing
we're gonna have to sell someone. Right now, the only player I think we can sell is
know.
Adli, and we're not gonna do it. So
Well,
it's not gonna
one of the
happen.
big reasons why is because our squad is massive.
Yo,
Our
I
squad is
forgot about
massive
Adli.
already.
You know what?
Adli,
But
yeah.
I want to add something, guys. We are not gonna these players. We are collecting players when the Champions League is gonna be a bigger competition, because
Yeah.
we need 30 players instead of 24.
You mean the Super League, basically, because that's essentially
No,
what
the
it
one
is.
that is starting 2024.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
gonna
it's
be
basically a
The new
Super League.
format.
It's,
Yeah, the
it's
new
basically a
format.
Super League. Man. Yeah, it's
I mean,
basically
I
a
like
Super
it
League.
way
Like,
more. They should just get rid of the fucking friendlies that they do for international competition and just play these games
Yeah,
instead.
yeah, I'm happy to play every 3 days. I don't mind.
Like fuck the
it's
Nations
just
League.
more. It's
Fuck
just
all
more.
that.
It's just more money, man. Honestly, it's just more money. That's
Yo,
what it is.
the fucking Nations League is the most Mickey Mouse Cup in fucking history, bro.
It's
Don't let Roy hear
essentially
you say that.
It's
Huh?
the Minnie
It's a
Mouse.
fucking
It's the
joke.
Minnie Mouse.
Don't let. Roy's gonna tell you it's the Coppa Italia.
That's the
nobody
Mickey Mouse.
nobody wants to watch international football unless it's the World Cup
Yeah,
or
yeah.
Don't say
major.
it. Listen,
All
no,
the
you didn't say
Euros,
that,
bro.
Roy.
Or unless
Say that.
unless Hansu, unless it's the African Cup of Nation, bro. Them Africans, that's our World Cup, man.
Yeah, yeah.
AFCON,
Yeah,
we don't
I
play.
said like a World Cup or a major competition.
Yeah, you're
The
right.
Euro,
You're right.
Yeah.
What about
AFCON.
CONCACAF? CONCACAF's the man. That shit is so sorry, bro. It's trash.
Yeah, yeah.
What's CONCACAF again? Isn't that the Asian American? I
No,
don't
that's
know.
America.
So guys,
is it?
going back,
Mexico.
going
This-
back to
this is
Adli.
America.
Oh man,
Americas.
Going back to
You got
Adli. We need
Jamaicans tearing it up.
we need a big roster. We need a big roster here. So
In
we're
2
not gonna
years, yeah.
sell anyone. Not even in 2 years, because when this season finish in 12 months, we're gonna need a
You're right.
wide
right.
roster. So for us, probably Chaka Traore is gonna make it to the first team. Lazetic or Colombo or something like that is gonna make it to the
Oh
first team.
yes.
So we're gonna have like four strikers. We're gonna
Daniel
have a lot of
Maldini. No,
midfielders.
nothing.
Daniel
Bro, what
Maldini.
happened to Daniel Maldini,
Yo,
bro?
Paul,
What did
I'm
I tell
right
you guys
even on
about Daniel Maldini?
Paul,
What did I
I'm
tell?
right even on Daniel Maldini.
Wait. I didn't
Yeah,
disagree
you
with
were
you.
with me.
I
I
was
know
telling
you were
you.
with me.
Yeah, I was telling you. He's not that good. He's not that guy. I'm sorry. He's just not.
I was telling everyone
He
the
can be
perfect
good.
move for him was the Serie B. The
Serie
he would have
B.
played
Thank
along.
you. You play a lot of games. You get a lot of goals. Like
If I'm
Assist,
Milan, look, if
find
I'm
his
Milan,
style.
No.
If
You guys, he needs to go to Holland. That's where he needs. He needs
yeah,
like
that's what I'm
the
saying.
No.
If I'm Milan,
He needs
I either
skill
loan my
based.
players
Skill
either to the
based.
Netherlands, like France or
Yes.
Germany, bro.
Yeah,
He's-
but they
he
don't
needs to
buy.
go to
They don't
Dutch.
get
He needs
players
to go to
from
Dutch
Italy.
league.
But they don't get players from Italy.
Well, we can give it to him.
We can give it to them. But one thing too, I'm not gonna lie to you. I think also while we're suffering, like in Italy, observation I came with, is because teams like the Bologna, these like second, like the second class of the league, they're not even producing good players for us to buy. Because that used to be what it used to be in the past. Like you go and you shop there first, but they don't even have quality. Those teams have been so bad, and we need to really pay
Guys,
attention to that.
the Serie B is the best league to send a young player. It's the best one. They play football. Most of the team they wanna win the league, not
I
get
feel like he would be
relegated.
benched though because of that, bro.
Like Serie
Like, he'd
B,
be-
Serie B is garbage. Like
No, it's
no,
good.
no, it's
For
not
young
garbage.
players,
It's
it's
not
good.
garbage.
I like
It's good.
Ascoli. Ascoli, I watched some of the games sometimes.
Now
Ascoli,
they
they're
play
good.
good football, dude. I don't understand. The coach of Udinese, he was in Serie B. The entire Empoli team that was playing insane football was in Serie B. Probega did a season in Serie B. Tonali did a season in Serie B. Benasser did a season in Serie B. Serie B makes your bones, man.
But
Prepares you for
somebody
the
like
Serie A.
Jorginho was in the lower leagues for a
Jorginho was
long
in
time.
Serie B. Sarri was coaching in Serie B.
What's his name
Messias
came
was
from
one of
Serie
the best
B?
players in Serie B.
Verratti left Serie B
Verratti.
to PSG.
Dude, Serie B
Scamacca with Ascoli.
is the perfect for a young player. Serie B is the perfect league because you find your game, you find your style, and you play attacking football because you play
But
for a
like,
team
you
that
know
is
what?
attacking and
You're
winning
not
games.
lying because all these guys, Insigne, Immobile, all these guys, they're looking from Serie B. You're not lying, actually.
no, but like my question is, how people didn't even get Verratti? How does Verratti leave Pescara and goes all the way to PSG without the big teams even looking at him? How?
Because
He was supposed to come to us.
Juventus wanted him. Juventus wanted him. All the big teams in Italy wanted him. Juventus made a move, but Juventus offered him a bench position because Pirlo was the starter, and he said, "No, I want to play football. I'll go to PSG. PSG is offering me to start from age,
Or maybe
age
what?
19.
His dad
I'm
won the
playing."
commission?
No. He just made he made the decision by himself because he didn't want to stay in the bench. And you know what? There is a lot of people, especially in south of Italy, Napoli, those areas here. They don't like Juventus, man. They prefer to go and play for another team and not Juventus. A lot of players.
Respect.
In south of Italy.
Now I'm hearing Juve fans. You know what's funny? Now I'm hearing Juve fans saying like, "Yo, the youth, they put this stupid ass stat early this
Gatti
morning
is
on
an
IFTV.
average player, man.
You see what I'm saying? They put on the IFTV a stat. Oh, look what the youth did. Goal contribution. Juve's future is bright. I'm like, oh, everybody.
You need to stay off IFTV, man. They make bullshit takes all the time, man. All the time.
Oh man,
I don't even watch them.
Their takes are worse than Roy's.
I do, man. They're my fellow East Coast guys. That's how I support them.
No. They chat so much shit about Milan. It's ridiculous, man.
That's any English other than this channel or maybe Sempre Milan.
Even
any
this channel, man.
Wanna be
John is alive.
Any other calcio, like English version, they're all they're against Milan, bro. That's why I don't like listening to like English versions of Italian.
No, but I don't get why. It doesn't make sense. I literally don't get it.
Because here's the thing, especially the American outlets that are here in the States, it's like they started really watching football in 2012, bro.
No, I can't lie. Americans just make a lot of bad takes, so I don't really take them serious. If I'm being honest, they make a lot of bullshit.
It's
takes.
like, oh, you're Man United. I met a dude.
Nah.
He's a Tottenham fan because I go to this English pub. Like, there's all English teams that you usually play, and I go there. He's like, I've been a Tottenham fan since last year. But I'm like, bro, you out here. And, but they swear they know, man. They swear they know. They swear they know everything.
Nah, just leave it, man.
What is this? And anybody that says Milan, like, I can't even talk.
Oh, man. Nah. What you're saying there about the city, I don't really care. But what you say about the club, come on, man. Come on.
Oh, man. No, when they talk about the club, isn't that Ibrahimovic? That's how far back they can go. And I'm like, yeah, you can't really speak.
Man.
Can't really speak. But now, but
they're doing well on YouTube, so there is a lot of people like them. So
Milan, they're doing.
No. I'm not against IFTV.
Something wrong with people, then, Laird. Something wrong.
They just make bullshit takes when it comes to.
Can you guys hear me better now?
Yeah.
We could always hear you.
Okay, you said there was something wrong with my speakers. Oh no.
No. I was saying there's something wrong with people. Sorry. Because
Ah,
you were saying that they were so popular and they're getting lots of likes. I'm like, yeah, there's something wrong
but
with
you know
people.
what? They give the point of view of the American audience, which is completely different from
Which is
the
oblivious.
hardcore
It's completely
hardcore
oblivious.
support. Like Clint is American, but is an hardcore football fan, man. He's been following
Clint
football
is a world
since a
traveler.
kid. Yeah, and he
Yeah.
and he follows the African football, French football. So he's like,
Exactly.
it's not the American audience. He's part of the European audience.
Yeah. Then how
So,
do you explain people like Roy then? Like
but Roy. The problem, Roy has a lot of football knowledge. Just Roy gets
he does.
stuck on
He just likes to troll
Is
too
this
much.
yo?
That's
Is
the
this
problem.
Roy?
leaves.
Roy likes to be like devil's advocate a lot.
Yeah, he just likes to troll too much.
It's kind
I
of like
honestly
Lion,
believe in
Lion
me.
He
and Red
likes it,
John.
man. He just
When
likes
y'all
the.
interchange your energy, when one
Yeah.
day Lion becomes Red John becomes Lion. It's just like it'd be weird because dude, you get in an argument and you end up agreeing with you be with Red John one day, agreeing with him, and then the next day you're on Lion's
Yeah,
team against Red
yeah.
John, bro.
Now the thing with Red John, yeah, he always likes to go like against the grain. That's just the thing.
Man,
with
I
Red
love
John,
them
man.
guys,
Like,
man. When
he
they
makes a
start
lot of
going
good
on,
takes, but he
man,
just
that
goes
takes,
against the grain.
it's like Floki was going there. He's like, it's like talking to a fucking wall, man. It's like he's talking. It's like, let me tell you where you're wrong. Let me tell you where you're wrong.
Oh man.
Oh man.
When's Floki gonna come
Dude,
on alive? Damn it,
no
Floki.
man. When
Tonight
Floki's
was
gonna
supposed
come
to be
to
the night.
live, a fucking atomic bomb is gonna explode somewhere
I
in the
know.
world.
Floki's
So
gonna
better not,
fucking go and bend
better
the
not
line.
bring him
Fireworks
in
up.
the live. So
Oh my god.
don't even. Nuclear war is gonna start if Floki comes in the live, man. I'm
Nah.
not. That's gonna be
That's
scary
what we
as
want.
fuck.
That's
I'm
what we want,
shitting
man.
myself.
Nah. Floki makes a lot of good takes,
I
man.
think Putin is
No,
the
he
real
has a
danger.
good takes,
You haven't
but
met Floki.
Floki's
Makes a lot
funny,
of good
bro.
takes.
I like,
Floki
man.
is a loose cannon, man.
Yeah, he's funny,
Uh,
man. But I haven't
Floki Roy in the same chat in the same live.
Oh,
Nah,
let me
man.
please.
No.
And
I'm
Red
fucking.
John. Put Red John
I'm
in there
gonna.
too.
and add
I'm
This is
ending
Nathan.
the
gonna be
Add my
like
boy
live.
Nathan. Add my
WrestleMania
boy
showdown.
Nathan. Then when
No
Nathan
chance.
is there,
Cheers. Cheers in
Nathan
the
on the
back.
background with Red John. No
Nah, man.
way.
Nathan is my guy, yeah, but he has some wild
Nathan comes
takes,
in with
man.
his truck.
Some wild takes. I can't believe
That is
this.
scary, man.
Sell
That is
Leao.
fucking.
Just
Nah.
sell Leao.
I can't be.
The
Wait, let me actually.
apocalypse is coming.
Clint, do you remember what we were talking about? I think it was 2 weeks ago or last week. I can't even remember now. The conversation about giving who you give the bigger contract to, your goalkeeper or the guy who's scoring goals, your
yes,
forward.
or Leao.
Yeah, Nathan basically agreed that you give the contract to Leao, but he's still trying to argue with me about why Menya should get a bigger contract. I don't get it. I literally don't get it. I didn't understand.
Guys, I hate to sour the mood, but I gotta go. I'll talk to you all later.
Ah,
It's been
right.
real though.
Yes,
I'll see
sir.
you guys.
Yeah,
Uh,
bro.
Go and
Yeah.
scout. Go and scout on better players, Hans.
But
Come
I
look at
gotta
stuff.
sleep, bro.
Yes, sir. I hear you. Yeah.
Fair enough, man. All right, later, bro.
good night, man. Anyway, I'm
But
gonna
yeah,
close the live in a bit. So
fair enough.
I'm
But like,
Yeah,
what do you
today's
think? Then?
Saturday,
Who'd you give the
man.
bigger contract to?
Yeah.
Oh, Leao, man. It's always been like this. Football, we're not gonna reinvent the wheel, man. The striker's always gonna get paid more. The forward players
Yeah,
are always gonna get
exactly.
paid more, and everyone knows that, man. Maldini was a legend. He was not getting more money than Shevchenko and Kaká.
Facts.
So it's always gonna be like this. So we
Facts.
need to accept that. And you know what? Even the football player accept that. Theo Hernandez accept that because he knows I want to win trophies, so I want Leao on my side. I don't want Leao to leave, and I earn more.
Our
See, that's
biggest,
cool.
look, like our biggest luck here was Zoe getting a baby by Theo Hernandez.
Yep.
Oh man,
Yep.
Man, it's
We
like
need to
that.
put
he's
a
at Milan for
statue of
life.
Zoe in Milan Club or something. I don't know, man.
Yeah,
Just wherever,
he's at Milan
somewhere
for life,
outside San
man.
Siro.
That's what
Literally,
we
he's
should
stuck
do.
here now, man.
You know, that's what we should do. When these players come in, we get these single players and push these young Italian females around them and just propose the contract with it. Be like,
Hey, Clint. We're a
yeah.
football club, yeah. We're not pimps, yeah. We're just a football club.
Hey, we gotta do that, man.
Clint,
If you don't have the money, you gotta find alternatives. I'm telling
dude,
you.
this
Oh
is not the
man.
NBA, man.
Oh man.
Yo, hey, that's what I'll do,
Nah.
man. I'll be like, okay, who do you want? Just pick. Okay, here's the contract. We'll give you $2 million plus her. Put in the contract.
Dude, it's true love. It's true love.
True love.
It's true
Lie,
love.
you're a smart man. You know better than
You
that.
have to. You have to, man.
I'm talking
It's
about
all-
Theo Hernandez and AC Milan. It's a true love.
Oh,
Actually,
I thought you were
I
talking
really
about
believe.
Zoe.
Oh, but I don't know about Zoe and Shina. They know better than me. I don't really care about that. But Theo Hernandez loves AC Milan. He really, literally loves Milan,
Yeah, he does, man.
Yeah,
and
he
that's what I
does,
want to see
and I
from a
think
player.
also, like he's gonna look back on his life like he understands you already won the Champions League, so it's not really, even yesterday he didn't really contribute, but it's already in his trophy cabinet. There's no really incentive for him to be like more ambitious and be like, oh, I want to go and get it more. It's like, yeah, I can start off, with Milan, which a player like that kind of had his trajectory, which makes a lot of sense. I mean, you already won it. Okay, let me go try to win another team. If it doesn't work out, I can look back. Okay, I won this. I'm probably won like that Mickey Mouse Cup with France, i.e., the Nations League.
Oh man,
I'm good.
Mickey Mouse
Scudetto,
Cup.
we good.
Dude, but Theo Hernandez is a real person, man. He is a millionaire. He has
He is.
a great life. He wants to win trophies. He wants to be in the history of football. He's not a plastic person.
He has
He's not gonna be like, I want a bigger boat. He doesn't give a
he
shit.
has
Guys.
what I like about Theo, he has that really Marseille type of blood. They're really like hyper, fucking rowdy type. You see that in his play, bro. I like Theo. I like Theo Hernandez, man. I like him
Dude,
a lot.
Theo Hernandez is like, basically, if I was an AC Milan player, the money that I want is just to buy a big house to my family, give some money to my brother, and have an easy life. That's it. And play for AC Milan every fucking week. That's the life I want. And that's what Theo Hernandez is thinking right now. It's like, that's what I want.
And him
I
and
wanna
his brother are successful, man. So
Yeah, they're
doesn't
quite
really
well
care.
off. So
real people, man. Real people act like this. They don't collect watches or Rolex or boats or cars. They just live a real life.
yeah, but it's easy for you to say. You're not in his shoes, man. It's very easy for you to just
No, but you
put
can
that
see it
out.
in a lot of players, man. You can see it in a lot of players. You can see it. Maldini had that life. Theo Hernandez made that choice. A lot of players make that choice. How's it called? Modric made that choice. He could have make a big move somewhere else. No, he said, I want to play for Real Madrid, man. Benzema could have made a move at one point and make 30 million, 50 million a year. He's not playing for Real Madrid. A lot of other players.
He just, what's funny, since you speak about Benzema just had a take today, came out in the French news. He said in an interview, he's like, he's never going to become a football consultant, like going on TV, because you can't be a player and talk shit about players like that. He's like, I'll never do that in my life. I think he was taking a jab at, what's his name? That special player, Jugari. He played with Milan. The French player, Jugari. He has poor takes, and because he was lucky enough to be in these teams where he went so many championships.
Wait, what's then Cassano?
No. Jugari. Yeah, Christian Jugari. He was like a French player. He played with Milan.
He played for Inter, man. He played for Inter.
Yeah, but he has really, like, he goes in on the friend, like the Mbappe, all these guys, and they really don't like that guy, bro. They hate him. And I pretty it was like a jab. Because Benzema, like, dude, they really, really were on him. Like, his years when he had a fallout with the national team, like, oh, he's this, but not everybody wants to, like, meet right him now since he won the Ballon d'Or and give him his praise. But, yeah, he's not. He doesn't really look up to them. And even you saw when he gave his speech, he said he looks up to Zidane. Fuck Deschamps. Like, he doesn't even like most of the guys out there, man. But, yeah, man, I respect Benzema, man. Benzema, he's solid. He's solid. He's a solid guy, man. He's professional. He's like Giroud. I like Giroud a lot because Giroud is a really professional player. Really,
that
really
is life, man. Play for a big club, win everything with that big club, and retire. You're always gonna have millions. You're always gonna own millions.
You're right.
In that 20 years. So, but you know what? I understand. These new kids, there is this culture to become a billionaire now. Not even a millionaire. You earn $1 million. You look like an homeless person right now.
You know who I blame for this though? I blame Cristiano Ronaldo, man. He's the social media guy. Everybody looks up to him in terms of that, and they want to be him.
But everyone, other people in the business, like music business now, being a millionaire is not enough. You have to be a billionaire.
Yep. No, you're right. That's
a joke, man. This is madness, in my opinion.
TikTok. Everybody wants to be on TikTok with that boy Kobe. That's what
he's a legend, man. He's a legend. I love him.
But he a Juventino, so
no, he's not.
He's not. You sure?
Maybe. He's
He
from
is a
Turin,
Juventus.
yeah. He grew up in Turin, so can be.
Yes. Because he be wearing that jersey.
Well, but he
Yeah.
does it for sponsor reasons. He get paid as well, so.
Yeah. If you're a real Milanista, you're not wearing that type of bullshit on you.
Yeah.
Dude, I get it. Money is not important, but he was working in a factory a few years ago, actually before the lockdown. So, and he's
Yeah.
not gonna play football for 20 years, so he's gonna
Yeah.
always be a millionaire. He's like, I'm making these millions now, and maybe that's it.
You have to, man.
You have
But
to.
it's going to be really, I'm happy. I think a good season for us would be, let's say, hypothetically, we get quarterfinal, we'll finish in the top 4. I think it's a good season for Milan.
I
If
mean,
we don't win the
man,
league. Huh?
dude, it's already. I think we're gonna win the league. I think we're gonna win the league. But let's say we lose the league
That's
the
just
last
early
game
now.
of the. Let's say we lose the league this last game of the season.
Mhm.
Still, it's been an amazing season because we went through the group. We fight
Yeah.
for the league until the last day.
Mhm.
So that means this is a real team. This is not just one season team, 2 season team. These
Nope.
guys have been performing for 3 years in a row. Actually, yeah, 3 years in a row.
Yeah, three seasons.
And growing every year, growing, achieving different results in different situations. So it's amazing.
I
That's
agree.
it.
Because look, even what Tonali said. Tonali said we went from playing fucking playoffs in the Europa League playoffs to even making it across. So we've been ascending, man. Well, Maldini was I would look back at this Milan history years back. Let's say if we win the Champions League, let's say 10 years from now, this is that period we're gonna look back and be like, yo, this is where everything started.
Dude, I was scared, man. I was scared when we were losing 5-0 against Atalanta. I really believed we're gonna come back 5-6 years after that game. I'm honest, man. I'm not.
The thing is, yeah, that wasn't even that long ago. That was just like, what, 2
Exactly.
seasons
I was
ago?
there. I was
It's
at that
scary.
Milan club. Listen to me.
Man,
I
It's
was at
scary,
that
man.
Milan club in
I
Piccadilly
wasn't.
Circus. I don't know if you
I
all
knew
know
that.
that.
I knew
Yeah, I
that
do.
Ibra would
I've been
have
there before.
would have an effect on the team, but that kind of effect to change the whole
Exactly.
mentality of the team, I didn't
Yeah,
expect that.
yeah.
But you need
Come a long
I
way.
think that was the stamp one to be like, you guys are really a banter team. Like we're that bad.
Dude,
Was it
that's
5-0? Are you sure?
5-0,
That 5-0,
man.
yes.
Now, I
5-0.
could think about so many moments before that.
No,
to
but
be
I think
honest.
that one hurts more
That
than
was
No,
the
this.
that
lowest
one,
point.
bro. You know
That
what?
was
I'll
the
tell you
lowest
why. I'll
point.
tell you why. For me, that one was massive because I was not watching a lot of Milan at that time because working on restaurants, you work on weekends, so you don't have the time to watch games. So I was
Yeah.
just watching the results and I said, "Oh man, we are shit." Watching highlights, man, we are shit. So that day I took it off to watch the game in Piccadilly Circus and Milan Club, and that fucking pub was closed, so we missed the first 30 minutes. And in that fucking 30 minutes, we were watching on a phone, and they were dominating us. And when I get in,
Oh,
we
yeah.
keep conceding 5 goals,
That
and I'm
was
like, how the fuck we gonna come back?
that was
How?
the lowest point.
I
Because
said
the
it's
reason why I
impossible.
say,
We
yeah,
need
Paul,
7 years,
yeah,
something like
because
that.
the reason, but Paul, the reason why I say it was so low, because those other times of that banter era, when Gattuso made it close where we finished 5th, which is the
Yeah.
year before that, right?
We're like 1 point.
We
1
still,
point
you know,
behind.
we still had that hope, like, okay, you know, we're switching things around somehow, because it wasn't long ago where we were able to bring the Kessie Shanoglu, but that Atalanta game in particular, bro, it brought me to the lowest where, like, bro, we're like a second tier team, bro. I'm being serious. And
There
then
was
to make
no
matters worse,
improvement.
Pioli wasn't even proven yet. So we're
Yeah.
even more pissed when he got appointed. And then plus that result, we're like, bro, this is bad. This is bad. Because I don't think we got that embarrassed during the Benta era like that.
Man, and I was
No.
pissed. I was so pissed then that they didn't sack Pioli after that game. And that
No, but you can't. He just came though. He just came though. I feel Pioli has actually come a long way, man. What man? Nobody wanted this guy. No Milanista wanted this guy. Everyone. Pioli was already trending when he first joined us.
But no, he had like 5 games till that game to play. Let's not forget Gianpaolo was sacked after 7.
I think with Pioli, will make good with Pioli is like he was willing to change, and that like he's learning. I think that was the perfect combo. He was still learning as a coach, and was willing to implement. Wasn't some rigid like, oh, my philosophy or nothing. It was like, yo, let's see.
Antonio Conte.
Yeah,
And he was smart enough to leave the main management to Ibra because Ibra is managing the players.
Yeah, but
I
Ibra
mean,
came. Yeah, Ibra came that time. Yeah, he was there
yeah,
in the pitch.
he left Ibra to take care of the players, and he focused on the tactics and everything. So
Guys,
it
that
was
is
the
3
perfect.
years ago. That is 3 years ago. We are final
Scary.
16 in Champions League now. 3 years ago, I thought like we need fucking 7 years to come back.
we couldn't even qualify for the Champions League. We qualified for the Champions League. The second year, we get out the group stage, right? The first year with Pioli, we finished sixth. The second year, we finished second. The third year, we win the league. Come on.
Crazy, man.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy.
And
It's
that
actually
is a
crazy.
growth because,
It's
as
so
you
well.
guys said it properly, the year before we didn't go top 4 for 1 point with Gattuso. So
Yeah,
you're
for 1
expecting the
point.
year after to get an improvement, a better team. And we're
Yep.
losing 5-0 against Atalanta. So we're like, oh, fuck, it's never going to happen. With Pioli, we did well at the end when lockdown started. Second, the first season of Pioli, we finished second. And we finished, we made it to the Champions League. The third season with Pioli, the second full season of Pioli, we won the league. The third full season with Pioli, we went through the group stage of Champions League, and we're challenging again to win the league.
Yep.
That is improvement, man.
And
That
you
is
know he's
serious
consistent.
improvement.
You know it's not a fluke
Consistency.
because people were like,
Yes.
it's a fluke. There's nothing flukish about this stuff. Like, he's been consistent with this. And another thing, when I look at it, I'm like, man, like, we really came a long way because any other coach, I don't know if we're able to pull that off, man.
No.
I don't think we're able to. So we'll see where he goes with this. And I think hopefully he gets help with, you know, we getting like at least, you know, quality stuff while other players also develop. But I think going forward, we should be bringing like quality experience the way we did with the Giroud. We still need to be hunting like that on the market. We can getting an experienced midfield will do us a lot of good.
This is why I want Jorginho. This is why I want
Jorginho would be the perfect signing for Milan.
Because we don't have Jorginho could be, you know how you're talking about Benacer doesn't have like a replacement or anything like that. That could do Jorginho easily, man. Easily. That I say right now is actually our only register. That's scary.
But Jorginho is not so, you know, it doesn't have that fighting spirit that Benacer has.
Yeah. I mean,
but he would be perfect for the team. Believe me. He's Italian. He's 30. He can play.
But he earns a lot of money, man. That's what I'm thinking. Just give that money to Benacer and bring in some other guy.
Benacer is not gonna ask for that much.
We need. I'll be honest with you. We need consistency now. We need to keep the players that forged this team, that made this team so good.
Yeah.
We need to keep them
Benacer, but also get Jorginho if we have the chance.
And I'll be honest with you. Leao can bring you 100, 120 million. Benacer is not gonna bring you a lot of money, so you better renew him. That's the thing. You better renew Benacer.
Keep both. I'd say.
But dude, that would be amazing. But if you have to pick one, it makes more sense to get 120 million from Leao and keep Benacer and buy 3 great players to put up front.
Yeah, because if you've watched this season, every game that we struggled was the game that Benacer was not playing.
Yeah,
I agree.
And you know what's crazy is Benacer didn't even start. Like, he was not that Regista type player though. You know, he was kind of like, he used to play really up the pitch.
Yeah, it was more of a midfielder.
He has, the thing is, like, Benacer has those same characteristics, and he grew up. That's why I said, like, the French system is so awesome because he has, like, French people, like those North Africans that grew up in France, the Senegalese people that grew up in France, they just develop. If you look at that pool of talent, or when you look from the Chouamenis, you look at all of them, they have those similar skill sets. You look at Riyad Mahrez, the way he dribbles another. You look at Mbappe. Riyad Mahrez
he's so, man. I've watched Riyad Mahrez live before. He is incredible, man. My goodness.
That's why if you dig in France like closely, bro, you're gonna come up with games like good, like top, like skillful guy. You just gotta develop them well. You know, you gotta develop them well, and then you're good because that's one of your things, man. But I don't know for forward. I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. Like. But it's hard, man. Other than, and we keep saying Broha, but I don't even really see really top strikers or potential that really catch my eyes, man. I'm not gonna lie to you at all.
I mean,
I think
at the start of the
think
season, I
Broja
wanted Beto.
is a
I don't know.
secure businessman.
Yeah.
If Broja comes at Milan, performs straight away.
Broja is not coming. Though. That's the
But
thing.
they
Broja already
Yeah.
but
said
like
he's not
they signed them for a long time with Chelsea. They're gonna ask for big money.
coming. Exactly 6 years. He's
Yes.
not coming. He's
Well,
not
I'm
coming.
happy. I'm happy. Listen to me. If Lukaku at the end of the season goes back to Chelsea, and the coach that Chelsea has is like willing to try and make Lukaku work, Broja needs to leave because there is in front of him there is Lukaku, Aubameyang, and probably they're gonna go for Nkunku or Leao, whatever they want. So Broja needs to say, "Shit, I need to go. You guys need to sell me," and I'm talking about need to sell me at the right amount. If I move in England, for the English amount. If I move outside England, for a right amount. And at that point, if you think 40 million is a lot for Broja, that's another situation. But the good thing about Broja is this, that you can take him in January on a loan with option to buy. And in 6 months, you can understand if it's worth it to spend that money or not. If you can see that he's going to be straight away performing. That's the whole thing that you didn't have with CDK. That's the thing. And you had with Tomori. And that's why Tomori worked. Because you realize after 6 months, okay, we're buying this guy because this guy works. We spent 30
But do
million.
you think Chelsea is going to give him to us in January? Because I can't even see that too.
Depends on him, in my opinion, more than Chelsea. Depends on him. I'll be honest.
That's true.
Yeah, and we have good relations with Chelsea, so we cannot complain.
Well, I love the relationship we've got with Chelsea now. We've come a long way. Fucking hell. Banta era was Genoa. Now it's Chelsea. Look at us.
No, but
Yes.
I don't think what's his name? Yeah, Lukaku looks really unfit. He looks fat now, bro. Not look fit. So I don't know. Maybe Inter is gonna redeem him, but if Lukaku does go back, bro,
Inter is not redeeming Lukaku, Clint. Stop it.
that's what they're saying.
No, it's not, man. They don't have the money.
No,
Lukaku,
they're broken than us.
yeah, the Lukaku move to Inter. The
They are,
Lukaku
man.
move to Inter was for Chelsea to make sure that Lukaku has a good season, so they can sell him to a club like Bayern Munich or some Newcastle, a club like this. They can pay 90 million, 80 million. That's the thing. But not for Inter to buy him back. No chance. I'm never gonna do that, man. If
What
Inter
about
buys
Joe
back
Felix?
Lukaku,
You should get him.
no, we don't have the money to afford him. I think.
Bro,
Yeah,
they're fucking
Atletico will be looking 100
they're
million.
ruining
And
his
he
game.
earns big money as well. He earns big money, and his agent is a motherfucker. Like it's not easy. It's not easy to
Whose
deal
agent?
with his
Whose
agent.
agent is this?
George Mendes. It's not easy to deal with George Mendes anyway. He wants money.
The super agent. He's probably gonna sell him to Wolves before he sells him to us.
Yeah, probably.
His team,
He's gonna
bro.
he's gonna sell it to himself before sell it to AC Milan.
Yeah. Man, the Portuguese, that's a Portuguese 2.0, bro. There's so many Portuguese in that team.
Well, Wolverhampton.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure, man. For sure.
It's
They're not bad to watch though. I actually like watching them.
they're not. But the team I'm afraid of that's gonna come and fuck thing. I think if, like I said, if Newcastle makes it to that top 4, they're gonna be mental this upcoming summer because they're gonna be wanting to buy and they got the money power. That's the richest club right now in the world.
Oh yeah, no man. This January Newcastle is gonna go crazy in my opinion.
No,
I
the
think
team
so.
they have right now, I think they're good, but I think once they make that Champions League spot, yeah, they're gonna go crazy.
They're gonna go, and when I say crazy, I mean they're gonna go for proper players. Don't get surprised. You can see Newcastle coming to you in January saying, "Are you willing to sell Leao to us in January for 150 million?" They're gonna come at you and ask that probably.
I even
put
saw
Leao on
something
the
about
left wing.
them. I even saw something about them going for CDK, which of course is bullshit. But you might have a point there. Like, but January though, I don't see anyone selling to them in January.
No, they're
I
gonna
don't think
go.
no team likes selling in January, anyways. They don't like.
Yeah,
that.
they're gonna go and buy players in January. Benfica has some players, and Newcastle can go. The right wing of Benfica, that guy, how's he called? He's Portuguese.
Rafa
The number
Silva?
7. Yeah, they can go for
boy,
him.
That dude is sick.
They can
He's
go
so good.
50, 60 million. Benfica is gonna be like, take it. Believe me. There is a Benacer. Do you think if Newcastle needs a midfielder like Benacer, they don't come at me and say, "I'll give you 70 million"? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You gonna say no?
70
And
mil.
they put
goodness.
Benacer, they put that guy from Benfica on the right. They finished top four, man.
But even that player they have right now, people want him. Was it Guimarães, the Brazilian? He's good. It's really
Yeah.
good. That's
They
that
went in
shit.
January and got him.
Yep. He's really good. Yeah, I don't know, bro. The market, man. I think if Origi comes back fit, I think we got a good team, but we need
Origi 20.
yeah, dude, we need to start thinking about because Giroud, I think after next year, I think he's not gonna be playing that much. It's gonna be 37, and he wasn't the most mobile player, so it's it's gonna be. I think that's
If
probably
we are
what
smart,
Milan's doing.
if we are smart, we just gonna keep Giroud for the big games. Just keep
Yeah,
him
it's
for the
perfect,
big
man.
games.
He always turns up for the big games, anyways.
He's a professional, man. I used to follow Giroud when
Man, I
Montpellier
love Giroud.
in 2011
Did,
when he was in France. That dude was just
did you
banging
see?
goals crazy.
Did you see the last statement of Van Dijk, who is the most difficult striker he played against?
Who you say?
Giroud. He said no matter what game we played, no matter how good he plays, Giroud always find a way how to score on him. And he was the most difficult striker he played against. He was saying like
Interesting.
we were playing
Van
Arsenal, we were
Dijk got
beating them.
lucky. He came into the league where all the big strikers of the Premier League weren't there no more. Premier League didn't have like good like top strikers. Cause after that Drogba, the Thierry Henry, fucking Rooney era, bro, like shit. Being a defender at that time, bro, you were suffering.
It was difficult, yeah.
It's so difficult, bro. Cause they'll go past you. Now you're like, I mean, when you look, you can look at Haaland. Then who else in the Prem right now? To be honest,
Yeah, there's no more hardcore strikers apart from Haaland.
Skamaka.
Well,
Gianluca
Scamacca.
Scamacca.
Scamacca plays
No,
for
I'm
West
joking.
Ham, and the team
I'm
that creates
trolling, man.
less
I'm
chances.
trolling, man.
No, but I think Scamacca will do well with the big team in Premier League.
You think?
Yeah, because at the end, to be a good striker, the only thing you need is to be technically good, make the right movements, and be big.
it's just Newcastle. I mean, West Ham is in the mud right. They're not performing, so I think it's
I,
taking
I,
a toll.
the guy Isaac, the one, the Swedish guy, he came
Yeah,
from Newcastle. He scored
yeah,
straight away. He was doing
yeah.
really well before getting injured.
Injured. That's a good forward right there too. Yeah,
So
that's a good forward right there too. Even like in the Dinamo game, I like their defender, their young defender, like who Zagreb had. He's really good. Forgot his name. He was closing stuff down, bro. Dinamo has some good players.
yeah.
I have a question for y'all. Do y'all think if Boban was here, we would have been getting like more better players if Boban was still with the team?
I think so. He has more
Yeah,
influential, especially from some like Croatian player. Maybe Modric would have convinced.
Yep.
He could have convinced Modric to come
Because
at
I think he
Milan.
convinced Rebic.
Yeah, so there is, but Masara is amazing as well. He's
Yeah, he
insane.
is.
He's
I
really
think
good.
the player that hurts me the most until now, if you ask me that we missed out on, that hurts me the most is Dani Olmo.
Why?
He's too good. He's too good, bro. Dani Olmo, he's a good ass player, bro. At least when he played for Spain, man, that kid, because they put him in that false 9 role, he's technical. He's a smart player. It's a really smart player, but he didn't want to come to us, and he went to Leipzig, which because he used to play and he was in Dynamo Zagreb. He was in Croatia, and Boban was trying to bring him in there before he made that move, to Leipzig.
I think we can take a look at Red Bull Salzburg. They always have good young players, so maybe we can sniff out some of their players.
Yeah, there's a young Ivorian talent but he's playing for the U19 for Salzburg, and he's scoring in the youth league like crazy. Konate, they bought him last summer. He left the Ivory Coast straight into Salzburg, and that dude's banging goals like crazy right now. He's playing for like Salzburg's second team, so I think he's gonna come up. Konate, tall, somebody ready to watch. You know, Salzburg, they're smart the way they're going to acquire those little kids. Yeah, their model is good, man, and I think that's what Chelsea was trying to gut out that whole Red Bull system and get those players
Yeah.
on their side for recruiting. But yeah, they
Also, again,
well.
if we can get that kid Kjaergaard, he will be also very good for the team. He's not too expensive. He's 19. He can cover most of the position, and he has good sense of the ball. So also they have Roko Simic, Dario Simic son. There are a lot of
But
good options we can take a look.
But Endo, my fear with all of this, here's what it is. It kind of reminds me of a little bit of the CDK mode. Because at Salzburg, you play without pressure, right? You encourage.
Guys, I'm back in 10 minutes, by the way.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You play without pressure, right? But then you come to Milan, and then these players out of nowhere, they disappear. And I think my only fear with Milan is I think we're easy slowing away from the phase where, like, okay, we'll get this player, let's give them time. I think because based on our result we're obtaining now, and I think that's why people are not favoring CDK right now, because I think CDK would have came the same time Leao came on, or let's say he would have came last year, we would have been like, okay, we're good. But I think at this year, after being Italian champions, I feel like now our expectations, kids are going to come. We'll be like, oh, you need to perform right away. Because now expectations is not no more hope, but now we're having expectations. And I think at the end of this year, the way we're going to finish this season, we're going to have even higher expectations.
Yeah, of course, but that's how you're gonna know if some player gonna make it big or not. If he can handle the pressure. If he cannot handle the pressure, just that's it. I think CDK has the most difficult period because his transfer to Milan is a lot different than everybody else because nobody expected Leao to perform right away because Leao also came into a building Milan that nobody expected to win trophies. Also, the same for Tonali, the same for maybe even Tomori, for everybody.
Yes.
While CDK comes from for a champions Milan, he comes with a hefty price tag for Milan, and he comes to play in a position that we don't have players on. We don't have quality players. So maybe mentally he cannot handle it. I still think that he's gonna be a very great signing for Milan. I still think that he's gonna be one of the best players there is. I still think he needs a little bit more time, but again, there is that small chance that he cannot handle the pressure of playing for a big club because some players are like that, and that's why you can see some of those players that play for one smaller team that never make that big move because they know they cannot handle it. So it's easier for them to play in one environment than another. But that's the risk that you have to take with buying all those type of players from let's say not that great teams and moving them into a champions team that has high ambitions. So you're gonna know if they can handle pressure or not.
You're right because for me with CDK, bro, the thing is I'm not even stressing or even putting pressure. I like the kid. I'm not even putting pressure on him because right now our teams are obtaining results and it's not that detrimental where it's like it's not the soul. He's not the soul of the team. Let me say that. So that's why I don't look at him as like, oh man, like, like why the fuck, we're losing games because the way we play right now, as far as Milan, that position right now with our overall game, and we looked at the other game, hasn't been that much instrumental. That part of the field has not been the most instrumental in our victories. Right? It's more on the left side and these other. And I think, meanwhile, I don't think it's going to be like that forever because it's going to come to a time where, like, okay, what's going on with that number 10? Here we come again. Where, okay, I think during this whole season, they're putting pressure. He can come in and adapt. But I think this break with the World Cup thing, I think they'll take time. I mean, he's going to be at the World Cup, but let's say if we would have stayed, they could have took time to work with him. But I think he'll find his feet because it's I think people admit a lot of the fact, like you got to think about the outfield stuff. How he's even fitting in the city of Milan. Yes, you want people to perform, but dude, some people like the outside life really matters a lot, man.
Yeah, and they don't understand that Milano is a big city. It's a huge city, and to adapt to that city, you need time. And also, what we have to take in consideration, Just CDK is very unlucky. In the first 5, 6 games that he played, he could have had like 8 assists. But the problem was they were not finishing
Those assists.
chances.
Yep.
Yeah, if he got those 5 assists at start, he would have a lot more confidence and he would have played a lot better till now.
Indeed.
Also, he scored a goal. The goal was disallowed. So again, there's the luck factor that playing into this. And listen, as Milan fans, if we listen to the Milan fans throughout the years so far, we would have sold Leao too early, we would have sold Tonali too early, we would have sold everybody too early because they didn't perform straight away.
You're right.
And let's not forget, Benacer was not playing this good in the first season, and not even the second season. He was struggling. The first season, if you remember, he got a couple of red cards.
Yeah, he wasn't disciplined enough, man. He was struggling.
So again, there is a reason people what they don't understand is that when Maldini goes personally to get a player, that means he believes in that player. He won't go just personally for any kind of player. He went for Theo, and we know what's happening with Theo right now. Because let's not forget, even Theo was struggling at the start, and he was till 2 seasons ago, he was terrible at defense. He was never a great defender. Now he improved. Now he's the best left back in the world. So people need to understand. Just give him time. He needs that time. This season we're gonna see flashes from him in the second half of the season. How good he can be, but I think next season is what we're gonna get the real results from CDK, and that's okay because we don't have to hurry. The team is producing. We have good options that we can rotate on that position. Because let's take for example Krunic. Everybody's underestimating him, but Krunic so far, when called up and needed to step up in the big games, he always done that.
Yeah.
Let's not forget, Krunic was instrumental in the last 7 games that we played last season.
Indeed.
We needed win against Salzburg to progress, which was the most important game this season. He performed. So it's not like that if CDK doesn't perform right now, we're in trouble. No. He has the time. Just as fans, we need to be more patient with him.
No, indeed. No, I agree.
I'm not saying that he shouldn't play better, because I can accept the fact that he's playing terrible and he deserves some of the critique that he gets, but let's not take it too far.
Yeah, no. Overall, I mean, I'm not even going to. Some players, it might take them a year. You're right. 2 years. Me personally, I'll even give CDK 2 years. I don't care, because if my trade off is I wait 2 years, we go on a Lambo period. For you to give me 3-4 trophies, why would I not wait? Why would I get rid of you right away? You understand? But we don't have to.
Even if it's 2 seasons, it's okay.
Yeah, because a lot of these players got into their form now. We're looking at Leao, like it took Leao time, right?
Leao took 2 seasons.
Where I saw Leao was talent, and I wanted to see more of that. Is that goal he scored against Fiorentina when we're losing so bad, like 3-0, and he went in and he dribbled all these defenders to put that one goal in. I'm like, all right, this kid got something, because you just don't do it. That's not no fluke.
Yeah,
and it's just a matter of time, and people need to get comfortable with their new lifestyle. Because when you step out there, you leave the training ground. How is your life outside of Milano, right, in the city and all that thing? It matters on the type of motivation you got there when you go. You understand? And that's one of the things that, like, it's just it's always good, right? Because people like Diaz was able to come in. He had a lot of Spanish speakers. Like the chemistry, all that, it matters. It matters for you to come in there to perform. So CDK coming in, yes, there's other Belgians, but how close he is to them. You understand?
Yeah,
from my understanding, Salamakers is closer to Giroud. Even on the difference in age, but he's more closer to him because Salamakers is from the French part of Belgium. I don't think CDK is from the French part of Belgium. I think he's actually from the Dutch part.
It's not just that. Also depends on the player personality.
Yep.
Because they have totally 2 different personalities. Some people just need more time, and CDK looks that has that shy personality that needs a little bit more time. And what people also don't mention enough, that is not just CDK that needs to perform. Also, Pioli needs to learn how to use him properly, because so far he's not using him in the proper way. CDK is not that type of a player that Pioli expects to be the number 10. So he needs to learn how to fit him into the system, or at least modify that position when CDK plays to suit the style of CDK. Also, the players are not trusting him too much. They're not passing the ball sometimes. They're trying to solo. So even for that, he needs time.
Yeah.
But everybody's just, oh, look, CDK didn't pass the ball in a straight line. Oh, he has a bad game.
I think it's a lot to say about. In my opinion, CDK needs to learn what it means playing in Italy as well.
Yeah.
Because as much as people underestimate the Italian league is dodgy. It's
people forget that the Serie A is the most difficult tactical league in the world.
Yeah,
you need a lot of time to adapt to the tactics in Italy.
Yes, and I don't know, man. People think when I defend Diaz, I'm his brother or his agent, but I know how hard is Italian football, man. Especially in those positions, the striker, the number 10, the right wings, the wings. It's tough, man. To play at the level you guys see on highlights on the Dutch league, on the Premier League, on La Liga. To play at that level in Italy, you need to be really experienced player. It's not easy.
Yeah, regarding Diaz, also people forget that he had corona, and when somebody has corona, that can leave a long-lasting impact. Sometimes you need even a year to go back to your old self. So again, Diaz, even if you buy him for 20 million, is a cheap price for that kind of a player, because in today's market for 20 million, you're not getting anything.
We get Krunic for 20 million. It's true. You get Krunic for 20 million.
That's true.
Yeah, but you're lucky. You're lucky if you get a Krunic, because let's not
exactly.
Krunic.
But to
you
talk
might
about
not even get a Krunic.
But to understand what type of level, what type of quality skills you get, you know what I mean? You get your third choice, your good third choice.
And Diaz at least is a very, very good second choice. Not a third choice.
Diaz is a talented player, and Diaz is a player. I realized something. Diaz and Selemakers, man, their personality, they're strong. They're strong. People criticize them. Probably people write incredible things on their social media, and they still keep going. They train hard. They give everything. So
and
they have a strong personality.
And also, people what they forget about Diaz. I don't know if you guys remember, but when we won that Champions League qualification, Diaz was still on. No, he didn't even know that if he gonna get a second loan. He was celebrating like crazy.
Yeah.
While that piece of shit Hakan was not even smiling. So people also forget that.
People forget that he played against Juventus as a starter, number 10, scored a goal, gave an assist, got a fucking penalty. People forget things like this. He played incredibly well against Torino when we won 7-0. That was a key game after losing against Lazio 3-0. People forget things like this. People think, oh, yeah, it's just normal. It's normal to do things like this.
Yeah, just people expect every game to play amazing. If a player plays like, let's say, 2 bad games, so he's not good.
Yeah. Or they think they buy 70, 80 million player is going to be an amazing player. You never know, man. Look at Bremer, the defender of Juventus. Is he an incredible defender? Is he better than Tomori?
Yeah, and what people don't understand, Milan never, even in their highest days, they never spent huge amounts on a player, even when they had the money.
Bremer is looking really average with Juve right now too, bro.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm surprised how he looks very, very bad.
But the thing, I think Bremer would have been good next to Chiellini compared to Bonucci.
Yeah.
The defense is made by the midfield, guys. If the midfield is good at filtering, the defense is gonna perform.
I just feel like Juve lacks leadership. Period. They don't have no leadership, bro. Bonucci to me has never been a good leader.
Yeah, they have zero leaders in the team. Everybody's gone. Is nobody to guide the team.
Because the
Nobody
year
to motivate
Bonucci
them.
came, I think we were actually bad, no?
Oh, Bonucci's shit, man, as a defender.
No, the year he came to Milan, I think we're even worse.
Yeah, we
Even
were
I know
worse.
we end up fifth, but like, God.
Dude, but
That year showed what kind of player Bonucci is. It showed that he cannot be a leader. It showed that he cannot be a captain of a good team, and it showed that the only reason why people consider him a good defender was because he was lucky to play alongside Chiellini and Barzagli.
Yeah, and people really slept on Barzagli, knowing that he was actually that was like the rock of that Juve defense, man. But I don't know. It's I'll give them time, man. At the end of the day, based on the assets we have, I cannot complain really with what's going on with Milan. You know, it's like that's what we're expecting, right? That's what
But
we're expecting. We need to be on, and I don't like what the fans. We're getting really ahead of ourselves. I'm like, bro, 3 years ago, we should have been lucky even if it's fucking still in the Europa League, even if
yeah,
we're qualifying for it. But we're
yeah. But
getting
to be hon-
greedy.
but to be honest, I would be disappointed if this winter Mercato they don't get at least one good player
But we're
because
not
we need.
getting it. We're not getting it. I'll be honest with you. We're not getting that.
I'm hoping with the Champions League qualification, it would give them more money and more ideas, because we need that one more quality player that can help us even in the league, not just the Champions League, because our luck with injuries or our bad luck with injuries.
Yeah,
A-
I
And
agree.
if we have that extra quality player, it would help a lot.
I
At
definitely.
least,
Yeah.
at least, at least get a proper substitution for Benacer, that similar type of player. I would
I
be
Mhm.
ha-
think
I would I
Vrax
would be
Vrax
happy
can
with
be
that.
that player. Vrax can be that player.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he can, but Pioli needs to play him more to try him,
Mm-hmm.
because that duo of Tonali and Pobega is not working in the midfield.
No, I think they need to understand more each other. I think they're not understanding each other in terms of what type of midfielder they are. The moment you understand your limits and your potential, you adapt your game
But I
based on
also
your limit
feel,
and your potential. They're young,
but
they don't understand that.
yeah, but like I also feel that Pobega doesn't cover. I don't think athletically yet. Pobega reminds him of a Tonali first season. He's playing good games. Tobias doing solid games, but he reminds me of Tonali good games because I think his positional awareness and how he covers ground so far is not as efficient, let's say, as a Kissy, right? Right now, Pobega for me in my head is kind of like somebody. He's good to come in at the end of the game to come and close it, come and close the game. You know, last 5 minutes, starting a whole 90. I don't think he's even built. Mind you, he comes from a Judas team, but it comes from a team with like 3 men, midfield. That 2 man midfield, bro, you gotta be a horse. And it hasn't really settled in, but I think he'll get it though. I mean, the kid is only 22. Can't even
Yeah,
really bury him like that. So I think once it kicks in where he's comfortable, he understands the position. Because even sometimes when I see he gets the ball, he doesn't understand position of some of the players or the way they're moving in between compared to a Tonali and all that, and he'll make, his choice in the final third will be really poor when he's forward. But I like him because he has that
yeah,
grinta. And I always like players like that. That's why I like Solid Makers. I like players
yeah,
that just they're ready to burn.
yeah. And Pobega should play a little bit more advanced role in the team. He's not that good to play more defensive game. But when he can play more up front and be close to the opponent area, he can even score some goals.
Pobega is a good player that you have when you're playing against an Inter, let's say in Italy. Like you're just playing fucking rowdy, dirty fucking football.
Yeah,
You have him on there because he's gonna be bullying also people in the midfield because he's a good bully. If you're
yeah,
playing some other team like a Pobega against a Tottenham will be good because he gets to bully some of these playing in the midfield because Tottenham plays are also a dirty game. At a Conte image, like they'll bully you, and we need that sometimes because sometimes on our team we let ourselves get bullied a little bit.
You know who's my favorite bully?
Who?
Kissy.
Yeah, yeah, for sure, yeah, yeah. He's
Cry,
good bully.
cry.
He a good bully. But no, I think that's what's that. But it's his first season. People with the. I don't think it's even fair with players like that, especially when they're young and they ascend. You gotta look where they come from, right? Look at somebody like Pobega. He got loaned all the way to what, third division, bro. He made his stripes, man.
Yeah, no, Pavega will come good. I think especially next year, he's going to be really good. This year he's settling well. I think he's settling pretty well, I would say.
Yeah, for sure. Because it's well, we'll see, man.
Yeah, but first year KC was bullying my mom, no one else. Pobega's first year is doing much better than what KC did his first year at Milan.
Yeah, Kessie had a terrible 3 seasons. The first three seasons, Kessie was.
I disagree. I disagree with that. I thought he was one of our best players, even though he had many technical limits. But Pobega is coming with some good experience already, I think.
My question here is, what's the purpose of Bakayoko, man? He needs to leave then.
Yeah, he's stuck, man. He's stuck.
He almost looks like he's fucking part of Pioli's staff now.
I think no other team wanted to take him, and it's too expensive to cut the loan.
And he's not our player, so send him back like to Chelsea.
Yeah, but you pay penalties for that if you cut the loan too early.
Because all I know he's good for is having fucking iPods in his fucking ears and walking around, pre-game.
Yeah, man,
with his pals.
The mistake with him was that we didn't buy him the season after he was good, and after that he lost continuity, and he's not even the same player anymore.
Yeah, that is true. I think all these players that left that Super Monaco team, the only one that ended up to being good is Mbappe, bro. All of them went to the mud, from Anthony Martial and also Fabinho. But I can't think about all that other player, that sensational Monaco team that made it to the 2017. The ones that made the big move from Anthony Martial, they started to struggle, man. And I think that's one of the things too. Is just they got too overhyped. But Monaco too, they wanted to sell all their players anyways, because it's I don't know. I think also some players are not ready for big moves, man.
And some players are just system players. They're not good for everything.
Or also, if you go to an unstable team, because he also went into that Chelsea team kind of being a little bit unstable when Mourinho left, because he went right after Mourinho left. They're trying to figure their feet in, and obviously they won with Conte the following year, but it was just, I don't know, man. I think he went to Chelsea at the wrong time, at least on his end. But yeah, he almost reminded me of like a Meite type guy now. That dude plays with Cremonese now, man. He's falling really low. Sheesh. That was another guy too. Like, damn. We're just so desperate we made some poor.
That was a desperate transfer.
Yeah, we made some poor choices in the market too, man. When I think about a Mandzukic is what Giroud is right now. That's what we wanted Mandzukic to be. What Giroud's doing.
Yeah.
But he couldn't do it, man. That dude stayed, and he didn't even play. Oh, man. Fuck.
And I said this a couple of times. I'm gonna say it again. If we had Giroud instead of Mandzukic last season, it would have been 2 Scudettos in a row, not 1. Because we were missing on those games that we struggled and Mandzukic was playing. We were missing those goals that Giroud scored last season.
He just wasn't even mobile like that, bro. Damn, that dude was like a stick.
And when we got Mandzukic, I thought he was the perfect player for the Milan team, because he had the similar personalities as the team. But the way he played, I don't know what happened to him.
Yeah, I feel if Modric before Modric renewed, if Modric would have came that year where he was almost about to become a free agent, he was potentially looking at Milan, man, I think that could have also bring us to the next level as well. Because he's a player also that rarely gets injured, and man, with the pieces we have, and even we have like an older Modric and that number 10 role, man, I think we would have been skyrocketing.
Yo, Clint, you were saying something about that Monaco.
No, I said that Monaco. I said all the players that year when they made that semifinal, all these players on that team that year, Only Mbappe is the one that, you know.
But that's always been the case in
And
football,
also
man.
Bernardo Silva, don't forget.
Yes, Bernardo Silva. Yep.
That's always been the case in football, man. That big Valencia team that made it to the Champions League final. Just
Yeah.
one player was good. That
Mendieta.
amazing how's it called? The team that Ballack was playing, they made it to the final against Real Madrid.
Bayer
Just
Leverkusen.
Bayer Leverkusen.
Bayer Leverkusen. Just few players were good. It's all about the system and maybe one exceptional player, and that's it. By the way, I
That's
watched
kind of
that
true.
Monaco against Tottenham. I was at the stadium at Wembley because at that time Tottenham was playing at Wembley because they were building the new stadium. So Champions League games they were playing it at Wembley to make more money as well. And I watched Mbappe live and all these players. So these small teams, when they play well and overperform, is most of the time is the system and one or two exceptional players, not all of them. So you need to be careful when you go and buy those players. That's why I don't trust the Ajax player, the Porto player, the Benfica player,
Well,
the Villarreal
well,
player,
the perfect
because it's all about
team
the
we can
system.
take. Perfect team that we can take example is Atalanta.
Exactly.
Nobody that left from there made a good career.
But I think
Nobody
the people
else
that left
before
from there, they
Kessie.
left at the wrong time. If Zapata would have left like 2 years or a year even after he was blowing up, went to like a semi-good team, he would have been good.
You never know. You never know, man. You never know.
Because
For
look at
example,
Papu Gomez. Papu Gomez already old. Papu Gomez left at the wrong time. There's not much you can really do. You know, that's just what it is. You understand? Like Muriel, that's it for him. After that, he's not gonna get another big move. That's it. You know, he'll be his only good big move will be like, you know, you decide to play on the bench at a Juventus or at an Inter. That'll be his next big move if he accepts that. You know, but he's not gonna go. Nobody's gonna pay big bucks. Then maybe for free they might look at you. You know, but that's it. You know, because they become injury prone and all that stuff, and you get playing in those type of system too, like the Gasperini and all that, bro. You get gassed out. You know, you get gassed out. Sorry, them people. Oh, bro, my neighbor's fucking car is stupid, bro. Oh my god.
You beat him up.
Here we go again.
Vamos!
What do you think?
Can we talk about a big club now?
Man City.
Suey.
What do you think is going to happen if Milan meets Man City?
Oh my god.
No, I think
You guys shouldn't watch the game out of respect.
I think if we meet them, dude, they're gonna make us suffer, bro. They're gonna make us suffer.
It's gonna be ripping. You know, I don't want to be graphic, but let's just say that Milan is gonna get ripped to pieces. Like,
no,
just,
here's what I think. I don't know
what are you talking about?
I think we can. Here's how we upset them.
Antonio told us that PSG is gonna win it easily, the Champions League. So
No.
I never said that. Why would I say that?
I never said that.
I think we can kind of upset Man City if we use that Madrid resilience. Accept where you are and you just kind of hit them on a counter attack, or hit them on some time. If you want to go and try to play, because that's what throws off Pep. One thing I notice about him is once you decide to play unconventional with him to a certain extent. When I mean unconventional, not no dark hearts or anything like that, but you decide to play some archaic type, football. He's thrown off. Because that's not what he's expecting. He's expecting you to do tiki-taka like him or whatever the fuck, and he can rip you to pieces. And that's why I've seen he struggle. That's how he's always struggled.
Milan needs Thomas Tuchel as the coach.
Yeah, because when I look the way Chelsea beat them,
anti-football.
Yeah, then the way Chelsea beat them and during that final, the way Madrid got at them, that's what they did. They weren't playing some crazy like going at them. No, they let them have the ball because they're gonna have the ball. And you just got to be in convention. You got to find ways to, okay, this is how we're going to operate. And our 2, 3 things, we're able to hit. Because go and play football, it's kind of like that Barca back in the days, bro. Like that Barca back in the days. It was so hard. You look at that same Barca, how did Inter beat that Pep Guardiola Barca? And also how did Chelsea beat that Pep Guardiola Barca? right? It's the same way when Chelsea won in 2012 when they went there and Torres scored that last goal, fucking, and then they got so discouraged. They all are playing at the back, man. They're just kicking that fucking shit, not letting them play, and they don't know what to do.
Guys, I don't know if this statistic is true, but I read somewhere that like they calculated the percentages of all the teams that Milan could get, and I'm pretty sure the highest likelihood team is Bayern Munich for us, but I'm not sure. I don't really know like if that's accurate, but that was just one source that I saw. It was like over 20% chance.
It's
That makes
accurate.
a lot of sense.
24%. 24% is accurate.
Yeah, I saw that. And then Man City is like a 18% chance.
Yeah.
What's
It's gonna
up,
happen, guys. There is a lot of chance that we get Man City or or Bayern.
At that point, just accept. Well, maybe Bayern is different, but if you we get Man City, just expect a nice elimination. But
What about
Yo,
let's think. What
Anwar
about
is
don't
here,
even
guys,
get
by the
your
way.
hopes up.
What's
Don't get your
up, man?
hopes. Don't get your
What's
hopes
up, my man?
Yeah.
How's everyone?
All good. Happy.
Good.
What do you
Champions
think about a Napoli? What do you think about a Napoli against a PSG?
That'd be
I feel-
fun. I
That'd be a good
don't
game.
think Napoli.
I think Napoli wins that one.
I think Napoli has an advantage there.
I mean, they play better.
Depends on who plays first. Like if you play Napoli first or if you play Parc des Princes first.
Because the thing, even if they play a Parc des Princes or whatever it is, it's just like the way PSG is set up. Once they put that top three up there, if they're not finding solutions, but they're not going to be out there defending. You're going to have
But
to
it's not just those three. It's also like Choupo-Moting, all these other
Choupo-Moting's at
guys.
Bayern, bro.
What's up, Bayern?
Oh yeah. Sorry. Who's the guy who they bought in the midfield? He's doing great now.
Who, Vitinha?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, you can have Vitinha, but what happens? You factor out three players. They're not going to be working off the ball, bro. You're in a disadvantage. That's why people are still not rating PSG to win the Champions League. Because
I think they can win it, bro.
I'm betting on Man City or
We're not
PSG
saying-
this season.
No, Roy, we're not saying they can win, but compared to like teams, let a PSG meet a Messi is going to beat them.
I think Napoli
defensively, don't you see them better this year? Like Thiago Silva, Ramos, Marquinhos. Sorry, not Thiago Silva. Yeah, with Ramos and
They're
Marquinhos
still
in
showing
the
the
back.
same signs from last year, bro.
They're conceding a lot of goals.
I don't think so. Like
They are.
I saw.
They are. No, I watched them.
They're
They
conceding
are.
a lot of goals.
They still are.
But they
because,
scored
the
a lot
front
as well.
three- You gotta understand. This is not football
Yeah.
from back in the days, man. It's like it's a total football.
I know modern football for sure.
But against a Napoli, you
They're gonna suffer. If
You
they
have
play
to.
Napoli,
You got to close them down.
But who
Napoli's-
do you think has a better defense, PSG or Napoli?
Napoli
right now has
I
a
don't
better
agree with
defense,
that,
bro.
guys. I agree with the fact that
In general, Napoli is a much more.
maybe in terms of form right now, Napoli is better, but in terms of intrinsic
Even with the
potential,
quality, boss. Even with
I
the
think quality is more with PSG.
Listen, Osimhen and the Vishka to be able to even guard them. Tell me on PSG because they have speed. Ramos, is not in his prime,
Ramos
my boy.
will know how to mark a player like Osimhen for sure. I
Mm.
think he can definitely mark him.
Not in a space. Not in a space.
No, I know. Like if they utilize the counters and play on speed, have Kvara and Osimhen relay on speed, then yeah, maybe they have a better chance. But if they play like the way they play right now, position type football, maybe they will struggle a bit.
But
That's my own opinion, guys.
And against PSG, you are going to play a high line because PSG is going to play a high line. So when Napoli gets the ball back, they're going to attack right away.
Well,
and that's
the PSG coach is a smart one, you know. Like he's a sassy coach. Like he adapts to opponents.
he's not playing though. He's not the one playing.
Yeah, but
I know. But he will probably wait for them, or like he would not be playing what you would probably
He is,
be
but
expecting.
okay. But I know. Go back and watch their game. Go back and watch the PSG game against Benfica, for example, right?
Yeah, but
You look at
Benfica and
it-
Porto, sorry, Clint, but Benfica Porto qualifies both first of their groups.
No, that's what I'm
Which
saying.
is-
But no, I said go watch PSG against Benfica. PSG Benfica. You even look at that alone. You understand? And
Yeah.
and PSG was also like Benfica was not standing dormant the way because you gotta understand.
But Benfica is a hard opponent. Do you think
it goes down
we have
the
a
way
chance
PSG
against them, Clint? To be honest, like this Milan right now, do you think we can beat Benfica home and away?
No, I didn't say that. I said that.
No, I'm not. I'm just asking you right now, like, because I think
yes, for sure.
a lot of people think Benfica, Porto are not so big, but I think they.
No,
play great football.
bro. If you were here earlier, I said that's the team I do not want to meet.
Yeah, same, man. Like, I don't want to meet these teams. To
You
be
think
honest.
we can beat them at the San Siro?
I don't know. We didn't last year, Roy.
Guys, but Benfica
Okay,
and Porto
okay.
are sell.
But this
Sorry,
is
guys,
today.
but
It's today. It's
Benfica and Porto are
12
gonna
months
sell
after.
their most valuable player in January. That is a fact. You will see that.
I don't think so.
That is.
I don't think so. They wait for summer to have the best bargain.
Porto sold Diaz in January to Liverpool, and
Well,
went
they had
out of the
100 mil on the
Champions League.
table. Of course, they will sell.
Well, but they're gonna sell, man, because all these teams like Newcastle, Liverpool, they want to improve because they have big achievement to do. So they're gonna sell, man.
But going back to the thing, I just think is gonna come down. The way you beat PSG is who's doing what off the ball. If you're gonna have Neymar and Mbappe, you understand, with Messi not working off the ball, they're gonna suffer against a team like Napoli. Because Napoli, everybody's off the ball. These guys just not up there. You know, they all have.
To bring it back to Milan, Clint, I want to ask you, like, are you satisfied with our defense so far?
I mean, we're having, but the only thing is like we don't have all our guys. Calabria is
I'm speaking mainly. Let me refocus it. I will speak mainly about Tomori Kalulu.
I'm not satisfied with Tomori right with what he's doing now. I'm not.
And Kalulu?
I'm satisfied with Kalulu is doing. He's doing what he's supposed to be doing. I think Tomori is messing up more.
I don't think the problem is in the defense. I think
their problem is the World Cup. I think both of them want to be present there, and the fact that they're not going,
what I'm seeing,
I think it's fucking with them.
Listen, what I'm seeing that is hurting the team is that when we don't have the ball, and we usually, instead of sitting in a line, we send the players out to press, and we get played out a lot. Like, so when we send out players to press, we leave a lot of space. And then it's a one-on-one versus the defenders. Now, last year, we had Kessie, and Kessie was helping us do that kind of defending containment much better, much more effective.
Yeah, he was able to clean up the mess.
Roy, don't you think Tonali was actually doing more last year?
No, it's all three of them. You have Kessie, Tonali, and Benacer, who are all three of them working hard.
You know what I see? I think the trio of Tonali, Kalulu, Tomori is not working as good as last year. There is something missing there.
Let me tell you what's also missing.
Kessie is missing. I'm telling you.
Kessie, no, that's one thing. But for this year in particular, also the presence. Maignan also organizes the defense from the back. He's not there.
Definitely.
He's not there.
Maignan also gets a lot of trouble out of the way. Like, rather than having a risky situation, he will just go out and catch.
Because Maignan, if you pay attention, Maignan will organize the defense and even some of the midfield because he'll be yelling. He's a bit shy.
Guys, but the midfield space where the midfielders leave.
Yep.
That's a problem.
Yep. Because that's true. Because last year when we used to play that high line, Kessie will stay back.
But
now we got ball players, they all go up. He'll stay back.
But sorry, one last thing. Even when we defended deep, Kessie won a lot of balls in front of the box. Like every game, he won a lot.
But he did a lot of mistakes too, Roy. I think it was like
he did a lot of mistakes. But this year, I see our midfield leave a lot of space to the defenders.
No, I would definitely give you that. Against Torino, I think Torino
and against Salzburg too. Against Salzburg.
Yeah, Salzburg a bit less, but Torino, midfield was absent at all.
When we have Krunic, it's a little bit better, I think. When we have Krunic, it's a little bit
better. But the midfield was leaving space to Atletico Madrid, was leaving space to Fiorentina, to Sassuolo,
but now
to a lot of other teams the year before.
Inter,
and Kessie was there.
Most of the possession
but Kessie was helping much more. Like, we would win more balls in the midfield.
So why do you think the team was having those issues with Kessie in the pitch?
But we have more.
I want to ask Roy this though. Like, don't you think that Kalulu and Tomori by then they were intercepting so much of the ball that they just canceled these situations before we got?
No, I think Kessie helped. Kessie's positioning helped them.
I think for
me, it made it easier for them. Kessie made it easier for them.
I think Kalulu is doing a bit of mistakes here and there. He's not so bad, but I don't see him as good as last year.
Take Gattuso. Sorry, Anwar, take Gattuso out of Italy's 2016.
Our best recovery. No, sorry, our best recovery ball is Benacer, it's not Kessie.
Okay, but Gattuso's
that's
role,
what I wanted to go to.
Gattuso's
Like, I think
role-
Tonali Benacer did that more than Kessie last year. I think Kessie was more charged with going up front.
Guys, I asked this again earlier. It's a very simple question. Is our team better when it's Tonali, Kessie, Benacer, or Tonali, Benacer, CDK? It's a very
Why
easy
you put
question.
CDK? Put Diaz.
Or
Put
Diaz, yeah, sure, or Diaz.
I prefer more with Diaz.
We concede more goals.
Sorry, Roy, 70 minutes, Inter
I agree more with Laird
and they
here,
were
to be
winning 1-0. Diaz comes in, puts more pressure and more pressing in that position, and you're winning 2-1 in 15 minutes. You're creating chances.
Well,
fucking Çalhanoğlu and Brozovic were doing whatever they wanted with Kessie in that position.
All I'm saying is this: that if
you're not replying to this.
If we are playing PSG and Man City, you give
we're
that
losing
space.
Anyway. We're losing
you don't
anyway,
need to
even
lose.
with Kessie.
You don't need to lose. You give that space to Messi. Okay, he's going to score. He's going to.
Kessie is gonna give that space to Messi because he gave it to Trent Alexander-Arnold against. Yes, he gave it to Trent Alexander-Arnold against Liverpool. Yes, he
Right,
did.
I don't agree with you fully here. I think Kessie does some
man.
defensive work, but I don't see him as our best defensive midfielder. I think, as Majeddin said, Kessie was playing calm a lot of the game, so we were not really relying on him to actually stop the ball in front of the defense.
No, because it's the thing is like having him.
This
but hold on, you guys don't understand what I'm saying. Having him,
I get it.
Having
I
him does not mean
when he covers for Theo and when he.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that it's his personal stats are getting better. It means everybody's stats are better.
Yeah, but not with Inter.
Maybe he adds more physicality.
We won against Inter. We beat Inter. We beat Inter last year.
Yeah, but until he was in the pitch,
he gave them a penalty.
Was doing whatever they wanted. We didn't create one chance until he was in the pitch.
We won with Kessie as a titolare, guys. I don't know what.
But did he give them a penalty back then?
No.
Okay, so okay, all right. So let's say, are we going to go there now, lad? You really want to go there? He wasn't a titular. He wasn't in the starting.
No, he was. He played the first game when we won.
And we play like shit.
No, but Kessie was probably the worst player on that game, Roy. No, he gave Hakan the
throughout the season. Kessie was an integral part of our team. What do you guys even? It's not
Roy. No one is saying no to that. No one is saying no, but you are saying something that is not true when you say. Roy, you're saying fake.
Admit it,
dude. It's fake news because we were shit with Kessie as well. We lost games that we should not supposed to lose with Kessie in that midfielder. You are saying.
Yeah. And
so
this year, with everybody getting
it's
better.
Not true.
Kessie, if we had a Kessie in the team, we would be more solid.
We had Kessie. We had Kessie in the pitch. We had Kessie. Roy, we had Kessie in the pitch.
I'm not going to engage fantasy conversations.
This is not fantasy conversation. I'm giving you the games. Liverpool twice. Kessie was in the pitch. We lost.
Mamma mia, non mi fotta un cazzo di quello che è successo 2 anni fa, porca troia.
1 year ago.
I don't give a fuck about what happened there. I don't care about today. Why don't you talk about the last 7 days of the campionato, not the beginning of the campionato?
Well, because we're not at the last 7 days. No, Roy,
that's
we're
when
not
we were more solid.
Roy, we're not at the last 7 games of the campionato.
In fantasy,
no, you are in fantasy because we're not on the last 7 games of the campionato. I'm comparing the same part of the season. You are saying bullshit.
Same part of the season, Kessie won us a game against
Kessie was losing balls.
He won us the game against Atletico Madrid. He won us again. Why don't you talk about the game where he won us the game against Atletico Madrid?
If you want to play this game. Messi scored the goal.
But who gave him the assist, Larry? Who gave him the assist?
Well done, man. I'm not going to put him...
So listen, the team was more solid with Kessie.
Roy, what about the other 5 games?
How do you solve the issue this season? Like, forget
Roy,
Kessie.
what about against Porto twice? What about against Liverpool
defend
twice?
More conservatively. You don't listen to ideologues like Laird, who has his agenda.
No,
Anti-Kessie agenda.
You defend more conservatively. It's not a Kessie agenda. You're saying that our team was better, and I'm giving you examples that our team was weak.
Did I say better or did I say more solid?
Still wrong. It was not solid. We
It
were losing
was.
against
It was more
Fiorentina,
solid.
Sassuolo.
It
We
was
were
more
losing against
solid.
It
Napoli.
was 50-50.
We were
Some
losing.
games
It
it
was.
was
more
good, some other
solid.
games it
It's
was
not
bad.
more solid.
was
It
more
was not
Take
solid.
it
more.
that way.
Like, do you want to go to numbers? Should we do the numbers game?
Go and do
But
the numbers.
Roy,
Oh, let's
Go and
do
do
the
the
numbers.
numbers.
Let's do the
Roy,
numbers.
Go and do
out
the
of all
numbers.
the
Let's do the numbers.
midfielders last year, who were the best three
No,
midfielders?
Anwar. From the first part
I
of the
don't care
season,
who
look
the
at the
best
goals we
one.
conceded.
No,
Look at
it's
the
not
goals
about
we
who's
were
the best one.
conceding.
No,
Dude, we
I
conceded.
know. He did a lot of
And
mistakes, a lot
Roy,
of placement
Kessie,
mistakes, a lot of
Anwar,
position mistakes.
I'm not
Kessie
gonna
was
buy
in the
this.
pitch,
I'm
and
not
we
gonna buy
conceded
this.
4
This
goals
is your
against
anti.
Fiorentina.
This is
I know.
It's
because
not my
I'm
anti,
not
man.
gonna buy
You
your anti
you are
bullshit
selling
here.
smoke to people.
No,
That
no,
team was
you're
more
just
solid
being
to
a
see.
tifoso. Say
The
un
numbers,
tifoso, boss. I don't give a
Roy, the
fuck.
numbers say
I
the
don't give a
opposite. We were
shit.
not a solid team. We
Okay.
conceded 3 goals against Sassuolo,
Alright.
4 goals against
Yeah,
Fiorentina.
yeah.
We lost almost all the games in Champions
But,
League. We were
Okay.
conceding a lot of goals in that part of
but
the
here,
season.
Laird,
Yeah,
So
you're
sorry,
not
man.
saying
let's
you're not
compare.
saying
Let's do the
also Laird.
comparison.
You're not saying
Let's
it
do
was
the comparison.
Kessier's fault. You're just saying that with Kessier, we were not that great as well. We
We were
were
not
still
so
conceding a
solid.
lot of.
No,
I
but
agree
we
We're
with
were
not the
that.
more
best defense.
solid. God damn
We
it!
were
It's a very
complaining about
we're
the
more
defense.
solid.
At this
I
moment
don't
of the
agree with
season,
that
we were
fully,
complaining
to be
about the
honest with
defense.
you. Like I watched all of Milan games. I
Yeah,
watched
me
Kessier
too. Yeah,
play.
me too. Do you think I don't
I would
watch him?
agree with you the season
What-
before, the season when we didn't
If we
qualify.
played the first half against Salzburg, if we play like that against Man City or PSG or Bayern, we are losing 4-0 in the first half.
No, but Roy, what I'm saying is that 2 years ago, I agree with you. Kessier was
talk about
probably the
today,
most phenomenal midfielder in Serie A. But last year, I think he dropped a lot, to be honest. Let's be very frank here.
Bruh, did we not win this season? Are you forgetting this?
No,
Was Kessier not integral to that team?
I'm not
What the
discussing.
hell are
I'm
you talking
discussing.
about?
I'm discussing the fact that Kessier
Was he
at
integral to
some
the team?
point
Yes or no?
was costing the team as well as
We
making
did not
the team
replace
win.
Kessier. We did not replace Kessier, guys.
I agree with that.
Live with
No,
that.
I agree.
Just live with that.
I'm not
And I
disagreeing
can see
with that.
why. I can see it. I can see it on the field.
But I still think that it's not just Kessier. I think Benasser Tonali this season, Benasser is probably the better midfielder this season. Tonali, for me, has dropped a lot, either defensively or going forward.
But when you have Kessier next to him, they all play better, my man. This is what I'm trying to say.
But Kessier is some.
If
like,
Tonali
even
has
Tonali
CDK,
played better.
Krunic, or Diaz next to him, of course he's going to struggle more.
But the thing is, I would agree with that. 2 years ago, I saw that on the pitch. Last year, I didn't see that, to be honest with you, man. I'm just being very frank with what I saw.
Maybe Tonali right now is not at his full peak. Maybe he's going to get there.
That's what I'm seeing more. That's what I relate to more in this team. When I see Tomori doing the silly mistake, Tonali not even there. He's just waiting somewhere next to the throw line, and that's for me the reason why we're getting these goals and missing Mignon in the line.
I don't agree with that. I think it's because we allow our opponents to play too simple because they have so much space to play in.
But I think they had space last year.
I don't think so. I think it was less.
No, I don't think we had a lot of possession compared to other teams. We were like mostly close to 50 or somehow. The best possession game would be like around 65 or 60. It's not like we were that dominating on the pitch.
We disagree on this. I'm sorry. I think that I can see why we don't have. I can see the difference in the team with a Kessier and without.
But I agree with you on the fact that we were more solid by the second part of the season. The first part we were still doing a lot of mistakes, even with Romagnoli there, and until we started playing Tomori Kalulu, that actually turned out to be the best pair, and we started having the clean sheets, the run of clean sheets actually. So for me, that duo with Mignon and Tonali in front of them, it's like you have these 4 pillars that actually make sure you don't get a goal scored on you.
But it's not just the defenders, dude.
I know it's not just them. It's also Calabria and Theo and that.
I know it's the midfielders. It's
also Krunic and Leao doing the pressure and Giroud pressing the goalkeeper to throw it in the middle. And I agree with the whole. But
if these guys are not helped,
more on the detail here.
But if nobody helps Tomori, because the guy that is playing against Tomori has all the space in front of him, of course Tomori is going to be more difficult for Tomori.
No, but I think Tomori, in terms of like the one-on-one, forgets that we're leaving space. Many times last year, we saw him on one-on-one situations. He lost some of them, but won most of them. This year, I think he lost most of them. And won few of them.
I don't know. That's you gotta prove that. You can't just.
I know I gotta prove it with numbers, but just based on the feeling itself, I think even the chat can feel somehow that Tomori and Kalulu are not their best this season. and that's why we're getting so many goals. Like silly mistakes
I
against
don't.
Chelsea, like against.
Form comes and goes. Like he's still playing at a high level. Maybe he's not
Of
playing at his
course,
best level, but does
I'm
that
not
mean he's gonna
discussing this
not?
one.
He's probably going to finish with a high form, most likely. You don't think so? You think it's done? He's
They're
over.
too young to
The
actually
player's done.
predict. No, but I think it's too. Like if they did this for 3 years, then probably we would say, oh, now they're just out of form. Probably by January they'll be so good. But because we had this for like 15 games, it's still a gamble in itself. You get my point?
Well, I don't see it that way. I think we've done really well. We've
Well,
won.
of course, I trust our players. I'm not saying we shouldn't.
Almost every game that we play.
But I'm just saying we don't have that certitude yet, or certainty that this is going to turn out as we expected fully. But to come back to the point where I think Pioli should start doing something more with the middle, try different things with the middle, because
I think he should be more conservative.
Either conservative or try to do something different with the wings, rely on 2 wings rather than 4 of them, and have more people in the middle. Probably you can try a few things, and I think he should think about a plan B that actually works, because his plan B so far, sometimes they work, but I think they work mainly because of the individual like quality of that player. Sometimes, like you have Diaz coming in and he does a solo run to get you a goal. I don't see that mainly as a tactical approach, but mostly as the quality of the player that made the difference. And I want him to actually do more with the runs, with the train. You can see as a coach yourself, when a team has habits, you see that on the pitch.
Yeah,
even with the plan B.
The habits that I'm seeing right now are
it's just leaving space, being out of focus many times during the game.
But it's because when our opponents come into our own half, instead of defending, everybody does zonal defending. They all go and press the players. They go press the second pass, the third pass, and then they press the carrier of the ball.
He's definitely going for high pressure. He's trying the Liverpool model.
I'm not talking about high press. I'm talking about inside our own half.
Oh, okay. They run after the ball more.
They run after the ball, and they run after the second pass and the third pass, and they leave a lot of space in the middle. But if you're playing against Verratti, like that's his bread and butter.
He wants you to do that. Actually,
he wants you to do that. And then Messi's going to be in that open space.
It's not just Verratti, it's Cruz, it's Fabinho,
Modric,
all these guys. They want you to come at them and run after the ball.
Exactly. So with Kessie, I'm saying it was easier to play that kind of game because Kessie helped the team do that better. But this year,
do you think he's coming back?
No, I don't know. I think he just should be more conservative. That's it.
No, but in January, because there's a lot of rumors are saying he's unhappy in Barca. He's not playing.
I don't think so.
He wants to leave.
Yeah, that's what they've been saying. But his agent came and said no, that they're good over there, because then again the reason why Kessie is not stressing too much either. There's not really no national competition that's going on, so I think he's gonna take as much time as he can at Barcelona.
If he's not playing right now, Clint. This is his peak, like in terms of age.
I know, but the thing is, he doesn't. And hear me out. That's what I'm trying to say is the only reason why he would try to push a move is if our national team was qualified for the World Cup and he wants to start, because there is competition within our team.
That's true.
So right now they're taking it slow. There's no African Cup of Nations in January either to be like, yo, I want to move. So he's gonna take his time and wait until he get his chance. So that plays a big factor when players try to leave, because they want to start in whatever competition. The next African Cup of Nations is in the Ivory Coast. It's not now.
What if he stays, man? Like, let's think about it like rationally. Let's say that Kessie stays. Do you think Barca are not getting new midfielders? Barca is always getting midfielders.
Yeah, but that's on him. But the thing is, you gotta understand the prestige from where he's from. And you as an African, some people even just being there.
I know, like Madrid, Barcelona, they have that kind of
but then at the end of the day, he doesn't really care, because he knew about that before he went. You understand? Like, he knew they still had like a freaking what's his name was there? The young.
Would you take him, Clint, if it's possible in January? Like, let's say 15 million or something.
He's not gonna move.
No, but
Milan. He's gonna look stupid.
Question. No, we're not being realistic here. Would you actually take him back if it's possible?
I'll take him. Why not?
I will.
You need him. I'll take him.
No, this is why I agree more with Roy, because I think KCA is one of the pillars of this team.
Yeah, I'll take it.
One of the things I watched lately is a long ass interview of
But I
Kalulu.
think if he comes back, he definitely they're gonna offer him $3 million because now you playing.
Oh, I'm gonna send you this interview of Kalulu, 1 hour in French, and basically what they speak about is who are the people who helped you in the team, like when you came.
Of course,
here.
it's gonna be Kessie. I mean, you know.
And he said it's not just me. Everyone, like Francophone, was looking up to Kessie. Everyone who speak French before Giroud came in, before Maignan came in as well. And Kessie was actually like that godfather kind of figure in the team
because he's old. That's why.
Besides old, he's been through shit with Milan.
Yeah, I know.
So he knows the bad part. He knows the good part.
Yeah, he's been in Italy
I want
for
players
a while.
like that.
Don't forget, you know, he's been in Italy for a while. Casey only speaks Italian. He doesn't even speak Spanish. Last time they asked him when Xavi was speaking to him, he only speaks Italian. Doesn't even.
He does speak French though, English, I guess. So
no, his French is not that good either. His French is not that good.
Really?
No.
Oh, he's Ivorian, man.
Yeah, but it's not that good though. Not because he comes from the Ivory Coast means he speak good French. That's why he's shy. He doesn't give a lot of interviews.
Wait, in Ivory Coast, French isn't French like a second language or something? Like that?
It's the main language. No, it's the main. It's the main. But you gotta understand, a lot of these players when they don't go to school, and you know, Anwar, you know,
their French is not like
if you didn't go to school, like you know, French or that far, you're not gonna be eloquent when you speak. So when you hear Mbappe, these guys are not like the way Drogba is good at speaking. If
even
you hear like
Ribéry,
Yaya Touré speaking French, like when Yaya Touré goes on, his French is not that good either.
Yeah, Ribéry was a total joke for French guys.
Yeah,
because of his French.
Yeah, Ribéry's
and
French.
When he studied actually German, because he never studied French, but he had the chance to study German.
Oh, French.
And he speaks perfect German.
He didn't speak French.
Ribéry. He didn't speak good French.
He does, but his French is not like eloquent, as Clint said.
Yeah,
like grammatically, there is so many mistakes.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like Cassano is like that.
Exactly, that kind of thing. So, but when he learned German, because he went to Bayern and had to study German, so which he did not do with French, his German in interviews and even the players, they say we don't understand what they make fun of him in France because of his French, because his German is perfect. But people need to understand that he never had a chance to study
and
French.
Roy, and the way you start catching these players is when they're invited on these big TV sets to like discuss about the game. And they're really a bit shy, and it's not even because they're interview shy. They just don't even have the proper words, and you're like, "Yo, what the fuck?" Like, you know, they just the way they even describing it.
But you know what took me in that interview is that Kalulu gave a lot of credit to Kessie. He said that Kessie actually helped us so much. People don't really realize that, but he was there for us when things were not going our way. He was talking to us. It's not just him, also Benacer. He said both of them always came to him and said, "You got this, even though you're not playing, you're gonna be with us sometime soon." Like they saw in him a future titulare.
Yeah, I mean that's anywhere, right? When you go, you find a crop of people that are from African descent, because Kalulu's from African descent. The Benacer, you're gonna create that bond. That's anywhere.
Especially coming from France, you know, they have that kind of
they're gonna and that French language bonds all of that. You know, from what's crazy is like Theo and Benacer, they played at the youth level for France.
Yeah,
together. So
they're not that kind of amazing friends, though, but they still are good in the pitch. Or
no, of course.
But listen, I have a question. I mean, is it Kessie? Like, when is Barcelona really going to move on to a midfield with a Kessie? Like,
I don't think so. That's the thing. I think they're gonna go with the Pedri and the Spanish guys.
They're gonna go with that kind of football
because that's what the fans want. Like their fans, they want to watch Pedri, not Kessie.
I don't understand why Kessie wants to stay in this club. Like, what does he want to achieve? Like, they're not going to like change their philosophy of football.
You know what?
Maybe he had a dream of playing in.
It's the dream, right? And that's what I was trying to get at. It is a dream because Yaya Touré really led a lot of guys on. They saw Yaya Touré wear that fucking jersey.
Yaya Touré was like a baller.
And exactly, you're right. And all these guys, when they go there, you ask them, it's like, "Oh, I went there because of my idol," or such and such. It's same as Lukaku looked up to Drogba. That's why he said he wanted to go back to Chelsea or such and such. So they get in, and it doesn't mean you're gonna fit. You know, there's one thing having a dream, and then there's one thing do you fit that system? And what's coming out of Barcelona camp is what? Oh, yeah, he doesn't. You know, he doesn't. Again, he's adapting to the Barcelona style of play. But I'm like, yo, because he is more of a Premier League type, rugged player. That whole passing going around, because he's meant to bully people. And Barca does need somebody as profile.
He's not a La Liga type of player.
You know, yeah, but Barca
He's like
kind of
Premier League, Serie A.
But hey, again, Xavi's also he's new, bro. That's his first professional team in Europe. You understand? So there's a lot of moving around pieces. So he came in the middle of a mess, man. But that was his choice. So he needs to live in it. You're gonna get the bench, you get the bench. So that's just what it is because they can't. Why do you think Piqué decides to retire in the middle of the season? They can't pay him, and people are not understanding that. No player just takes a game mid-season like, oh, I'm gonna just stop. He doesn't have no injury. There was a money problem because I think he didn't get paid last year or some stuff like that was going on. They have to stop because they didn't qualify for the Champions League. I mean, to go forward, and they need all that money. So I think they're gonna be moving a lot of players. I know Barca's gonna be selling soon for sure, but I don't know. But if we can get Kessie, it's definitely gonna be for a cheaper price, and I'm pretty sure he's gonna have to accept it if he wants to still play at the higher level. But who knows? Yeah, it's interesting because all that I look at De Jong, like his form dropped a little bit too, man. He's not even performing as much. It's a weird team, but yeah, Kessie, I do miss the guy, especially for PKs, man. Oh boy, oh man, that penalties, it's such a good penalty taker, man.
Hey, listen, I have a question for you guys. I want to know what you guys think.
Besides the strikers,
so listen, since
don't you think Giroud is a bit better though?
When what?
In terms of penalty?
Nah, Kessie, bro. Kessie is a good penalty taker, man.
On taking the penalties for Giroud, 100% so far. He didn't miss.
Yeah, but Kessie been shooting penalties for a long time. His ratio is insane since Atlanta.
Sure, I agree with you. I agree.
Yeah,
I get, but I think Giroud is already doing the job so far, to be honest. And a lot of people have been giving a lot of shit for Giroud. I want to say that we did probably one of the best transfers in Serie A for the last 2 years with Giroud. He's not the guy who's going to score you 40 goals, but he does a lot of work inside the training, outside the training, in the game, outside the game. He's a dude that I really like in terms of athleticism, to be honest.
It looks like he's starting again.
He is, and even Salomakers said so. Like he said some stuff about Giroud. He said that Ibra is like the aggressive father or like the aggressive parent, and Giroud is kind of the caretaker of the group. Like he goes and asks questions of the players and talks to them about the game after the game. And I think it's very important. People don't see that. Like he does not need to do that. I don't think Lewandowski does that with Barca kids. So to have that kind of players in the squad is also what helps to push this team. And I think the last game showed that. If he gets some rest, he can deliver.
But why do you think? I mean, I saw a probable formation, and the game is tomorrow, by the way. So
yeah,
he's. It looks like he's starting again. Like, what's going on with Origi? Like, is Origi a football player? Like, what's going on with Origi?
I think he's okay, but I think Giroud right now works better for this Milan. If you're playing Origi, you're taking a gamble when you have Giroud who got you 2 goals and 2 assists in the last game.
I don't think Pioli wants to disrupt chemistry. I think that's why I feel like the Tio and all these guys are not even playing. I think it's from a chemistry-based purposes.
Yeah.
I think they want to
change something that's winning.
I think they're ready. I think they just don't want to disrupt it at all.
Yeah. Maybe he's going to rest him for the next game, I think.
Yeah.
I think for me, Origi should be Leao sub. Because if we're going to be playing now Rebic on the right, I think Origi should focus on that.
The probable formation said that Leao, Diaz, Messias. I don't know.
I agree with that. I think they're the most informed players so far with Giroud.
Yeah? You think so?
Yeah.
So the probable formation said Kalulu, Gabbia, Tomori, Theo, Tonali, Benacer.
That's the thing. Why does he play Gabbia so much right now?
I think he wants to rotate Kjaer.
But Kjaer just played 1 game so far. Like he played the Champions League. He didn't play the Torino game.
But he played the game before.
But then you also gotta put Gabbia in confidence, bro. He scores a goal. They need to
I
be
get it,
rewarded.
but we just lost to Torino, man. We need a more solid defense.
No,
we need a
but
clean sheet.
dude, we're meant to lose these games. I'd rather lose to Torino now and get
But
all
I get it.
Torino, guys.
I'm not saying we should not lose, but
No, but listen,
right, if
guys.
you just lost and you lost because you couldn't keep a clean sheet, we couldn't keep a clean sheet.
But
so far.
Torino,
But that doesn't mean he needs to get dropped because just
But
because of that
listen,
one thing.
guys.
I'm not saying
The
drop.
Torino
I'm saying
game
play
is
this,
an
like, don't
outlier.
disrupt the chemistry as well.
The
Keep the
Torino's
defense.
an outlier though, because he prepared the Torino game thinking about the Champions League game.
And that's wrong.
Well, but he had to, because he did the right thing to rest
I think you can
Giroud.
still win both games.
He did the
In
right
modern
thing.
football.
Oh yeah, sure, I agree with that.
So that's what my point is. I think he's reading of Torino game. I think Juric is a phenomenal coach, man.
No. Okay, but he had to rest the players for the Champions League game. I thought he did
But
well.
besides resting, like you saw how Juric eat him
Yeah,
up in
Juric
the
is
midfield,
good.
man.
Right.
He just
yeah.
he
And
ate
that's
up
why
the whole tactics of Milan.
And that's why I'm saying he needs to be more conservative now. He has to change a little bit.
I think
Otherwise-
that's what should have happened in Torino game, because
I agree.
think Juric
I agree.
outclasses him in terms of tactics.
I agree
Listen,
with that.
I love Pioli. I love the fact that he's our champion. He's our dude. But I think Juric, in terms of tactical approach, understanding the game, I think he's a phenomenal coach. I think the team that fits him the most will probably be Juve. And I think if he goes there, he's going to be big trouble for all of us. So that's what
That's a good point. Yeah.
I see this coach as probably the next winner of after Pioli.
I see him going to Juve.
I think that's the best destination for him. Or Inter, maybe after
The fact that he's at
Inzaghi.
Torino kind of makes it hard.
That's the thing. Like being in Torino, maybe will stop it from going to Juve directly. But he will
But
probably end up
I
in
can
Inter.
see it. I can see him. He plays the Juve style a little
Because
bit.
if this year Inter does not win, let's say Inter does not achieve anything, I think Inter is in big trouble as well. They're gonna be the new Barca of this league. Just struggling with money, struggling to find an investor, struggling to sell the players because they're so old. And the ones that are willing to sell, they're the best players, the youngest, are Barella and Martinez. I don't know. I think
Well, he's a good candidate. I agree. But no,
think
listen,
it's
sorry.
a good season for us to keep going for the second title. I think Napoli will
I totally
definitely
agree.
drop, right?
I
think
totally
Napoli
agree.
cannot continue with this with 11 players.
But
like let's say even 13, 15 players. They cannot keep up this type of football.
But I think his rotations were correct. I did like his rotations. His rotations were correct.
In the Torino game, I wouldn't agree with that, right?
I would because
I would have played Rebic in that game.
Because for me it was more important the next game. The next game was the most important game, one of the most important games of the season. So the fact that he rested the team that was going to play there, or parts of the team that was going to play there, I totally agree with that decision. And this is something Ancelotti used to do a lot.
But Ancelotti had a reason for that. Most of the players, they were past 30, which makes sense.
No, he used to do that in 2003, 2004, 2005.
But even in 2003, a lot of players were aging. Like they were 29, 31, 32. Like not just like
Giroud is 36,
Leao.
man.
No,
Giroud
I
is
get you.
36.
No, I'm
Kjaer
not-
is 32. Kjaer is 32.
But these are just the exception of the team. We are still the youngest team in Serie A.
Okay,
So,
but he rotated Giroud. He rotated Kjaer. He rotated.
For me, I would have
Benacer.
started.
He rotated
This is how I
Benacer.
see it, Roy. Maybe I would have lost the game too if he started with my approach. My approach would be to start in 11, go for the win. By halftime, you do the subs.
I wouldn't have done that. No.
And what I see more of Pioli is that he starts with the rotation, and when he gets in trouble, he allows Leao to go in.
He took out Leao in the second half.
I
I
get
think
it.
that was a good choice.
I don't agree with that. I would
Yeah.
have kept him for 15 more minutes, get me a
I-
goal, then off you go.
I would have tried to win the game, but the rotations for me were more important.
Yeah,
than
because
winning
I
the
know
game.
you gotta understand too. We're in a like a really weird season. That 15-minute you talk about, you gotta go, and then he goes injured. Does that what's in terms of trade off when you look at the significance?
No, you said, of course you're taking a risk,
but
but
you
he
gotta
could have.
understand what's Milan
but
Milan's
Clint,
objective. Is it to get out the group and get that money, or because
No,
getting
no,
out
but
the
listen
group?
to me, Clint.
Get-
This is what I see also. Like, this is for me not a good point because he could have got injured in the first half. So we cannot just say he would be injured in those 15 minutes because he could be injured at any
Yeah,
minute.
but at that point, you're losing the game, and the season is still long. Whatever. But you
Yeah,
have
he
the
can
most.
afford to lose this game.
You have the most important game, literally, of the season coming up. But this game that we won 4-0 means that we made 50 million euros.
No, I get that. No, I'm not saying Champions League. I'm not saying we win Torino so that we lose Salzburg. No, I'm saying we win Torino. We win Salzburg because we have the capacity to do that. If we can go back to back, win Juve, and then go beat Napoli or beat Inter, then beat the other, we can definitely beat Salzburg and beat Torino.
Yes, I agree. But again, like you're saying, don't make the rotations. I say
No. I'm not
should.
saying don't make the rotations. Make them after you secure the score.
Yeah,
Or just secure
I
a
disagree
goal.
with that. I disagree with that. Whatever. It's.
But
I
I
think
think,
I was
like, for
happy.
me, I saw that more in like Klopp in his beginnings. He used to do that because he had a team similar a bit to this Milan and Dortmund. But now he has this Liverpool squad. He can allow himself to go full rotations from the get-go and still win the game because he has a better
But we
squad,
could have
generally
won.
speaking.
We could have won the game with the formation we had.
Hey, Clint,
Yo,
who is that? Is that Rihanna? Like, who
it
is that?
is, man. Good catch.
Like, I've never asked you, but why?
I'm a big Rihanna fan, and because I DJ, so she's in front of like turntables. So yeah.
I'm a big Benzema fan.
So I DJ in front of turntables. Yeah, so I have her up top.
Wait, Clint, in what way are you a fan of Rihanna? Like, do you like her music?
Not for music, not for like the other type purposes. No, not for that. For music, every personality. I've been
But she's
finding.
doing
the other
the
type of
Super
what?
Bowl this year, right?
What do you mean the other type of what? Other type. What are you referring to?
Roy,
Who,
use
me?
your imagination.
May an essential part, because people would think about that. She's a female, she hot. Maybe it's because of that.
Oh, you mean the sex appeal?
Yeah, sex appeal. Yeah,
Oh yeah.
it's mixed.
I thought you were
listen to
talking
a
about
broad
some.
thing of
I thought you
music
were
too,
talking
but-
about some satanic shit.
Oh no, bro.
Yo, what
No,
the hell is
no,
wrong
no.
with you? What? The normal thing.
Meanwhile, you have Man City in your logo and the Milan freaking cast.
Yeah, freaking winning mentality.
Shame on you.
Man, you can't call Man City winning mentality.
Bro, if you guys are talking about rotation like a small club, like just play every game, win every game. It's that easy. Like you.
No, but give Milan $2 billion in 10 years. We would win 10 Champions Leagues, man.
Yeah,
Well, guess what? Money
Exactly.
isn't for everyone, guys. Only.
No, I get that. But when we were the big spenders, we
It's not
showed
for
how
you guys
football is
either.
working. We showed the world how to do football when we were the big spenders. Now they are the big spenders. They're yet to
True.
We
learn.
play the
man.
best
True.
football. We dominate.
No, you
Rip
don't.
you to pieces. We'll
You
rip
do
you to
shit.
pieces.
You don't do
But
shit.
that's the fact with Milan, Bayern, Real Madrid. We spent. We still spend. We spent to win.
To win against Torino.
Well, you win against Inter. People didn't even rank Milan top 4 last season. People forget how far we've come, man.
Milan is going to get ripped to pieces by City or whoever they play in the round of 16.
I think we will
Even
beat City if we
Benfica
play
would
them.
kill us. Porto would kill
Hey,
us.
wait a minute.
I think Leao is gonna give them a nightmare.
You
if we
really
play
mean
City.
that, Anwar? Are you being a fan?
No. I really mean. I said it even before. Remember, like the talks I had in the chat and so on. I said that if Milan plays these teams now after the group stage, we have every chance of advancing, man. Even Maldini said that.
You think so?
Do you disagree with Maldini too? I think he has that winning mentality of yes, we're not Man City. We don't have this and that and
I
that.
think it's 70 Man City, 30 Milan.
Nah, I think these probabilities. Last year they said Man City had 30% chance of winning Champions League. They gave Real Madrid 1%.
Didn't matter.
But you said Man City is going to win the Champions League.
I'm
You
saying
said-
it this year. I'm saying this year. I think they have more of a chance because they fixed what they were lacking for 10 years, which is a striker. I think Aguero, yes, was a good striker.
So
but
how
not
do
for
we beat
Champions
them?
League.
How do we
I'm
beat
sorry, Anwar, but like with your this logic makes no sense. Like
It makes sense, man.
Milan still hasn't beaten or yes, you can say that we have other excuses and things like that. We don't know what our injury situation is going to be like, but like you're saying that Milan, like, how much of a chance do you give
Okay,
Milan
I'll
against?
I'll give you a good perspective of how this could happen, because we could lose
Well, no,
and
I just
say
want to
that,
know your
oh,
point first. Clearly
okay,
say
okay, because
if
you looked
what,
at
how
it
much
from
what because you can say this because Roy always says yes, but on a given day we can win, which of course that's possible. But I'm not. But I'm just saying, like overall, like what's the overall probability of that happening, like, realistically?
All right, so here's how I see it. I don't see this Milan right now as its best form or best peak, whatever, football. I think we're playing very limited football of the football we should be playing. So this team should be playing every week, winning 4-0s, 3-0s. And we're just getting into that right now. So by the time we probably face them and we are there, I don't know what City form will be. Let's say City that back then is losing in Premier League, losing to everyone. They face us, they lose to us. So we say, oh no, City lost because they're not in their top form. Maybe they just the convenience of football is that it happens in a place and in a time. Depending on the circumstances of that environment, you can win or lose.
But what makes
So
you
I'm
so
saying,
convinced that we
because I believe in this Milan, man. I always believed in this team. Even when people were saying, I said Milan is gonna win Scudetto, and everyone was telling me no. And I believed in it so strongly.
But objectively speaking,
Roy, I'm not saying we're
I
gonna
love
win
the
Champions
way
League.
you
I'm saying we can beat Man City. That's
no,
completely
okay,
different.
okay, yeah, we can beat any team, but objectively speaking, like this is going to be the first experience of all of these majority of these players playing a knockout game against a team that has been playing this tournament for a long time with Guardiola
And haven't not won it. So they also have an issue with that.
But this is not the final.
We go to Manchester on first leg, and they have a lineup of Ederson, whoever, I don't know whatever start they have at right
Are you
back.
speaking about Manu?
Center backs, Cancelo, Rodri, De Bruyne.
It's not the quality of the players.
Erling Haaland.
Antonio, it's not the quality of players. It's their experience in the competition.
I'll give you an example.
You saw how Chelsea plays terrible. Like they're not.
I am not worried about the quality of our players.
Exactly.
Chelsea's
Antonio, if the players say themselves, like, listen, Antonio.
But I'm not. If I was talking, like, interrupted like 3 times. My point is, Chelsea, you saw they didn't, like Roy said, they weren't making beautiful passes or playing well, but they do have a lot of intensity, and their midfield was, I mean, yes, we were 10 men, of course, you can't really judge that, but that's how they play. City is like that, but just with with extreme precision and even more quality. And so, like, I'm telling you right now, if we play against City, we can probably score, but they're gonna like just start scoring so much on us, especially with our defense.
I don't know about that.
This is where I disagree, because this defense we have right now, it's the worst defense we can imagine. We're letting go goals so easily. We're giving away goals.
I just said that. They're going to score goals.
But you also remember when we had a defense where nobody could score on them. Is that true as well or not?
Yeah, but listen, when you play against a team like City,
it depends on your focus. If you see Milan as this weak team that allows goals, or do you see this Milan that could reach that level of not allowing any goal? It depends. It's also the player's approach.
Right.
If the player tells himself, I cannot beat De Bruyne because De Bruyne is De Bruyne. Bro, De Bruyne was shit in Chelsea before. And then he got to that level.
But my concern, guys, is not the quality of the players. We have the quality to beat Man City. I know that. For me, my issue... Hold on, Antonio, 1 second. My issue is that Man City has been winning 8th round qualifier games for 5 years now. Guardiola, this is his bread and butter. Like, are we going to be able to...
about Benfica and Porto, Roy. They've been winning and qualifying every season. Every season they qualify.
That's why they're going to be difficult too.
All right, wait. 2 things. One, City went to the semifinal and the final in the past 2 years. That's not the quarterfinals. And second, let's not compare City with Benfica, who Benfica's playing great right now, so they're going to be super difficult. But it's the difference in quality is pretty huge in my opinion.
I'm sure, but
let me tell you exactly what would happen if we played.
Antonio, in Champions League, you need to understand also something. You can win Man City and lose to Porto. You know that can actually happen.
Of course, yeah, I know, but I'm talking about like objective, like probabilities here of what's more likely to happen. Of course, things can change, but let me tell you, the game. If we play against Man City, I know exactly how the game is going to look. We're going to try to play it in the beginning. Then our midfield is going to get overpowered because they're going to press us and they're going to like just dominate with possession. They're going to beat us, and we're going to be pushed back into our own box. They're going to keep either whipping in crosses. And when our defense was playing very well, it was because we had a high line and because we were playing attacking football in Italy.
This depends, Antonio. This depends.
Antonio, you're assuming too much here.
Wait, hold on. Let me say this. And Tomori and Kalulu, they were thriving because all they had to do was they would make recoveries because they're both very fast.
Antonio, I'm sorry, Antonio. Yeah, I gotta stop you, but you are already.
You're building on assumptions here. You're building on the assumption that Kalulu and Tomori
Okay,
cannot
so you're
do
going
the
to tell
job.
me that we're going to be able to keep possession against
No.
Man City?
Possession. It's theirs. They can keep the ball. They can keep the ball.
Pioli does not play possession at all.
Let me add something. No, Antonio, listen. The way we beat Man City and the way I see it, and I can be wrong, the way I assume it, we're going to have to play conventionally. The way Madrid did, you're going to have to play back, and we have
But we
fast
don't
players.
play like that. We're not used to playing.
Actually, we are more dangerous.
No, we're going to be more dangerous than that.
They're going to force us to play like that.
How did we score against
Salzburg?
Salzburg? Didn't we score like 3 counters against Salzburg? We actually sit back, get the ball.
We sit back.
But the thing is, with Salzburg, they gave you time to
Even City will give you space. Even everyone will give you space. It depends on how well you utilize that.
Are going to score against Man City. If we can defend, and then when we attack,
exactly.
I mean, we can. If we score, we win.
Let's say, Antonio, we have peak Tonali, Ben Nasser, and Theo in that night. I think we can handle City.
Yeah,
just these three. Have these three on their
So
best
what does
night.
that mean? Like, do you think we can actually like? Do you think it's way more likely that City destroys us? Like, can we all like
70?
If you just
65%.
Listen.
At least
if you want to talk the football, like Paper's football, on paper they are better.
Oh my God, Anwar, I know that. I'm not saying I know.
I know that as well, but I'm telling you, football is different.
I'm telling you right now, based on like we can't be having high expectations. Like
I'm not saying we have high expectations, but my belief is if we face this big of an opponent, I think our players would want to show up. They would want to show these other players that they are capable of beating.
Antonio, like I said, we only get destroyed if we decide to try to play like them.
Exactly.
If you want to play like them, you're gonna get murked. Nobody does.
Yeah, but I don't think
beating them.
Play well.
That's what I said. See, if you look at that Chelsea for Thomas Tuchel, they will not try to play like City. You look at that Madrid that was able to get, they did not try to play like them. You have to play conventionally with Pep. Pep is only good when you're like a club, and like both of us.
Club,
like
Pep is always destroyed when you don't play his football. You never try to get possession out of it.
Even if you look, even if you remember in 2012 that Chelsea team that played against and that went to the Camp Nou, they played it conventionally. If you look at that Inter team with Mourinho, they played unconventionally. That's how they beat him.
I'm not disagreeing with that point, but there's 2 flaws here. First, is that Milan is not used to playing that type of, and Pioli's too. I mean, maybe we're going to see the Pioli do that, which would be interesting. But we're not going to be able to defend against them while they're constantly whipping in crosses, shooting from the outside with De Bruyne and Rodri.
I think if all our teammates is healthy, we can.
In the air,
here's what I want to tell you about this point.
And they have creative players to break the lines and to split the defense. So.
What percentage do you think football they're going to keep?
Antonio, here's what I want to add up.
80%?
Yeah, hold on.
If we use the same logic, we should apply also to Serie A. We're not even in top 4. So why should we believe to win a league? Because we're not even there yet. We're not even top 4. That's what you're saying, basically. We're not used to playing Man City, so we should not believe in that. So basically, we don't win Serie A, so we should not believe in winning Serie A.
When have we practiced playing defensive football where we just completely give up possession like that and just defend the whole game? It's not as easy as you guys think. Like
let me give you a good example. That Monaco.
I have one more point.
Let me give you a good example.
Clint. But can I just say one more thing and then
go ahead?
Because on your examples of Chelsea and Real,
I don't even want to say Chelsea, but go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. You understand that teams like Real Madrid with some of those players like you saw it even against Liverpool, like with Casemiro, Modric, defense. They were, you know how experienced they were to be able to defend like that and be very clinical and efficient.
Yeah.
It takes like it takes not only a lot of experience, but it also takes a lot of.
Okay, I'll give you Monaco.
And
I'll give you that Monaco team that destroyed them.
You can't really rely on that if you're Milan.
Okay, I'll give you that Monaco team that destroyed City. City was at their peak. They had all the top players, and they got destroyed by them.
City is not as good as the City team today.
They were still that City team 10 back then too.
No, they broke the record that season though, Antonio. They broke the 100 points record. So they were very good.
They were good, and then they got destroyed by Monaco.
Actually.
What's your percentage of Man City beating Milan?
But Roy, I don't believe in this type of talk,
passing,
percentage
just simply
of
Man City passing like the.
Yeah, I'm telling you. What is your percentage? I say it's 65, 70 Man City, 30, 35 Milan.
So this is of Man City just going through, like if.
No, I'm saying Milan has a chance. But if it was next year, I think it'd be 50-50. This year, I think it's 35.
I think even this year,
I would say at least 80% Man City.
Okay,
I can give you so many scenarios where we can advance. There are so many scenarios actually.
Yeah, but I'm not
just 3-0 losing to Man City.
But I'm not like trying to be Doctor Strange looking through the multiverse. I am not. I'm just trying to think like of the most likely outcome because I don't want to raise my hopes. And then
the most likely outcome was that Man City should have won Champions League every season for the last year.
And then
that's
the
most likely outcome.
And let's not forget, this is also not the best Man City version. You know, not because Haaland is there, bro. This is not the best Man City version compared to the years.
At least not yet. In the back. So many games you see them winning 4-3.
It's not the best Man City at all.
What does that mean to you? They win 5-3, 5-2. Because they're so open in the back. They leave so much space in the back. So it depends on how well you defend against them.
I agree. Theo Hernandez, Leao, with all that space, guys, it's Christmas for us. I mean, if you play this game correctly.
Space to Theo and Leao, we destroy any team. If you give them space, we destroy any team.
2 points to follow that. First, one thing in the Salzburg game that was risky is, like, especially in the first half, we were so open. It was an open game that we conceded a lot of dangerous chances. And also, Leao and Hernandez, they're very good, but they can also be very. More so Leao sometimes. He can also be sloppy, and they can, being clinical. So it depends if we can like capitalize on the few chances we get. Sure, but like you saw, even Leao against Salzburg.
Don't you think players also in Man City can be sloppy, can do mistakes?
Yeah, but when you see them play and they like just score.
I saw them play, man. I just told you they leave so much space in the back that they always score.
And then also
their defense is so weak. Haaland is scoring 5 goals, 4 goals every week.
Yeah, but you say something and then you jump to something else. We were just talking about Man City being precise. And I'm telling you that, yes, Man City has more quality in their attack, and they're much more precise than we are. Like, that's, I think, how do you not?
No, but then also, Antonio,
does that guarantee you to win?
Oh my God, yeah, it's not a guarantee, but like, it's a very, like, they should be extremely favored.
All right, but if I give you this, okay.
They're a much better team than us.
Who wins? The best defense or the best offense? A team who has the best defense or a team who has the best offense?
Isn't worse than ours. Like, their defense is not worse than ours.
Okay, let's see how many goals they got conceded on. I want to check this out because I don't know.
This year, Milan's conceded like a bunch of goals. By the way, like
I know that's what I'm telling you. I'm telling you this is not our best defense. We saw what our best defense can do.
Yeah, but you're doing what ifs as well. You're saying what if this happens? What if we?
But that's how football works. Football works about how ifs, about circumstance, about how well you are doing during that day, an hour before the game. It all depends on this.
Yeah, but once again, there's no point. I think you're just disagreeing with me to disagree with me because
no.
I was just surprised that Anwar was so confident we're going to beat Man City. I'm just surprised.
Yeah, he says that, and then he goes back to saying that no, I think City's going to win, but you never know. But
I didn't say City's going to win. I said Milan's going to win.
So then you think. So with all of this,
but I'm not getting into the argument that we are better on paper. I'm not.
Without looking at the paper at all, you think that just because on a given day we have a chance at beating City, therefore we're going to beat City. That's your argument?
That's why I'm a Milan fan, man. If you have a chance, you have to believe in that chance.
There's no logic to that argument. It's like saying.
But my logic to that argument, you don't want to hear it. I told you that
your logic is that because for Milan.
But let me
And-
finish,
or-
please.
and
You can't
because-
just keep cutting me, Antonio. What I'm saying is that you're looking only at the strengths of Man City and you don't look at their weaknesses, and you look only at the weaknesses of Milan and you don't look at our strengths. Both of us have strengths and weaknesses we can utilize depending on that day. It depends on how well we get the approach for the game. If Pioli has a good reading, knows how to face Guardiola, sits in the back, plays on speed and sprints of Leao and Theo, maybe we can advance. Yes, I believe in that.
Okay, so I'm looking at both team strengths and weaknesses. I'm also looking at the realistic aspects of how we play. I know Man City is not going to. They don't change the way they play. We know that. So we would have to assume and say, what if Milan goes and plays defensively?
No, it's not what if. That's how we play. We score more goals on counters than possessive football.
Okay, yes, but we don't. But that's different. Yes, we counter, but that's just
that's how our football is based on direct football, counter.
But we also used to play last year when we were very good defensively with a high line, and we would at least try to keep the ball, pass it back, and then.
But even if when we play the high line,
so we don't play sitting. We saw what happens when
we only score when we sit back.
It's
that's when we give Leao the space to run. When we sit back, that's when we mostly score our goals. It's not when we go up front running with 11 players.
Our own box and we're being strangled. Like what?
I can give you games of Man City being strangled as well this season. Even
we can also but hey, to play
that's what I'm saying. Like you're focusing on our weakness.
To play devil's advocate.
But I'm telling you that Man City, with the way they play, even teams like Real Madrid. They had to play a specific way. And not only that, but they also have a lot of quality and experience to be able to play like that. And it's, statistically speaking, Man City will create a bunch of chances. And I don't think that I think that if you want to play like that, you have to accept that you're going to be, you would have to be defending for most of the game. And can Milan defend that strongly for that whole game? I don't think so. So I'm telling you that, I'm not just looking at the weaknesses here. I'm trying to be realistic. Yes, we can score against Man City because their defense isn't the best and they play open. I'm fine with saying that. But but I think City overall is going to create a bunch of chances, and I don't know if we're going to be as critical, as precise with our chances as they would be with theirs, because I think that it's pretty undisputable that City's attacking players their finishing and their precision is better than ours.
So if City is that good, okay, Antonio, if City is that good with all these strengths, why don't they win a Champions League?
Have you seen the teams that eliminate them over the
years? You were on the other side of this debate in the past year. We talked about this. I always say my position here. I think City create the most chances and play the most, they play a football that can break you down. Now, with that being said, these past years, they've made it to the end of the competition. And I stand by this point. When you get to the higher levels of the competition, it's, you can say heritage plays a point, whatever, that's fine. But my biggest thing is, especially when you actually watch the City games, it's a combination of mentality, but also luck.
Okay, let me rephrase that.
The margin of errors of that City has.
Who's better
in the end?
Let me ask you this.
Wait, hold on. The margin.
Hold on, Anwar. I just want to add one thing. It's not a question.
Real Madrid.
Let me add one thing. Hey, let me add one thing. Antonio, don't confuse league games or how you're playing the league with knockout competitions.
Yeah, but City in the Champions League, they would be better team.
In Champions League, who's better, Juve, Allegri, or City?
Man City.
Okay, Juve, Allegri reached the final twice.
Yeah,
and you're just telling me that with 2 billion more than Juve, they issued the only ones.
Hold on, Juve, Allegri, not now. You mean before?
Yeah, and they're spending more now than before.
To be honest with you, I wasn't even really into football as much because Juventus was dominating. But
they were not dominating; they were playing solid football.
Yeah, I don't remember. Okay, hold on. I don't remember how they played. If they played a good, solid football, but the way that City plays football, even in the Champions League, even against Real Madrid, I thought they were the better team for most of the two legs.
I'll give you another example: Atletico Madrid or Man City.
What?
Atletico Madrid or Man City? Who plays the better football? Who gets the best result? Atletico Madrid reached the final twice.
Yeah, but so
just to answer you, that playing that type of football does not give you the right to be called the best and creating the
It
most
doesn't.
chances.
At all, not in the Champions League at least.
I'm not saying
that's why they're
I'm
failing.
not saying that. So I'm going to go back to my point again. Man City is not. I'm not saying that they're like single-handedly as a club the best and that they're this and that. But when I watch them play, I've seen them play in the later ends of competition. They consistently make it to the end. You know why they're that consistent? Is because
it's quarterfinal, semifinal most of the time. If they reach 2 semifinals and 1 final.
Quarterfinals, short, whatever. Like in recent years, they've been very, very good.
But
compared
to the spending is probably the poorest result I've seen.
What?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. But once again, I don't care about all this. How you rate them as a club? If you disrespect them, I'm
not disrespecting them. I'm just being realistic.
The team that just went to the final and semis, and over the past years, and like you can't be objective. And
try to listen to me. Try to listen to me first, Antonio.
Listen.
I'm not disrespecting them.
Man, Antonio. Me personally, I think Man City were really at their peak in 2016.
Exactly. That's why I saw them at their peak.
That's their best Man City. 2016 Man
and
City.
Even then, I still believed if they face Atletico Madrid from Simeone at their peak or Juve from Allegri at their peak, they would still lose to them because they play more solid football. They play more European football that win you titles. That's what Madrid did last season.
So Milan plays solid football.
Yes, we play solid football. We won most of our games by 1 goal margin.
Do you think the way that Milan plays is more suited to the Champions League than Man City?
I'm saying that solid football brings you more. I'm saying this is what I'm saying. I'm saying solid football brings you more results than this type of Guardiola football.
Okay, Guardiola has not won the Champions League since 2011.
Since Messi
won. How come Man City has been able to go super far in the competition every single year?
When you say super far, bro, you're only talking about finals last year, dog. They've been failing. It took them. After 2016, it took them more than 5 years to even reach the semifinals again.
I don't need the whole Man City hasn't won the UCL yet. Listen,
I'm not talking about even the UCL. I'm talking about how far. You keep saying how far they've reached. I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you again. Last time when they made it to that final, even before that semifinal, it took them 5 years later to make it to a second semifinal, bro. So that whole far thing is not a point.
Listen. I'm just saying that you guys can bash
how much you're investing in
their style of play. You can have your own opinions about whether or not.
It's not even an opinion. It's a fact.
You're running this as disrespectful. I'm not.
No. Okay, fine. Let me. Okay, you can say that our style of football is whatever. All I'm saying is, if you're honest with yourself, if you were Milan going to play against City on a given day, City right now, if you watch them. Just actually watch them.
I watched them
play. How they do, especially earlier in the competition, like in the round of 16, they rip you apart. They listen. You can say Sporting wasn't good last year, but you saw Portuguese teams. They're always tricky. They beat them 5-0 at their home. They're just. It takes a lot of experienced teams and other big clubs to beat them. I don't think we're at that level yet, guys. I'm sorry. I think
we're not at that level. But one thing you're forgetting too, though, Milan comes with a name, bro. When you're in these knockout things, these players get possessed, bro.
Okay, heritage is unquantifiable, and that's fine. I don't mind you guys saying that, but I'm still.
Why do you think Madrid won? Why do you think Madrid won last year? Not
right.
They were better than City, right?
Madrid, but Milan is not at the level of Madrid. We don't have the quality and experience.
True. I'm not saying we are, but we can reach that. It's not.
We're not there yet. We're not going to be able to do that.
I agree with you, but we have the youngest team. It means sky is the limit.
It's like we got nothing to lose.
That's the thing. Like that. I disagree with Antonio. It's like the quality to me is not the issue. For me, honestly, it's just the experience. That's it.
These guys are only starting, and already they're playing there.
Okay, so let's talk about experience, which I'm not disagreeing with you guys with. So last year we finished bottom of the group in the UCL. This year we passed the group. We were pot 1, which we were supposed to, and we reached the next step. So you think that now in 1 year we made the
Oh no. I am not as confident as Anwar.
Yeah, I know. So now we're just supposed to go against City, and after having improved already this year and get put against one of the best teams in the world, and now we're just supposed to be able to just grow exponentially and beat them like that. Like you think it's that like that's how you're supposed to grow? It's a slow process. If
But
you
Let me ask you this,
Antonio,
Antonio, let me ask
let me
you
give you an
this.
example. Hold on, no.
Please,
Let me give you an example. Right? It may not might be the same. I'll give you an example. I'll give you Mourinho's Porto when they were in
Just
the
Milan.
UEFA. It
Milan
wasn't
team.
a team, bro. Listen, it wasn't a team. They weren't like the highest level players. They won that UEFA and they made the Champions League that next year. And they won that Champions League. The thing with Champions League, you gotta understand. Champions League is so tricky, man. There's a reason.
It's a knockout.
There's a reason Guardiola has not won since 2011.
Because it's a knockout. He's a league
Yeah,
master.
I don't need to hear this. I already know. Like I
Okay,
said,
if you know that,
it's
then
margins
Antonio,
of error.
I want to give you a few examples of teams that won it.
You can be the better team and you can lose. Man City
No,
will
but
be the better
Antonio,
team against
I can
Milan.
give you so many examples
no
of
doubt
teams.
about
Listen to me. I can-
Didn't Tottenham knock out Man City? Was it?
Once
that year they went to
again,
the
I
finals?
repeat my same point. You can be the better team and lose.
So
And
why?
that-
So
and
okay.
if
So why is it?
Milan-
Why is
if
it hard
Milan
to?
passes?
Why
they
is
will-
it hard for you to conceptualize that Milan can be able to do that to them?
But I'm not
Probably
saying-
Man City is
that's not
going to
the
be
point
the
of
better
the
team and
argument.
still lose.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that, like, overall, Milan will be the worst team, and we can still go through, but we're not going to be better than City if we match up with them. Get that?
How do you see better? Because
They will
for me,
better,
winning is
meaning
better.
They're going to create more chances. They're going to play well.
For me,
and
that's
we're gonna
not being
go-
better than
we have
me,
to be extremely
Antonio.
precise. But
Listen.
overall, City usually the better team goes through.
You
But
just never know. Hey, but Antonio, I also disagree with that because, like Roy said at the beginning, it can be explained. You just never know. But that, look, in 2017, when what's the name? They beat them. When Monaco beat them, bro. Like City was at the peak, but they
So
I wanna
I have
give
to
him
go
few
back.
examples.
I have to
Guys.
watch who was the best. I have to actually watch who was
Let
the
me give you just
But
two
that Monaco
examples.
team,
Please,
they had-
Antonio, let
they had
me give you
immense
two
quality.
examples, please.
They had no experience.
We had
It
the
was a young
2003
team.
Milan.
By the way, guys,
We had-
I have to have dinner, so I'm probably gonna head out.
Antonio, let me just tell you this, and you can have dinner for sure. Listen, we had the 2003 Milan, a lot of quality players, but we finished fourth the season before, and we went up against Juve, probably the best European team, and won that Champions League. Nobody would have said in the early season Milan is going to win it, finish in fourth.
Nope.
Now it comes to 2007. 2007, we finished second, like this season. Not even we were qualifying against Celtic, and we managed to qualify, but the last-minute goal of Kaká. We ended up winning the Champions League in 2007 when nobody would have bet on Milan.
We're the oldest team.
And that's the thing. Like with football, Chelsea with Drogba, you can never bet on that team to win it. No one in his right mind would sit and tell you this Chelsea team is the best team and it's going to win the Champions League.
I gotta go.
That's what I'm trying to get to, man. Like in the right circumstances, you can make a very good run and win it. I just believe with the team we have, the mentality we have, the environment we have with Maldini and the guys in the administration, we can build on that to create this type of mentality of bring Milan back to Champions League.
Okay,
and I gotta
If
the
it-
players
if
understand
we-
that.
If we can beat Man City already, that'd be amazing.
Yeah, I gotta go, guys. But I will say once again, I don't bet on football because it's uncertain, and I understand
For
that.
sure.
But I'm just saying that's different from you saying that where I believe that Milan will beat City, and do you think there's more of a? That's different from you saying there's more of a probability of that happening. That's a different point you're making. So I gotta go. Bye.
For sure, man. Take care.
Hey, do you guys think we can? What about Bayern? Do you have the same confidence about Bayern?
I have the same logic with every opponent, even with Torino, Roy.
With
Like,
Bayern,
that's how I see football.
But Bayern is the possible.
But I see football in terms of circumstances. You know, Roy, before like
Bayern defensively, they're really struggling.
I want to explain something to Roy. Like this is how I see football. I don't see it in 60% this, 30% this. I see it as I'm gonna look at your 5 last games. 5 last games is almost 2 months of football. So in these last 2 months, how many goals did you do? You have any clean sheets? How many away games did you win? And you can have a pretty good image of how things are gonna turn out. Let's say we face City in a month where they lost or won only 1 game out of 7, and they're playing us. Bro, that's completely different.
Here's how I see it. The thing about knockouts and all that. That's what
for me, that's about knockouts.
Listen. That's when having players like a Leao or Kavishka in your team starts making sense. Because those are the guys now that elevate you. You see what I'm saying? On top
I get that. Benacer can do that too. Tonali can do that.
but which we have. So we're not like some no team where everybody is just average and we're just going against them. We don't know what to
Exactly.
do.
The first season in Champions League, I would agree more with Antonio.
He's gonna do something, and we got nothing to lose. They have more pressure
Exactly,
than we do.
exactly.
They
That's
have
the
to win
thing.
it.
We
don't have
got
to win it.
nothing to lose.
They have to win it. We don't.
No, but specifically Bayern, like specifically Bayern.
With Bayern, the only thing that gives me hope
Bayern
with
lost to Villarreal, Roy.
But
how do you explain that? Like,
no, my only thing with Bayern,
you can't.
The thing that makes me.
But that was last year.
The thing that makes me.
They can lose to Milan this year.
Anwar,
how do you explain that then?
Anwar, the thing that gives me hope with Bayern is that their defense just been trash. They're letting too many goals in, bro.
But even City, look at the ratings of the defenders. Look, 6-3, 6-1.
And they don't have
only Ruben Diaz as a 7.
If they're on their day, they're on their day. But somebody like Mane is the dude that I'm scared of the most. But other than that, it's of course Sane, right? Fast play. But then again, we got.
What would scare me the most against Bayern? Probably it would be their midfield more than City's midfield.
Yeah, Musiala. Yeah, he be baby. Yeah, Musiala.
Bro, that's got the physicality they have there is crazy good.
Yeah.
That would be like if you want to win against Bayern, probably you should stop their midfielders.
When they do mishaps, they do big mishaps. That's the problem with Bayern.
But that's what happened to them against Villarreal. They were in a bad phase. They were losing in Bundesliga. They were not showing up. They played Villarreal, lost. Villarreal just won on momentum. They beat, I think, City. So, like, Villarreal beating City, does Villarreal have better players and a better coach than Milan? Of course no. But that's Champions League football. It's a knockout. You do
Who do you think is more difficult? Man City, Real Madrid, or Bayern?
I think
for the round of 16, definitely Man City.
Yeah, I think Man City is the most difficult in round of 16. But past that round, I think it's the others. Yeah. Because if Madrid advance around of 16, they have a different mindset.
Yeah, it becomes another story.
They look at the title. They don't look at you or the opponent. They just want to win.
Yep.
But City, no, they think about the game. We don't need to give them a penalty. You should be aware not to get the second yellow card. They think about these type of details and make them lose most of the because if you play for me, once you reach Clint, here's how I see it in Champions League. The top 16 teams, you have 10 teams who are almost close in terms of level. I don't think we are there yet, but I think we have potential to be the best of them.
But you know what's good? Here's a good thing. We're going to know before we go into the Mercato who we're playing in February. So they're going to do stuff accordingly.
Oh, yeah, we find out Monday, yeah.
Yep. So we're going to do stuff accordingly. We're not just going to...
What if we get Ziyech, we get this, we get 2 players, like 2 very good players.
We might even go and be like, try to get a defender on them just for the sake of, a specific game, if it doesn't hurt our pockets.
Ziyech is going to talk to them, apparently.
We would probably renew Leao. There's so many things to be done. So
No, okay, I understand this. But so you guys are quite confident that we can go through, yeah? I'm quite surprised.
When it's like around the 16, one thing I understood in tournaments, once it becomes like these knockout phases,
exactly.
There's no going back, bro. You didn't
It's about how well you are in those 2 months of the knockouts.
That's why
it's not about the whole season or if you have a Ballon d'Or.
That's the reason I don't like the format of next year, because the format of next year, it almost looks like a league format, which is gonna benefit people like the freaking
it would benefit Guardiola more.
It's gonna benefit Guardiola more next year.
And Conte and like these guys who actually are league masters. Yeah. But if knockout is like Ancelotti, for me, Ancelotti, you go against him, probably you always look at him as having the worst team. And he always comes on top.
Because the thing is like the same as the World Cup, right? The thing about tournament football, it's like defensive, like one-stop gap. It's not the time.
But Clint, would you agree that tournament football, the team that wins it is the team that is the best in those 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or whatever time it is?
Yeah,
it's not the best team of the year. It's the best team in that time, in that period. Yep. If we can manage to be the best team in that period, we have a high chance of advancing. Of course, if we are struggling a lot, and yes, I agree with you that we're not doing anything.
But what if both teams get to that period in good form?
Oh, it depends now on the mentality, on the approach of if both of them are very good, then you can see the coach mistakes. You can see clearly that he messed up this position or that he left because then you see that everyone is doing the job good, but there is a mistake in the midfield or something. You can see that the coach missed.
the thing about this game too is about believing, right? It's like, yeah, you can be down, and then like the last 3 minutes, you
Like
score.
Benzema, bro.
I'll give you an example. The one thing
Clint.
that, what is it? 2010. 2000. Yeah, is it? Yeah, it's 2010 when that Bayern team was not the best team against that Man U, because Man U was still on steroids. And I remember
Still with Ferguson.
Against Ferguson, and Ole scored a goal that you scored before you go half, switched the whole course of the whole thing.
Yeah,
And
he
that's how
took
they
the
ended up
whole
winning. They
momentum
ended up
out
going
of
to
Man
the final.
United. Let's say we face Man City, Leao scores a bicycle kick. He takes momentum out of them, bro.
Or let's say even
That's
it
full
ends
disruption.
3-1. Let's say it even ends. I mean, I know now they're not doing like the whole thing, or it ends up like in the 3-2, right? And then we go back to Sun City. It's just there's so many odds now. Us saying
Roy,
this,
it's
we
not
don't
like I'm
refute-
telling you this that I expect Milan to win the Champions League.
Yeah,
I'm telling you this
yeah.
because
I'm
I
not
believe in our
delusional.
potential to win it.
You know,
Yes, I do believe we have the potential to win it even this season. Because when I looked at the last 16, we have Frankfurt, Dortmund. I mean, there is a way, man. It's
I'm not
4 games till
I think
the
City- I
title
think City,
since now.
City,
You win 4 games,
Red John,
you win
what's
the
up,
title.
Red John? Red John, talk some sense into Anwar and Clint. These guys think we're going to beat
What's up,
Bayern
Red
and Man
John?
City. Like,
What are you guys talking about? Because I wasn't watching.
We're saying if we face Man City, do we have a chance of advancing or not? I'm saying we do have a chance.
Of course, we have a chance. Like, even I can beat Muhammad Ali if I'm in a good day and he's really shit that day and he is drugged or something.
But that's knockout football, Red John, right? Like it happens during the time. It's not like a league that happens over a whole season. You have
For
2
sure, but-
weeks back-to-back
Exactly,
games.
And I agree with that. There is always a chance in a knockout, in the knockout stage. The problem is that we cannot discuss that chance. We have to discuss.
But
general
here's how I
odds.
see it, Red John. When I look at the last 20 years of Champions League, I would say that 50% of the teams that won it were not qualified to win it. And the other 50 were on paper saying, this team is very good to win it, and they actually won it. But the other 50%, I see like Chelsea, the 2 titles from Milan, 2003, 2007, Barcelona, even with Ronaldinho, nobody was betting on them to win it that year.
But Milan in 2003 was probably the best team in the world.
No, they finished 4th, Red John.
No, I understand. But in the league, we've always been like that. Like even in
No. We
in
didn't
the
qualify
90s.
to Champions League for like 3 years, and that was our first year back into Champions League, and we won
I
it
think
in the first year back.
It was the second, I think. The second.
Oh, second maybe. But we were missing Champions League time by then, right?
Yes.
I think it was a
yes.
very similar situation to this. We didn't play Champions League for a while. We came back, played the first season. We didn't do so good. Played the second season. We won it. Did people bet on that Milan to win it? I don't think so. I think even in the final, everyone was saying Juve is so good. It's so bad.
I'll be 100% honest, and I swear I'm not lying. Like, I remember I used to always buy the magazines. I saw all the rosters in Europe, and when I looked at the Milan roster, I was 100% sure we have the best team.
2003.
Yeah,
But
we
in
can say
2003,
that.
in 2003, I think Juventus had a really, really good team.
Yeah, I remember the commentators
They had
were
a really
saying,
good team.
how come this Milan is beating Juve? How even in the league they can't beat them? I remember them saying it like this, man.
Dude, it's about momentum, right? And how
Exactly,
you get
that's what I'm
success.
saying. Like knockout is about momentum. How well you do in those 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
Right? Think about that Tottenham team with Pochettino, like back in 2019.
Yeah.
Not saying, and when I say that, I'm not saying
Man, for me,
you at the
Chelsea is the
levels-
best example. Di
or
Maria,
it's about experience, right? But the thing is, my thing is, my logic behind this is like, we do have players that can make a difference. They might not have the experience, but somebody like Leao, he has to be watched, because anytime he can do
Theo as well.
we have somebody
Ronaldo
like
as
the
well.
Giroud, right? We have somebody like the Giroud that won the Champions. They have experience.
Yeah, it's not like we
Many
don't
stuff
have experience at all. Ibra played, he didn't win it. Giroud won it. Kier played in Champions League a lot. Maignan played in Champions League. Leao played in Champions League even with Lille and Sporting. So it's not like they never touched Champions League football.
But we have a problem, in my opinion. The problem is this, that every time we have gone against a big team, we have lost. We play against Liverpool, we lose. We play against Chelsea, we lose.
But I feel like we met two teams with injuries.
Well, when are we ever gonna not have injuries?
Like,
I hope,
but Red John, would
I
you
hope
agree
this
that
time
we
around
never
around
face
the
them when we
because all
are
these
at
teams
our
you
best
mentioned, listen,
football?
all these teams you mentioned, let's say even
Sure.
that Man U, it was like I feel like each time we met them, there's some type of injury or some plague happening, man.
Like Mignon missing with the 3 other players. I don't
I
want to
understand that.
give out excuses, Red John. You know me about this in football, but
Yeah.
for me, I think having the mentality, the history we have, the club presence, being back in Champions League. Let's say we win the first game. I think the hype will be there, not just from Milan fans. Everyone
For
will be
sure.
saying, "Oh, Milan is back.
Yes.
Milan is."
I completely believe that, by the way. But I
For
think
sure.
that you really have to put in consideration, for me,
It depends on the players and the coach, Roy. It's not on
the
us,
issue,
you know.
the only issue that I just can't shake is that teams like Bayern, Man City, Real Madrid are teams that
They are machines. They are programmed to win.
well,
this
it's
kind
not
of
that they're
thing. Yeah.
machines. It's just that right now they're much more used to the Champions League. They know the competition better
But
than our players.
Roy, the
That's
arguments
what
that
I
I
think.
gave about solid football teams like Chelsea, Atletico Madrid, Juve, they managed to get better results, spending much more less than this Guardiola team. And yet, it doesn't mean that playing this type of football allows you to advance.
But the thing is that even like these examples that you gave are
Yeah.
are examples of teams that had more. They weren't so young like Milan.
And they
They
spent a
were,
shit
man.
ton.
But that's why I
Chelsea
give. But
spent
that's why. But
150
then
million.
Roy, that's why I gave that team like that Monaco team was really young. All the players on that team were young. Down,
Not
we
just
can
Monaco,
consider that
Ajax managed to get to the
we can
semifinals.
consider
No,
that
but
a fluke
you,
because that was a
No, it's true,
one-player
guys.
team.
I say
sure, but
60 Man City, 40
And
Milan.
that's fair, because
well,
it's still gonna be a strong.
no,
It's
I
still gonna
disagree
be a
with that.
strong
But
team, right? But like I said, like I repeat again, I said there's a reason why Pep has not even won, like since 2011, because it's not even his best team. Because I think his
So
team had
if they
he
get
had more equipped
eliminated
players.
at this
there's
level,
only
for them it'll be the huge failure.
You
the,
see what I'm saying?
the,
He had a
the,
Bayern team where like he had all the star players on that Bayern team. Like I'm talking about, he had what you call it, like people at their peak after that Bayern team and won the Champions League. I think he took control of them. He still couldn't do
but
nothing.
Yeah, he
in
took
my
control
opinion,
after
there
Gusekin,
is only
so
one
he
thing
didn't win it just after they won it.
there is only one thing that I have a problem with, and it's if we are gonna talk and take examples like Ajax or like Villarreal or like these kind of examples, they are 1 in a million examples. Get it? Like you do it
Not
one
really, Red
time,
John. Every
you
season you have a dark horse.
you
Yeah.
go until the semifinal or the quarterfinal, and
No,
then you get
semi-final we
smashed
had
up.
Villarreal there.
Yeah, but this is what I'm telling you, that can be the case, but this is not a good basis to have an argument about.
No, but
You get what I'm saying? Because
let,
I
that
mean,
can
let's
happen, of course.
but Rajon,
Can
I'm gonna
happen.
ask you why
But
because we can go back. We can go back 5 or 6 years. There's always been a similar story like that from that
But
Monaco,
Red
Ajax,
John,
Villarreal.
last year, I remember in the chat, I was saying Madrid is gonna win against PSG. People were giving me shit for saying that, and I said, based on the same arguments, that they have the spirit, they have the mentality, they have the history of the club, and they have the experience, quality, talent. I agree fully with that. The coach, the president, whatever you want to call it. But for me, it was more about that presence because I think that presence is more important than actually playing offensive football in Champions League. Because offensive football will only get you past the group stage, and that's it. If you miss the mentality, the approach, you lose it, man. And I think if they play Milan, let's say they win 3-1. We go back, we let's say we do a magnificent game, we won 3-0. Can happen. It can even happen with
Of
the
course it
2-1,
can happen,
0-0.
but
Things can happen like that.
this is my point. My point is that it can happen that we win the Champions League. Get it? There is a
That's what
small
I'm saying.
possibility
I'm
that
saying
it
it's
can
a
happen.
possibility
But
there. It depends on
but
how
there's
well
no
we win, how well we
but,
play.
but we cannot build an argument based on this small possibility that it can happen.
I
In my
definitely.
opinion,
Sorry, go ahead.
what we should talk about is how good the team is and what the major odds are
But
about. Because
Red John, what I'm telling you is
like
the
this,
same with
even
Chelsea
Club,
and
Club Brugge,
no,
Club
no, but
Brugge could also win it.
listen to me, Red John. Like Chelsea with Tuchel. nobody was like, if I was a Chelsea back then, Chelsea fan, and I said I believe this team can win it, so everybody should give me your point right now.
Yes, yes, but here's the problem. The problem is that even though nobody thought Chelsea was going to win it, Chelsea was still considered top 5 team in the world. We are not considered top 5
Back
team.
then, not really. They just bought so many
Yes.
players. Like, you can't really call them top 5 right already. They didn't reach a semifinal in a long time.
What team?
No, I
was better than
disagree. I
Chelsea
disagree.
that year?
I
They were
disagree.
top five.
I agree. I agree. I agree with John because I mean Chelsea was still kind of they're just going through a transition.
No, but they didn't win anything back then.
They did.
They
I
were
mean, 2017 compared 2 years before that, they won the Europa League.
Yeah, but winning Europa League doesn't mean that you're gonna be top 5 in Europe.
Well,
Yeah, they were still competitive.
Villarreal
Team.
won it. Villarreal, for example, won it and then reached the semifinals. So, what I'm trying to say is this: that if you take Chelsea as an argument, I don't think it's comparable with Milan. If you take Ajax, Villarreal, whatever, then yes, we have the same chances Villarreal had last season to go to the semifinals, right? And we can sit here and discuss about it. The problem.
I agree more with what you're saying now.
Yes, exactly. So, in my opinion, the problem that I have
that's what Rajon
right
likes.
now is
What you just said, Rajon likes agreeing thing. Like he's happy now.
100%. 100%.
I'm a channel my inner Floki freaking
a
argument.
champagne bottle right now as we speak.
No, but that's what I'm trying to get at as well. Like, I didn't say that we have the full confidence of winning it. But I'm saying this is my team. I have to believe in their potential, and
for sure.
Like, I can't be just sitting, laying back, and be, oh, City is so good. We have no. I have to believe in Benacer and these guys putting there.
Here's the problem, Anwar. If we go against City and you have to bet your house, who gets out of that?
Oh no, I'm betting my house on this, man.
No, but if you have to, do you bet on Milan or on City? This is what we should be talking about. The greater odds.
I'll bet my house.
How do you not lose your house?
But here's the question: if I bet on Milan, if I bet my house on Milan, it means I'm getting 10 houses. If I bet my house on Man City, it means I'm getting my house back and probably a garden, because that's the bets, how the bets work. So it depends on how risky I want to be, like with my life now. I'm more a risk taker, so I would still bet on Milan. I mean, I can have another house by 5 years, but if I get 10, I don't think I can have 10 houses by 5 years. So probably that risk looks better to me.
What I'm trying to say is, with competition football, man.
See, I'll cut you here, John. I'll cut you here.
You know, with competition football, it just becomes so odd, and it's just, I don't know, man. It's just like I keep repeating. It's my thing with Antonio. When Antonio was here earlier, I understand his point. Yes, okay, it's aesthetically, but if it was that deep as you say, bro, City would have been. And when you say they keep going far, no, is that like last year they were able to go to the semifinals? I think for the 3rd time since they got bought. So it's not even a constant thing for them. It's not even guaranteed for them to even go past the quarterfinals. It was never guaranteed. They haven't even shown those patterns over the years. Then that's a fact. You understand? They're good. I'm like, don't let the league thing confuse you. Like, yes, they are a good team, and I'm not refuting that or trying to dwarf them. But it's just, when we start talking about knockout football, bro, it takes no casualties, man.
So who do you think we're gonna face, guys? Like, give me your odds. Who do you think we're gonna face?
Bayern Munich.
Yeah, the odds
What about
say
you?
Bayern. Odds say Bayern.
What about you?
It's either Bayern or one of the two English, because they have the most teams from the same country.
I would rather Tottenham, to be honest.
Therefore, we are.
I think we're gonna land on Benfica, guys.
But Benfica is even scarier, man.
I know it's even scarier.
I'd rather face Tottenham.
Because we're playing the away game in their stadium.
No, but it's the way they play. The way they play, it's the kind of football that, in my opinion,
hurts us.
Have a really hard time. Thing. Yes, against Tottenham, I feel more safe.
But I think we're gonna land on Benfica. I don't know why. I think we're gonna land on Benfica. Or
do you think Benfica is easier to beat, even though they're in really good shape right now, than Man City?
No, Benfica.
Oh
You should
yeah,
look at
for
Benfica
sure.
as Man City, man. They deserve to be there. They qualified first of their group in a very hard group. So
I
it's not
think
like
I
they're
think
walking by.
for
They're a
us,
good
and
team,
you
proper
for
team.
us, the reason why ideally I would love Tottenham though is because by that time we meet them, Conte is gonna be focused more on finishing top 4 in the Premier League to come back than to. I don't think he's gonna put too much power in within, our game. Something is just telling me that. Like he's gonna be more focused because at that time also in the Premier League it gets so condensed and these games are coming thick and fast. And dog, he's gonna be worrying about like we need to secure this league or we need to do such and such and not risk it. Let's say if they're going to some injury crisis because I know a lot of after the World Cup, I'm pretty sure like the Premier League is gonna suffer, man, with injury crisis because they have so many games that they're gonna happen. I mean, we're talking from when Queen Elizabeth her death happened, Boxing Day, all that's getting delayed because of the World Cup. The FA Cup starts around that area. They're gonna be overwhelmed,
But
and
I think by now Premier League teams they have more players than most teams in the world, right?
no, they do, but they still gonna suffer like mentally. It's not even from a physical. It's gonna be all over the place, man. And you can take
That's true.
advantage
That's
of that.
true. They play more games overall in a
Yeah,
season.
you
So.
can take advantage of that. But when you go for, let's say, you're playing for Benfica that also has nothing to fucking lose, I want to go play against a team where, like, we're a bet against the odds where we have nothing to lose. And they do. Because they will have more
Yeah.
pressure.
I agree. And actually, I also agree with this idea that we should get the hardest opponent possible in the round of 16. Fuck it.
For
A couple
confidence
of
boost,
reasons.
for sure. I mean, if you
I,
you advance with so much confidence.
sure, for sure. But I think it's for like 2, 3 reasons. Reason number one is because I don't think we are yet at the level where we can win it. So if we get out earlier, we can focus on the league, something that we can actually win, right? Realistically win. Second of all is the fact that if you play against Benfica, even though Benfica is a great team and everyone knows it, our fan base will 100% call it a must-win game, like
Yeah.
as if it's our job to win.
They'll alienate the whole team for that. Yep.
Right? And if we lose, everyone's gonna talk shit
Yep.
on Milan, talk shit on the players, talk shit on everyone. Even though I think Benfica is a really, really hard team. Like you can lose against Benfica and not have anything to.
I mean, they're Allegri's worst nightmare by now.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
How many times did they beat him, man? Like how many times?
Like even I mean, and I think it's visible because even when I go back, even 2020, like a team like Lyon making it to the semifinals, right?
Yeah.
It's just, and then Lyon wasn't the most ready at that time. It wasn't like it's the first time, but
that's what I'm saying. Like it depends on the knockout, how the draw is, a lot of things. It's not just.
I think personally for Milan, I think Milan it'll do us good. Not for I don't even want to think short term. For the long run, it'll do us good to even fucking play a big team to begin with. Because if we even beat them, let's say hypothetically, it's gonna boost us times 2. And we keep this core player, we're coming next year ready. But if we play against these teams, let's say I know Brugge didn't finish first. Like Leverkusen, you're like, oh yeah, we can go through, and we lose so poorly. It comes like sets you back 9 times again, and you're like, yo, what the fuck?
I think a very good result will be semi-final this season.
Quarterfinals,
like a very good one, excellent one.
A great result, not a very good.
But quarterfinals for me will be awesome too, though.
Yeah,
for sure. Yeah, I think the odds say that we.
But
like
guys, I have like something.
Bayern, but I also kind of want us to have Bayern in the round of 16 for a couple of reasons. Reason number one is what I just said, that I want a big team, so we just measure where we are right now. What the
John, I smell the Champions League somewhere, man. Like I can smell sometimes the results. I'm smelling this.
Reason number 2 is because historically we have shat on Bayern. Historically,
that's true, but maybe this is the.
I think we have met them like 8 times. We have won 5. They have won 1 once.
I know. Bayern struggles a lot against. I mean, Germany struggles against Italy, generally speaking.
We'll see.
Like I have like this feeling that this season is gonna be a very good run for us in Champions League. That's how I don't know why I can not really give you a good argument, but just remember that I was ready to bet my house on it.
The thing is, I don't
Yeah.
see us. I don't see us winning it or going that far because
I don't know. Like I can smell that maybe like you know, it depends. Like for me, it's about this. Like if Leao can set to his mind, like now have a real chance of actually, you know, a finish. How much he did? Where did he finish in Ballon d'Or? 13?
Sure, but
14.
15,
14.
14.
So if I reach semi-final, final, I'm big gun guy.
Also,
For sure,
it's
but
also going to be determined about how some of our players perform at the World Cup, man.
Exactly.
They perform good.
They're coming back with a lot of
That's
hunger.
what I said earlier. Like I said, a good thing is this is we're able to know our opponent before going into the mercato, and I think we're going to try to shop accordingly if we have to.
Yeah, and we're gonna
but
see probably
we
like
are
some
still-
surprises in the World
we are
Cup.
still
So
a team under construction. In
for
the
sure,
sense
no,
that
I'm
we
not
are
saying
still-
we're ready yet.
I'll be
but
honest.
I'm saying that 2003
still a
we were
team
a
that-
team under construction as well.
I don't know about that. No.
Well, we didn't win anything for like 5 years in 99
Yeah.
or 2001.
But
That was the last time we won.
That
For
team
2
was
years.
solid. We
That
had
team
really
was-
good players in every position.
we.
Right
That
now,
was the year we got players from.
I think
Fiorentina.
we have
got Rui
solid
Costa,
players
right?
even this season. I'm not saying they're the best.
Nesta, we got Nesta.
Yeah.
We
did what
got
Napoli did,
world-class
essentially.
players. Yeah, exactly. No. We went and we bought the best players out there. We went
Right,
and bought
exactly.
the best defender in the league.
I mean,
And
we
and,
were
and the
playing with
best
Rock
playmaker,
Junior as
best
well.
defender,
Alexander.
and best
And the
playmaker.
best playmaker, exactly.
But we were
Right
playing
now-
Rock Junior in defense with Kaladze at some point.
Right now,
Yeah.
we don't even know who the starting cam is because it's under construction.
Listen,
The
this is
right
the way
wing
I
is
feel
under
about it,
construction, the
guys.
strikers-
Even then, Red John, even then, Rui Costa was rotating. Like,
In 2003, he was a starter. He was a
yeah,
starter.
yeah. I'm not saying he
It was
was
him
not.
and
He was
Rivaldo. It was him and Rivaldo.
He was
But
rotation a lot in that season.
Yeah.
He was over Rivaldo though. Rivaldo was on the bench. And he
But I
was-
remember Rivaldo. He scored 2 goals against Madrid in the group. Like he was beginning of the season, he was the starter. Then Ancelotti started
Madrid?
playing Rui Costa more.
We didn't play like Madrid.
Yeah, we did.
Yes, we did.
Because
We
back
did.
then,
We
like the
played.
groups were
In
like
2003.
Yeah,
Yes.
no, back then you had to go into 2 groups. So you qualify for your first group.
Oh, the
stage,
second group. You mean the
and
second
then the
group?
second group, yeah. We played Madrid there.
So that's what I'm saying. Like it depends on the draw.
Okay,
and,
okay, but look at that. Rui Costa, Rivaldo. Like
I know. I'm not saying they're not bad. They're not good. But I'm
You
saying
know?
we were lacking
It's
in
like,
some
oh
other
shit,
positions.
we don't have one of the best. Okay, we'll give the other one, which is
And you
No,
still
no,
had one of
but-
the best defenders also at the time is Maldini.
yeah, Maldini at Costa Curta was still good. You
But
had
Maldini didn't play the
Nesta.
final though, right? 2000.
No, he did.
He did.
He
Oh,
did.
no, he didn't play the semis.
You had Seedorf, you had Kaká, not Kaká, sorry, you had Pirlo, you had Gattuso, Ambrosini, Serginho was
Yeah,
just on
Seedorf.
fire.
Rogginho,
Seedorf as well.
Shevchenko.
Dida.
Shevchenko. Yeah, that was the first season of
You had
Shevchenko.
Shevchenko, Inzaghi, Thomason.
Thomas.
Yeah,
Thomason.
Thomason was there. He scored a penalty.
But even then,
That
nobody
team
was
was
betting on
No,
this
he
team.
didn't shoot. My bad.
I don't know. I thought it was one of the best teams in Europe. I don't know. I don't remember what the media was saying. I thought when I
No,
saw
I
it,
remember.
thought-
I remember Roy. Like even yesterday, I watched like just a short documentary about that final, and even then, they were saying the whole media was saying Juve's, and
Oh, but
even
Juve
Milan was
had
not
a kick-ass
even.
team.
But let's
Juve
not
had
get
a
it
kick-ass
twisted.
team.
Let's not
Juve
get it
had a
twisted.
kick-ass team.
Now, don't hate me, but I feel if Nedved didn't get that yellow card in that semifinals, bro, it'd have been problems.
I don't know, man. I
If
don't know. We
Nedved
played
didn't get
probably
that
our best
yellow
game
card-
that I know.
No, they were
because in
missing Nedved
Scudetto
bad,
we played
bro.
so bad against them.
Nah, the final was super boring.
It was.
No, it
I think
was.
that final was a very boring game. Yeah.
Yeah, it was. But we had to play that way because if we opened the spaces for them, we were done basically.
It was
Yeah.
the same as that Inter 1-2. It was like another 0-0, then 1-1, and then we
Yep.
go into the same fucking thing. But I
That's
feel
what
like
I'm saying. Like we didn't have the best run, yet we won.
But I think that
2007,
year-
we
I
didn't
think-
have.
I
the
don't
best
know,
run.
man. Okay, listen. That team was so stacked with quality that you can make an argument with that team. With today's team, I think it's much more difficult to make that argument.
Don't you think we're stacked with quality?
Not like 2003.
No, don't compare the two.
Right now,
Think about
right
this
now,
team in modern.
my
No,
only issue right now is
but
that
back then, Roy, but what you need to think about also is the circumstances of back then. Most big teams were stacked that way. Most of them.
Yeah.
Now, when you look at modern football is a much different when you
But
think
when you
about
say
the
most,
quality.
how far are you going?
I'm going even to Parma, man.
Okay, but that's still like top
2003
6, top
Parma.
7.
But like,
Parma-
what I'm trying
Parma
to get at
was
is
a
that
top
like
four
Madrid had
team.
Zidane.
No, but by the time, yo, by the time that Milan, Roy's talking about in general, Parma had already gave out all their fucking players.
No, don't focus on
Right,
Parma.
right.
Focus maybe on Lazio.
It
even
was
then,
Roma. Roma was the
Roma,
team.
Capello.
Roma won in
let's
2002.
think about the rest of Europe. Think
Roma
about
was
Man
top.
United. Think about
Yeah, all of them had good teams.
Bayern, about Real Madrid, about Barcelona
Yeah,
back then.
I
They
remember,
were stacked as well.
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't disagree with that.
I think Real Madrid back then was the team that everyone was betting on because they had Ronaldo and Zidane and the Galacticos and they didn't achieve it.
And we beat them. Yeah, I remember that.
They didn't win it actually. They didn't win a Champions League with the Galacticos.
I just look. I was very familiar with the players back then because I followed all football, English, Spanish, German, all of it. And I remember seeing our team, and I thought we had the best.
No, we did. We did. At the time, I was watching a lot of stuff as well. No, we did for sure, because when you think about the good players, when you think about top players, yeah, you can look across. You look at that Milan. I mean, you got to understand, a lot of these Italians in that Milan team are the ones that they played that Euro final. So it
Clint,
wasn't...
and to add to that is 2003 we were not Scudetto champions.
No, we
2022 we are Scudetto champions.
No.
Yes,
2004.
Yeah, the year after, not the year before.
Yeah, but you know why the
we
year
finished
after?
first.
You know why the year after though? Because we got knocked out early in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, we knocked out early. Ancelotti would sacrifice for Serie A for the Champions League.
For the Champions League, for sure. That's why we struggled.
Yeah,
but also some of the players wouldn't play good in Serie A for some fucking reason.
Yeah, because they're not motivated. They want to play the big games. That's what really motivated them.
I'm saying that even this team, even though they're so young, they have a champion mentality.
I hope so. I hope you're right.
They won a Scudetto because they worked for it. So that's what I see in terms of potential of this team. Is that yes, maybe they're
I see
not
the potential.
they're not Kaká, they're not Rivaldo, they're not this and that.
I really
but
doubt that
they have a very good potential of doing
with
some great stuff.
As the main striker. I doubt that.
What's that?
Oh, bro, Giroud has been best player of Champions League last week.
Oh man,
Best player of Champions League, the oldest player to win it.
Okay.
Oldest player to ever win it.
No, come on, man. Have some faith in your boy.
Wait, best player in what?
To ever win best player of the week in Champions League.
Oh, really? Well, he had a great game.
Yeah,
Okay. But this is my only argument is, first of all, yeah, we have to see where the January Mercato goes.
Yep.
But my only argument is that this team is unexperienced.
Yeah, that's
that's my only argument, and that's it.
In Europe, you mean?
Yes.
In general,
they're experienced with football generally.
Not with football, just in Europe. In Italy, they're not they're experienced in Italy now.
They're experienced, but like some games still makes us look unexperienced. When we're not finished product, that's the best word.
I agree more with that. We're not finished product.
Yeah,
but
we're not
in
finished
2003
product.
we were not finished product too, and we still won. We can talk about the quality.
I mean,
of the
I
players.
kind of didn't see it that way, but it's fine. I see this team much more behind than that team.
Nah, man. I don't agree with that.
No, the reason why too, you gotta understand, like
I mean, sorry, excuse me, but look, we had players there that had already won like 3 Champions Leagues. We had players.
We have to. Giroud won a Champions League.
But
not one. It was more than one. And it was,
We had Maldini and Seedorf. That's it.
Costa
the others did not win it.
Costa Curta.
Well, I mean, Costa Curta, yeah, he was not playing.
So you had players there that were
but the others, Gattuso, all the others did not win it.
Gattuso, those guys there were under 21 champions. So those guys there were really good.
But I'm telling you, these guys are Scudetto champions, under 21 as well.
No,
And the
you know, but
25
you
is
Yes,
there.
got, but
and I think it's a good point. I think that is a good point. My only issue is this. I think we have the quality to beat all the teams in Europe. I really do.
Mhm.
If we have our healthiest team, because if we don't, then I think that changes. My only issue is that Man City has played these games many more times, so they probably understand which details to exploit better because they've been there, they've done it. So that's my only issue.
I wouldn't
Like
disagree with that. I wouldn't disagree with that.
that's why for me it's hard to say. Actually, for me, I think this is just my opinion. Champions League this year should just be let's learn how to play it, and then let's go win the second star.
But
Because I
what
think
if you advance the first round? Do you stop believe then? Or
no,
what?
you believe and you keep on playing to the end for sure. No,
Exactly.
you compete, you play to
But
win.
in order to compete, you have to believe that you can actually do it.
Absolutely,
Because
I agree.
Yes.
but then
if you
again,
don't have
but one
that
thing,
thought or mind, whatever you do, you're gonna lose.
but then again, let's not forget also, we're not some. We're the team with the second most Champions League, bro. Like it's not that
Exactly.
doesn't
Like
go
we
under the
have
rug.
a lot of
But
history
this is
and
not the
ego
way
in
to
that
go
in
about
this
it.
No, but
Champions League.
this is true, and this is where I kind of agree with the fact that San Siro is going to be a big part of how the
Exactly.
game goes.
And that's what
But
Maldini said. He don't want to come
but
to San Siro.
there is also the reality of man to man.
Yep.
Guardiola versus Pioli.
Looney Tunes
I
again
mean,
real life.
Conte won it over Guardiola, Roy. And Klopp
Conte
won it
won.
over Guardiola.
Looney
Conte
Tunes
won
again
what?
real life.
Won the Premier League over Guardiola.
Oh, a Premier League.
Yeah.
It's almost like Space Jam. Michael Jordan
So
against the
I mean, I see that we discredit a lot our team and our
I'm
players.
not discrediting the team. I'm really not.
No,
It's
but
just
like
reality,
we
it's just
always,
exactly
for
the-
me, we undervalue them a bit.
No, I'm just saying that I think these games are. You need to have
Because
some
if you give me that type
experience.
of money, listen, Roy, I can promise you, you give me that type of money, I could do a formation in scouting and training and whatever.
You
I
talking
would
about Man
probably
City?
achieve the same results as Guardiola, man.
Oh, listen.
But
I think Guardiola has underachieved with the kind of money.
For
that he's
sure,
getting.
man. Like
Sure.
way underachieved, man.
Right.
But the thing is, we also tend to overrate our players a lot.
No,
Like as
no.
fans.
I don't,
Like,
Rajon. You can see
people-
that I always shit on them when I need to shit on them.
No,
I'm not saying we have
for
the
sure,
best
for sure,
players. I'm saying we
No,
probably have a better
sure.
mentality of winners.
Again, there is a possibility that Milan wins it, same as there is a possibility that Club Brugge wins it. In
No,
general
no.
terms,
No, it's not Club Brugge. You said
I
Ajax.
don't agree
yes.
with that. I don't agree with that.
what?
But Club Brugge, you're taking the piss.
You guys think Club Brugge cannot win?
Win the Champions League?
No, they
Yeah.
can't.
Difficult. Very difficult.
They need to have at least a player who can get them there.
No,
They
I
don't
think
have them.
I
We
think
have that player.
the best teams to win the Champions League, in my opinion, right now are PSG, Napoli, Man City, and Bayern.
I think
Yeah, but I'm
for me,
talking
I would
about
still
there is a
include Real
chance.
Madrid in that list because they.
Real Madrid is like because they know how to do it, you know.
I mean, they won 5 of them in 7 years, man. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, okay, I don't disagree with that. You can put Real Madrid in there too because, like, you know,
Like they just do it over and over again. And even the seasons they didn't win it, they lost to Man City, who managed to go to the final. They lost to Chelsea, who managed to win it. So they lost to the finals, like the
all
finals.
I can really say is there's gonna be a lot of dark horses in the last 8, last 4. Because you see the
But,
teams
like,
that really ended up this year,
Yeah,
they're not.
doesn't the draw give you like somehow hope? Like when you see Frankfurt, Dortmund. I know they're strong teams. I'm not saying they're bad, but I think
I
we
don't want to
can
play
manage
these
all these
guys,
teams.
bro, because they come with playing a fucking point to prove, and then they try to embarrass. Those are the teams that end up embarrassing you, and then you
But
get
we
even
also
more.
have a point to prove. We're also coming from that.
Yeah. No, but us
And
is
we
a
get
bit
to
when
prove
no
that we're
once we
back.
play them,
Listen,
us playing them
guys,
is
but
different.
clubs like Frankfurt, clubs like
I don't like
don't
playing
know,
teams like that, man.
they are clubs that we are not going to play against because they will all get eliminated in the first.
I always think about like that Deportivo. I'll never forget. Oh yeah, it's an easy game. It's all good. Then we fucking get embarrassed
No,
like
but
the coming back.
Deportivo
Oh man.
was a great team back then.
It's
They
I don't
were
like playing.
top
Even
threes.
when we played, that was back in 2005. Yeah, 2005. Before we made it to the final in Istanbul, when we played PSV, boy, if I'm Brazilian and I scored that goal, we're eliminated. We suffered against that PSV team.
That's actually true. Yes.
We
So
suffered against
guys,
that
who would
PSV.
win, this team or Ancelotti team? If they like, let's think about it. I know it's unrealistic.
This
Well, I think
team
it's
or
a
Ancelotti's
50-50,
team
man.
against. What are you talking about?
I know, yeah.
50-50.
You can take
What
the
are you
piss,
talking
but I think with modern football and how this team plays, I think, yeah, they can give them a very hard time, man.
That Ancelotti team dominated Europe for 4 years.
Yes, you're missing the point. I'm not speaking about if they dominated Europe. I'm speaking about the strengths and weaknesses of that team compared to the strengths and weaknesses of this team.
This team, we have a lot of
Let's
weaknesses. I ain't gonna lie to
let's
you.
go.
But even then, we had a lot of weaknesses, man. Dida was a
We
weakness
had
in that game.
Player
experience,
by
bro.
player. Let's go player by player. Manyan is better than Dida.
I'm not comparing player by player.
Then
Red
Nesta.
John, you're doing the paperwork. I don't want to do that. Like,
Do you take?
think
Okay,
about
I have a
football.
question
Think
for you,
about
Anwar.
football.
Do you take a Kakao or Leao?
Kaká for sure. But Kaká is not Leao, John. Kaká plays probably Diaz.
Would you take Nesta or Kalulu?
Oh, listen.
Would you
I'm
take
not-
Maldini or Tomori?
I'm not gonna sit here and compare player by player, man.
Are you gonna take Pirlo or Benacer?
Yeah, but these guys did
Seedorf,
not finish
Pobega.
their. But you're comparing a wholly finished player. Oh, man.
Shevchenko or
Let me speak.
Shevchenko
You're
or
comparing a
Giroud.
player who had to play
Inzaghi
football
or
for
Iggy?
25 years and to a player who played football for 2 years. Of course, you're picking the 25 year because the career speaks. But you didn't see Kalulu for 25 years. What if Kalulu in 25 years achieved something better?
2003, Nesta wasn't old.
He was old, man. He was a captain of
2003?
Lazio. He won the
25
Scudetto with
was-
Lazio, man.
He
was
was
an
he was a
achieved
young
player, man.
kid, man.
No, he came
was
to us a
25,
champion.
something like that.
What are you talking about, Roy?
No, he was a champion, but he wasn't old.
No, but he was the best defender in the world.
Right.
So
Nesta? But
He was
Nesta-
considered, yeah. Real
yeah,
Madrid
but
was
then
the
when we
best.
bought him, he was the
He was like
for me he was
24.
the best defender.
24, 25.
But what I'm saying is that if you think about player by player, career wise, of course, the point is there's no debate. I'm not speaking about that. I'm speaking about when you because I still remember how that team played football, and I think about how this team plays football. I think it's up there, man, for this team
But
to win it as
times
well.
have changed too, though.
Exactly.
Times have changed, but I still
Listen, if
think,
Milan doesn't win, I'm happy with what they achieved this season. This is all I'm gonna say.
yeah, we had to
That's
get
all.
out. Yep, I agree with you.
This is
For
all
sure.
I'm
We
gonna
had to
say.
get out the group stage.
For me,
But
they,
if
they,
we
they-
lose to Benfica, wouldn't that
answer to-
upset you? Roy?
For sure.
Benfica a little
For
bit
sure.
more, yeah.
Because
Because I
also,
think there's a
remember,
chance.
when
There
you
should
look
be a
at
good
all
chance.
these teams,
And this
outside
is the
maybe
reason why I don't want us to go against Benfica, because Benfica, the name doesn't scare you, but the team is really, really good. And then if you lose to Benfica, you're gonna have to start criticizing the players. and
Yeah,
team
the
because
media-
you have expectations.
Right, you have
Yes,
the expectation.
but
I think, listen,
but-
if we don't win, sorry, Reg, I agree with you. If we don't win, like, okay, we achieved it. We got the 50 million. We even got the Mercato. But now let's get the second star. Because that second star, man, that is monumental. That is
or
epic.
maybe, God forbid, we use that money to renew some players. God forbid.
Right. Renew Benacer, renew Leao. Play in the Champions League. If you win, keep on winning. But if you lose, you did a great job. You did what you had to do this year. Now let's go win that second star. Like, all in second star. For me, this is what I want to see.
Agreed, 100%.
what about Inter? Where y'all think Inter gonna finish this year, man?
Top 4.
Okay, but you,
And to be fair, I think two things. First of all, we haven't seen the real Juventus yet, because their best player hasn't played for a year, and also their best midfielder probably hasn't played this season at all. So we have to see Juventus with Pogba, with Chiesa and Di Maria all playing at the same time, and Inter so far hasn't played with their best striker.
I just hope.
Lukaku,
I just hope
they
when.
haven't played with Brozovic at all, because
Yeah.
Brozovic has been injured.
I just hope
So
when
he
Napoli
has to
plays these
reevaluate.
two teams, they get their players back.
Yeah.
I just hope they pick up form once they play against Napoli.
Yes, by the way, Napoli made more money than Milan and Inter.
Well, this is how I see it, guys. I think we are like 3 players or 2 players away from
Yes,
being a
We are.
very good team.
100% agreed.
Yep.
Agreed.
We are.
Agreed.
We
I
are.
think if we
That I
get
agree.
a superb camp, because honestly, I'm not
CDK.
like CDK is gonna take a lot of time, and this team is ready to go.
Yeah, that's gonna be a problem if it really takes a lot of time. The problem that I have with him is that I'm not even seeing sparks, man. Where's the sparks?
Exactly, like that's what's missing. It's the spark. It's like a few moments, just one touch. One touch in a game is good for me,
Like
but he doesn't
like
even have that now.
like we saw with Liao in the first
Yeah,
season.
yeah, yeah.
He
Leao
scored
do
that
shit
beautiful
game and
goal
have 2
against
crazy moments in that game.
exactly. Do you remember that goal against Fiorentina?
Yeah, beside that
That
goal,
shit
like the
against
games
Milan.
when people were shitting on him, he would do like 2 crazy runs. But people will not speak about them, just speak about the 90
That's what
minutes.
that's why I got convinced with Leao. When I saw what he did against that Fiorentina when we were losing 3-0.
But that's potential. You see
like,
the potentials, the spark for a moment. You see, and you tell yourself, this is something. This is
But
different.
CDK doesn't have that for some.
But this is the thing,
no, but CDK has
Red
given
John,
good
is
passes
that
at the end of the season.
did
though.
you watch De Bruyne when he was a kid?
At Volksburg, I mean, yes.
No, before
He
Wolfsburg.
was really good there.
No. Wolfsburg is a completely changed player. Before
Oh,
Wolfsburg.
okay, then no.
Bro, he didn't have any spark at all. Any. I watched his game before in Genk. I watched it with Chelsea. So the few minutes he had, he looked very similar to CDK. Almost the same things. Missed passes, the controls are poor, so much low confidence. And I think it has to do with confidence and mentality more than anything.
So what you're saying is we have to send him to Germany for a couple of years.
Yeah, probably. Send him to Frankfurt for a year, man. Honestly, I would do that. Send him to Frankfurt for a year. He would play Champions League.
40 million on the guy. 40 million.
I mean, it's better if he gets his ass back up and comes back and plays. Then you wait for him 3 years and he's doing shit. I would take the other road, man.
I agree.
If he can go to Frankfurt, win a Europa League again, reach a semi-final, reach a quarter, it's good, man. He's gonna develop for sure, and he's gonna be playing 90 minutes again, back to back. Which he could not do now in Milan because we cannot wait for him. We're a ready-to-go team. And you see that even in Pioli. Like Pioli is like, he wants to give him that space and time to develop, but also he has to get the results or the league will be gone. I think the ready-to-go player now, even though some people will not like it, is Diaz.
By the way, the game against Spezia is super important because Napoli plays Atalanta.
And Inter Juve.
Inter plays Juventus, yes.
What about Roma and Lazio?
Actually, Roma plays Lazio, right? Right? I think Roma plays Lazio, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, it's going to be a nice week of football then in Serie A. I hope. I hope Napoli loses because we need them to drop some points somewhere. At this point. And the other teams, I don't know what's wrong with them. But to be honest, they don't come at Napoli the way they come at us. Let me say that, right, John?
No.
Have you seen how tired they look against Napoli?
But Napoli outplays all the teams.
Outplays, yes, but the team's also doing shit. And we can say they outplayed Liverpool, but Liverpool has been dead in that game.
Like I don't.
It's not also like Liverpool's been dead, bro. They haven't really been backing up like fucking what's his name, like a club in the market like that. You know, and you know their level, their version of 35 million on the CDK was, let's say, 80 million on the fucking Diaz. But now you look at a Tottenham, you look at Chelsea, man, and they outspend him, and they within that same league. So you're gonna fall
Roy,
behind. Even Nottingham
uh,
Forest was going crazy, which
are you
Liverpool
hearing
doesn't do.
this, Roy? Are you hearing this? Klopp
What?
is not being backed. Klopp has spent 180 million in the last
I'm
6
talking
months.
about within like just the 2 years alone, not overall.
Well, listen, I don't know about that, but about Napoli, like they just open you up like a can of tuna, pretty much. Like it doesn't matter who you are, like you're gonna look like shit if you play against them because
And they don't have
technically,
the pressure. That's what makes them even more fucking scary.
yeah, but it's true they don't have as much pressure
Because
as
you
Milan
understand,
does.
a Napoli meeting PSG, which I feel that's probably gonna try to do some stupid shit like that, and then
Second,
they realize PSG has more pressure because
yeah,
some of the players they're expected to win is getting through their head. When Napoli, Vishka doesn't
right,
care. He's 21. He doesn't care.
right.
PSG is different. Some of the
They're more
Verratti
head
and all
trained,
that, they're on their way out.
and that's
Neymar, they're on their way
dangerous.
out.
That's really dangerous. But
Players that have no fear, bro, like they don't really care, they're going all out, especially in the Champions League. And the thing was, I think PSG, they'll be better off playing. PSG is better off playing like a Porto or like the Frankfurt and all these fucking teams. They're better off with that. Because I think them either playing a Napoli or let's say a Man City, one of these sides, but they're gonna be opened up.
who is Napoli getting actually?
PSG.
Maybe.
I feel like Napoli. I think what they're gonna do with Napoli. I feel like Napoli. They might get
Bruges.
They might
Napoli,
favorize Napoli and give him like
Napoli
another
will get
small
PSG.
team.
It's written in the stars.
Because let's not even forget about Inter. Who's gonna kill?
They
Ooh,
could
boy.
get Frankfurt. They could get Frankfurt.
Yeah.
They can get Leipzig. Leipzig is a tough team too. Yeah.
No, they can get
Leipzig
Frankfurt.
is actually pretty
They can get Frankfurt.
Frankfurt is beatable.
Frankfurt finished second behind Tottenham.
Yeah. And Dortmund also. They could get Dortmund. All these teams are beatable for Napoli.
Yep.
But
Yeah, and
PSG is
Napoli,
the toughest one.
and Napoli Dortmund will be a good game.
Frankfurt and Dortmund are beatable even for us.
What do you think? What do you think if Inter? I feel like Bayern can also get Inter though. No. They just came from the
Bayern,
same group. My bad.
yeah, exactly.
I think like
Bayern can get
I think
Milan.
Inter will probably get Tottenham.
Yeah.
Inter have the same chances as us.
I rather Inter play Man City.
Man,
wanna
I
watch that
really
game.
hope Napoli and PSG don't get call
Plays together.
yeah
They
right
will.
away.
They
That
will.
would suck. Dude.
Because then I also feel like Napoli can, if Napoli know they're getting PSG, I think they can go out in the market and even try to go for for what's his name, a good goalie like a Keylor Navas. They'll be inclined to actually get somebody to strengthen that defense because
Yeah, they have to do that. Yeah.
I think Kim Min Jae is the one that's saving them. I think he needs somebody. Ramani, bro, yeah, he's good, but
Armani's good, huh?
yeah, he's good. But
Even
man,
Jesus, Ostengard, they're all good. The system is working really well. But I agree, they need something else, a little bit more. Yeah.
yeah, because whoever they're gonna meet, if they have like a prowess in terms of attack, like they're gonna have to be able to mitigate that, man. They're not gonna give them no mercy, because it's gonna go two ways. Either they have to be super clinical in front of the goal, or they're gonna have to be really, really good in the back. And it's gonna be tough. And Napoli is not like, I feel like Napoli, they're more good when they go out. At home, yes, they're good, but I don't know, man. At home, they can be wishy-washy. When they go play at the Maradona, I don't know. In Europe, they've been a bit, weird, but
So they lost one game this season, right?
huh?
Napoli. They
Yeah.
lost only one game.
Yeah. And I think they lost the right game.
It was a game that didn't matter.
Yeah. Now, if they go and they lose this weekend against Atalanta,
I doubt it.
They're playing against Atalanta, right?
Yeah, but Vicha's injured.
Already? Wow.
Yeah, so I wonder. I mean, the thing is that it's not Vicha, so it probably be Raspadori. That's still good. Raspadori, Osimhen, Lozano, still
Indeed,
great.
They have really, really, really good depth.
Yeah. And the midfield everybody is healthy. The whole team is healthy right now.
Yeah.
And their midfield as well is great, but it's super underrated by the fans of other teams. Because
I think what's his name? I think in the midfield, I think what's his name is the only one going to the World Cup. Zambo and Gisa. That's it.
Where's he from?
Cameroon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think he's the only one actually in that midfield that is going into the World Cup.
I mean, Morocco is playing Georgia. I hope Hakimi is gonna injure Kvara by then.
He's already injured.
Oh, I hope he injures him even more.
Oh, even more. When are they playing?
They're playing, I think, in 18th of this month.
Oh, is it a friendly?
Yeah, they're playing in the Emirates first.
There's a World Cup. The World Cup starts this month, right?
Yeah, it starts on the 20th.
That's so crazy, guys.
Which is weird. You know why? Why I say it's weird, man? Because you have to also give a team a month to go and prepare. They're not even.
Normally they don't have even that preparation.
This is so strange.
But technically, it's kind of like that, though. They have at least 2. They're not even gonna have that, bro. They leave. Some teams literally gonna finish playing their last day, and then in 2 weeks they gotta play the World Cup.
Are you sure?
In 1 week. No,
the World Cup, the World Cup starts on November 20th.
Yes.
Wow.
And today's the 4th, bro. We still talking about a league game tomorrow.
3 games. So it's going to be Saturday, Tuesday, then Sunday, I think.
Look at that. And then you're going for a World Cup, and then coaches won't even be able to put their system in place. It's going to be weird, man.
And so many players are going to be missing for sure.
Too many injuries, bro. This is the time of the season where all the players, they're still recuperating from last year, and they're getting injured based on that.
And this World Cup.
But beside that, in the World Cup, most players will allow themselves to get an operation in the knee before the World Cup starts or something like that. Now they can't really do that.
I feel bad for Pogba because Pogba is safe because he wanted to go to World Cup. Then he gets injured. It's crazy, man.
But I don't know why they're playing it by this time. They say because of the weather.
Yeah.
Thing is, they're saying all the stadiums are air conditioned. So
they're all in the same city. They're all playing. This is from the first World Cup, like all the cities in one city. It's crazy. But it's just, I think my thing what I don't like is like the moment they decide to arrest Platini and Sepp Blatter, I think they should have took the World Cup away. Because we already know why they got caught.
But the thing is, if you do that, you should take all the World Cups before. Even the one in South Africa, the one in... Because all of them they received a lot of money to give those World Cups.
Exactly. You cannot do that because you already have a contract in place with the country, and the country has invested money into that.
But I find this talk about Qatar a bit hypocritical in a way, to be honest with you, Clint, because France accepts their money, they're happy, they're proud about PSG,
I agree.
And then they say we want to boycott, and they didn't even boycott the one in Russia. Is it just because they're Arab, or for me it sounds more about this than
I just
actually.
Me in this whole situation, I don't like what the Ukrainian national team is doing because
if it was about boycotting,
they want to boycott.
People
Iran
would boycott the one in Brazil. They would boycott every World Cup because every World Cup people died. People didn't get.
I just don't want what's the name? What Ukraine try to do? I understand there's a war, but bro, it's merit. You get into the World Cup. You didn't qualify. You know, huh?
Oh, they're saying that the game they played was affected by the situation?
No, what they try to do is since Iran is getting that whatever they're having, they're pushing for Iran to get banned out of the World Cup. So
Italy,
because they're sending their drones to Russia or something like that.
Yeah, they say Iran is supporting in the Russian war.
Also, Iran wants to attack Saudi Arabia. Did you guys see that? Is that true? Did you guys read that?
No, I haven't read that.
Yeah, there was something is going on with Iran and Saudi Arabia. But anyway, so does this mean that Italy is going to be in the World Cup?
Nope.
Oh, yeah.
That Ukraine tried to take
yeah.
that. Even Chile. You know what Chile's trying to qualify at all costs. These dudes lost, right? And they try to legally sue Ecuador, saying that like Ecuador had a player that was born in Colombia, they didn't follow regulation. So the game they played against, against Argentina or Colombia, it should have never been played. It should be deducted a point because they're next in line because they failed to qualify. So they try to bring it to court, but they can't really go into Ecuador to actually really prove it because the player said he was born there. It's this whole legal dispute where they're really adamant because that Alexis Sanchez and all that, I think that's the last World Cup for their generation.
But I think this is like more of a targeted like campaign against Qatar and like the Mid East. To be honest, like it doesn't feel like.
It's just other teams want to participate in there. Dude, all this thing is about people wanting to fucking place at the table, a seat at the table. You know, once you put them there, then they go silent. You know.
But like for me, the Brazil World Cup had more problems in the country compared to this one, or the one in Russia, or anyone compared to this one.
No, but the Qatar one, bro, you know, people really did die over there. You know, as much as we, you know, the corrupt, there's some fuck shit really happened. You know, it's the thing is,
but give me just one World Cup competition where some shit didn't go down.
But
remember
just
the Argentinian one?
Rights and people getting their passport blocked. You know, people from Transparent Africa going there. We're seeing the videos. You know, those are the things that legit happen. Now, we're not saying it happened in other places, but this is the one that at least we got to see the evidence.
So what is your theory, Edward?
Sorry?
What do you think? Why are they saying that? You say it's because of what?
No, I'm saying that if this was like done in China or any other country in Asia, nobody would bat an eye. But just because it's the Middle East and all the work that has been done for the last 20 years, people think that it's not safe to go there. But Qatar is probably the safest country in the world. I've been there,
but
man.
they're not even saying safe. It's just from now.
No, but like, I get your point, Kenan. But I'm speaking about the media, how they picture this part of the world, like as marginalizing women, doing this. That's not true, man. That's absolutely bullshit, man. I've been there. It's more open than probably the US by now. But like the thing is, I like, even when I heard the Qatari like representative for the World Cup last day, he said like, well, they love us for signing Neymar, but hate us for having a World Cup because we did this and that. And if you look at every World Cup edition, there have been frauds and possible worst case scenarios than what's happening.
Yeah, no, but I wouldn't say I wouldn't say worse in terms of this is like legit. They have count of the amount of people that, you know, in terms of like people dying in that joint though.
But,
you know?
Well,
me personally, I wouldn't care if it's there, if it, you know, either or, because I feel like it starts with UEFA taking the money from these folks and FIFA is this a corruption. It's just the thing I don't like is, and I even posted today because Infantino comes out today and says like, oh, please go into Qatar, take political stuff or put your politicals aside. But then why do you ban Russia from playing their playoffs? And that's what I don't like. I don't like when they play these wishes. You gotta be consistent with how you make your decisions. You know, you decide to ban a certain country.
No, but I'm saying, what I'm saying, Clint, for Brazil to hold that World Cup, they had to sacrifice so much money and so much houses and income and so much shit that even the people of Brazil protested against the World Cup. Yet nobody joined them in that protest.
No, but that's different, Anwar. That is different.
But I'm saying that nobody said we should boycott that World Cup.
I agree about that.
I think it's more like people dying. That's
you get my point. Like nobody took that much of an aggressive stance against it.
Accusation was essentially like worker safety, worker rights, worker whatever. That's what they were talking about.
But don't you think in every World Cup, like there are casualties? Like I'm not saying it's okay to have this.
Well, I don't know, but apparently, honestly, if people died, like I feel bad about it. But I don't know really what to say about it. I don't really have an opinion about it. I don't think. But if people want to say, look, all these people died, 2,000 people died, and they want to be like, I guess that is the angle they're going from. Whether or not they shouldn't say that, I don't know. You think they shouldn't?
No, I'm saying if something is wrong, fix it. And I think that's what, like yesterday I watched it's a full documentary about this. They did it in Bein Sport. It's still biased because it's a Qatari TV channel. But they brought the people even from Amnesty who brought up this subject.
Safety worker.
And Amnesty. Do you know Amnesty?
Yeah.
Amnesty International, yeah. But
exactly.
Corrupt,
they latest But that's the thing. Who do you trust? Because Amnesty were the first ones to say they are slavery in Qatar, and the workers don't have the rights, and so on and so on. They don't
Which we
even
don't
have
know,
rights.
no, but from you to me, which we do know, a lot of people that go there for, they get their passports blocked, World Cup aside, which we do know that's
Yeah.
Middle
No, I
East.
get that. I get
Yeah.
that.
So,
But they also, the latest report, they say that everything is under work, like whatever we offer to Qatar, they're doing it so that they're resolving the situation.
but them saying that doesn't negate for the fact that what they said like 10,000. Here's my problem: Qatar has not, they haven't been able yet to debunk the whole allegations that have been brought towards them. And as
No,
long
but
as they come clean and they're
No,
able to
but
consistency in this, then we agree. But they have not even been able to do that.
but they
And
haven't
why?
tried to debunk it.
Huh?
They haven't. I mean, at least what I know.
Yep, they
I don't-
haven't came and debunked. They
But
can't.
they haven't tried to do it. We're not saying that it's not happening.
Right. Because here's the thing, though, right? I can understand, and I'm not. It's not about being against or any of that. But when you have these kind of like really flagrant accusations against yourself, I think the best thing you're gonna try to do is to clean your image and be like, no, bro, you can't accept that type of disrespect towards a sovereign nation. But it's been
The
crickets.
activist groups get a lot of their message gets spread across the media.
no. What I'm trying to get at, Clint, is I'm not against boycotting this World Cup. I'm against the consistency of
I'm still gonna
boycotting
watch.
something.
I mean, I want to watch football. So
You're talking about the propaganda.
Exactly. If you're gonna be doing,
you're talking about geopolitical propaganda. That's what
there is a lot of that going on here. Besides the fact that
No, I agree, because for that, even with Infantino's statement this morning, I'm like, bro, you can't talk about political stuff when with Russia and all these things. You ban Russia from the Champions League. Y'all go and y'all take these. You gotta be consistent in your decisions. You can't do it when it's
exactly. That's
convenient.
what I'm trying to get at. You can't give them a World Cup to ban them 4 years later.
Yeah.
Because the war
But how
in
would
Ukraine.
they know? Wait, how
No,
would
but
they
Roy,
know
what I'm
that
trying to
Russia
get
was
at is
gonna-
that the war on Ukraine started in 2014, 2013.
But it wasn't
Not yesterday.
It wasn't a full-on invasion.
But still, nobody said anything. And now, because a lot of people died back then, right?
This one, yeah, but this one was like a declaration.
But
of
you get
war.
my point, is that this one, there is so much hype behind it that
But
we should
I mean,
boycott it for this one.
How could have they known that Russia was going to declare war?
He already did back then. He took a
No,
big
but
part
like
of
the way they did this time.
But he did. It took the Crimea.
Yeah,
He
Crimea,
took all-
but Crimea then ended also.
But that's the
This-
thing, Roy. I can't. Things that I really like about human beings is that if you have values, stick by them. Whatever who you're talking to.
I'm not
whatever.
defending FIFA, UEFA.
Though you're talking about corrupt people with special interests, dog. They don't care about human values except their pockets.
Exactly. So you can't come right now and be all this humanistic when all over the latest World Cup.
You know who's the biggest clown?
That's
You know who's
because
the biggest?
the activists.
You know who's the biggest
activists
clown?
get the loudest voices.
For me, the biggest clown is France.
No, the
'Cause
biggest.
they're
clown
leading
is
the
Gary Neville.
biggest.
You saw Gary Neville? Gary Neville's the biggest clown because he criticized Qatar so hard, and now he's gonna be one of the consultants on what is it? What's that? Being
Bein
Sport?
Sport?
What? He's getting money from. I'm like, bro, you went in charade.
Well, that's the thing, man. That's why I can't hold the
Clown,
like if
bro.
they stuck by that and didn't take the money, you don't allow Qatar to invest in Paris. Then yes, I would agree with you. You have a set of values that you
But
stand
also to be said is that honestly, like it's been a lot. Maybe I haven't seen it. I haven't seen any media about this in a long time. So maybe Amnesty is right, and they did fix that, and that's why.
by. That's the latest report. The latest report says that there is still some work to be done, but a lot of things have been fixed since then. Now they have work visas. They have things that they didn't have back then.
And I also agree. And here's one thing: if I gotta play devil's advocate, I also agree. You gotta also respect other people's culture. So there's certain things they don't want to see. That's how they operate. That's how they operate. Now that's gonna go within FIFA's jurisdiction and how they feel about it. But rules can also not be alleviated based on because it's here. Then also they gotta think if you want to accept that, you getting people from all across the world coming. You gotta accommodate.
But
Just
Clint,
can't say so.
I lived in the US. When I went to the US, I adapted to the US culture because I'm the one going there. If you come to Morocco, you're the one adapting to the Moroccan culture because you're coming to us. That's how I see the word. So you can't So when you're in the UK, you ask us to not bring our culture, and when you come to our culture, you ask us to delete our culture. Like that's the thing that I don't like. If you have to stick by one thing, you can't be winning at everything. At some point, you have to
But since
compromise.
since it's also an international tournament, then you start understanding why did you organize if you
But
knew
that's
what.
a bad argument because this is not about culture. It's about workers' rights. So nothing
Yeah.
to do with the culture.
No, I'm not saying. I'm not speaking. I'm speaking more about Clint's point about culture when he referred to culture. I said that, like Gary Neville is saying this and this because of the culture of Arab countries. You don't know the culture of Arab countries first.
So what do you mean exactly? Yeah, sorry.
What I mean is that when you come there, probably there are going to be a set of things that you should not be doing. It's okay to be doing probably elsewhere. Probably smoking weed is okay to be doing that in California. It's not okay to be doing that in Doha. So you respect what the jurisdiction that place has, not because you love them or hate them. It's because it's a respect of the place, the environment you're going to. You can't bring your rules to a place, to a house. You go to a house, you respect the rules of the house. You get my point, right?
Right. But do you think that's going to be a problem in Qatar? I don't
Yes, it is getting already. It's a problem.
Because there was like no drinking thing already.
There is no drinking. They also said like the.
Okay. All right. Okay.
I want to be able to go to work.
There's no drinking.
No drinking. But if you gotta drink, you gotta go to a pub.
Irish are not going to give a shit about that. Yeah, you're going to.
No, but the English will probably be mad about that. But if you're going there, no, you can drink. That's the problem. Roy, it's not like you can't drink. Actually, if you want to drink, you have to go to a restaurant or a pub or a bar. You can't buy alcohol on a like a 7-Eleven or whatever.
What's the problem? That means that all the bars are going to be full every night.
Yeah, but you can't bring it out of the bar.
No, the main thing here, Roy, here's what created a fuss.
You get me?
They were saying that beer would not be sold in the stadiums. And people were like, what the
in
fuck?
the stadiums?
Yes. And they were like, yo, so why are we going to the game for? And that was like a big fuss. And I don't know if that's been fixed yet, but that's the big issue right now.
Well, the alcohol business probably says, yo, this is one of my best events every 4 years.
Yeah, but like
Heineken, right? How do you feel about Heineken getting put, in front of, if you don't, if that's not your views?
I see.
But which I feel they're really.
It's not just that. Like it's getting to a much heated debate about even the LGBTQ community, where they're asking for the flags and the captaincy, and Qatar is saying no. So I'm not standing by Qatar here, but
I know.
It's their rules. Like
I know. Here's the problem. The way I see it is, you got people that are really secular Muslims, and you got people that are actually within the faith, and it creates that clash. And the secular ones, they have all the money, so they're closer to the westernized, lifestyle. You understand? So when they're bringing these competitions, they know these competitions comes also with its demons. When I mean by demons, a secular lifestyle, which people are like, yo, what the fuck is all this shit? You understand? It's just coming. People don't want to deal, and then they create on the mingle, but people are willing to go in because guess what?
They will have to deal with their own people where they're going to be questioning them. So you are our leader, and yet you don't even respect our culture. You get my point.
You think what's his name? Where does he live, bro? He lives in Paris. What's his name? Al Khalifi, right? You think Al Khalifi they're really that embedded? They're in Paris.
No, he drinks, bro. He drinks for sure.
Yeah. So they don't.
The thing is like it's about personal belief, but when it comes to a country, it means that the people living there have a set of living rules, and they are the one organizing it. So
and then
not to their house.
Not to get too political here, but one thing, I'm in international trade, and one thing that I know what they're one thing that's going on with, especially places in the Middle East, what they're doing. They're diversifying their portfolio because there's a law in the States that's going to hit soon where all car companies are going to be forced to produce at least 50%, electrical cars, which they're going to be rushing towards lithium battery. So a lot of the people like the Qatari, the Saudis, they're diversifying like the economy. So a lot of them are going towards those type of things where Kuwait is going to be screwed because if your whole portfolio just depends on fucking oil, you're fucked once the West doesn't come near you.
But here in Morocco, even us, we do that. We export renewable energy to Europe.
Yeah, so they're going to have to.
We are self-sufficient and we're selling it.
they need stuff like the World Cup, attract this tourism. You have to start creating these type of things to up it becomes like a business model. Because after that World Cup comes through, then I'm pretty sure people invested in Qatar before, but more eyes are open. People go in there more. You understand? So they're more in that realm, and that's why they're all over Europe.
That's the whole point is to show the world that part of the world, which is Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the Emirates.
I wish they do it one in Australia though. I want them to do a World Cup in Australia. I think that would be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think North Africa next. We need
like Qatar is like a really modern. It's like everything is very. Qatar is very modern, right? It's a very
hell yeah, door,
rich.
Yes,
it's very rich, right?
I think actually Qatar is richer than the Emirates.
Bro, Qatar GDP per capita is crazy.
Yeah,
go check it out, Roy. And also check how many crimes happen in a day.
But it's a really small country, though. Really small.
Yeah, no, I know it's a very rich country. Yeah. There's a civil war going on.
That's Yemen. Yeah, I've been to Yemen, like in 2003, 2004. It's fucked up, to be honest. But the people are very nice. We say that Yemen are the origin of Arabs. So that's what they say. They say, like, for Arabs, they say the origin of Arabs is Yemen.
Yeah, because my whole thing with fucking, canceling these countries, the same could have been said about the U.S. The U.S. could have been banned from the 2002 World Cup. The U.S. can be even banned from World Cup 2026. So it's like I don't know.
But even this last World Cup, we were going head to head with the U.S. Everyone was saying that Morocco is probably going to win it. And then you have Donald Trump going on Twitter and saying that everyone who does not vote for the U.S. is against the U.S. So you bring a vote for the World Cup to that?
Here's all I gotta say on this though. It's just I just want the legislations, from a footballistic perspective, to be consistent with their decision making. Because
I agree with that.
It shows so many flaws. Because you want to play policeman over here, you don't want to play policeman over there. You pick
exactly. That's my issue. That's my issue. When it's the West, everything is good. When it's not the West, everything is bad.
Because me personally, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think those Russian teams from the Champions League, they got nothing to do with the political spectrum of nothing.
Unless what about the athletes? Like, forget the Russia. What about the athletes?
Why do you ban them? Like, dude, I think this competition is based on merit. People can't have like a free ride.
Even in the World Cup, they had the Olympics. The World War, sorry, right? They played them in Germany. I think they said sports is apolitical. That's for me like the same discussion when people were trying to speak about the Arab Spring or Palestine or this or that. They always ban them, but now it's okay to speak about Ukraine. I mean, I love Ukraine and I love the fact that they're fighting for their homeland, but you gotta be consistent. If you say it's apolitical for Africans to speak about their African leadership, so no player in Africa, you never see Mane, and he wants to. Drogba wants to say some shit about his country or the region, but he can't do that because if he does that, FIFA or UEFA will ban him. But now you allow so much heat. Well, I mean, there is agendas behind. It's not just apolitical. I don't believe in any of that. I believe that if it fits my agenda, it's okay. If it does not fit it, then it's apolitical. You cannot say it, and that's what I have a problem with. It's the same now with the World Cup. When it fit their agenda, Russia is gonna hold one of the most beautiful World Cups because they want to put it on the front page and to win him over. Now they have an issue with him. You're banned from the. I mean, be consistent. For me, that's shifting gears so much. Probably next year they're gonna be saying, we want the Super League. Just 2 years ago you said every team that was for the Super League would be banned. You can't be changing positions from extremes this far. And like I said, if you take any example or any edition of the World Cup, go into the details of how that World Cup was organized, you're gonna find so much shit. In South Africa, so many players had their rooms in the hotels robbed, and nobody said, it's not secure, let's boycott South Africa for this. No, they went there and had a fun World Cup. I think it's the same. They should go with the same approach with Qatar. For sure, if you dig deep, you're gonna find a lot of shit. As any other country organizing the World Cup. The next World Cup in Mexico, Canada, and in the US, you will probably, I can guarantee you will find some kind of fraud or whatever going on there. Because there's a lot of money being.
No, I think our World Cup is going to be beautiful, man. The US World Cup.
Listen, it's not even the one in Qatar is going to be beautiful. Just wait to see the stadiums. But the thing is, if you dig deep, you will find a lot of shit going on behind.
My main beef with Qatar, though, they're not a national football, bro. Like, we never saw them in international competition.
That's what I agree with. Like, if Egypt, Morocco, another Arab country, Algeria, even Tunisia,
even Saudi
these
Arabia,
guys, like
Saudi Arabia, I wouldn't
even Saudi Arabia, yeah,
them coming. So it's like, dude, we never even saw y'all play. And you like when a team that's you want that love story. Also, you see how Russia went deep in their competition. I like seeing stuff like that in the World Cup, man.
But this was also one of the reasons why there was a lot of backlash against this, because there were countries that are much more prepared to they had to. These guys have to build the stadium. And then in the process of building the stadium, they had that issue. Building the stadiums, they had the issue of the workers' rights. So that's where that propaganda kind of came from.
No, but even in Brazil, they were collecting kids from the favelas and like the kids that were stealing from the street.
I agree that the media didn't talk so much about it. It was
they didn't even raise it. Like they didn't even said, "Oh, why are kids like teenagers doing this?" It's not even grown-ups. It's a big question because they're not even grown-ups. Nobody said anything. But now it's Qatar. Everything matters. Everything, every detail. They're gonna look at it and see, "Oh, this is not done properly." Of course.
But Qatar also kind of brought the heat on them, though.
No, I don't think so, man.
Money. Like,
no, bro. I think I believe. Listen, Clint. I believe if Morocco was the one doing this World Cup, they would receive the same fucking heat. They would be saying, Morocco has robbers and stuff, and they allow this, and they will find every deep shit and put it as the forefront.
It wouldn't be that. Like, you gotta.
But Clint, as an Arab, I'm telling you this. Like, I've always.
How many people got arrested? How many people got arrested?
Listen, Clint. Even when I was in the West and I lived there for a while, whenever I saw the news, they never said, Morocco is doing this to help the community or help other African countries. They always come up with the worst shit.
Put that aside. That's what
the news is always about something bad. It's not about something good.
Listen, put even the deaths aside. What made this World Cup even more crazier is when they started finding out it's the amount of people that got arrested. The legendary Michel Platini today cannot come back into the football world because he fucking took money from them people.
But it's not just Qatar.
I have a question for Anwar.
No, Clint. It's not just Qatar. He wasn't just trying.
But that was the main caveat. That's why the FBI investigated.
FBI investigated since
it was
2002.
Qatar. Yeah, they did. But Qatar was the main because of all the bribes. That's why they got
Blatter. The main one was South Africa. He received a check.
Qatar was one of the main things for the big brown players. I'm telling you.
I'm telling you as well. Like, I know this. I can tell you that Blatter was arrested because of South Africa World Cup. He received a big fat check. And he received it in a Swiss bank, and there is the check, there is the account, there is everything shown by FBI. But what I'm telling you is that people will only bring it because of Qatar. You get me? Like, they will not say, this is because of 2002, then 2006, then 2010, then 2014, then 2018, then 2022. No. They go directly, this is because of Qatar. And I have a big issue with that. It's not just this. I'm telling you, that's how the media portrays Arabs in the Middle East. Whenever there is something shit,
just say you got
put it as the front version.
I have to ask Anwar a question, bro. Because if the issue with all those people dying building those stadiums never arose, do you think that people will be talking about Qatar?
Yeah, they will find some other thing. I can guarantee you, Roy. They will find another detail too.
They talked about the World Cup in Japan like this, and we're in Korea or Germany. The World Cup in Germany.
Listen, Clint, we are not Germany. We are Arabs. We have the worst fucking picture in the media. So they always try to find the shittiest things, and that's how Arabs are pictured in the world. And that's not true. If you go to Qatar, actually people live better than in the US. And that's a reality people should deal with. But they will never show you that in US media, for example, or British media.
Bro, one thing I know about is just they don't treat people from,
I don't know.
African well.
Oh, I
That's a
agree with
fact.
that, Roy.
But
I've
I'll
been
never
to
say
both
they're never better.
places.
I
If you
don't
think about
see.
quality of life, Qataris have the best
No,
quality
no,
of life
I
in
agree. I
the world.
agree that Qatar is probably
They have quality
it's
of life,
very
but bro, they
rich.
do not
There's a
treat
lot of
other
quality of life.
people well, bro. That's a fact.
I definitely agree with that.
What?
I say I
Sorry?
don't agree that the media depicts Qatar in that way.
It's not Qatar. It's the Arab word is always depicted as a shit word.
But
When in
Qatar,
fact
but
the Arab
Qatar has
word
never been right.
is probably
I've
the trigger
never.
of modern Western
I
civilization.
agree.
Has,
I agree, but I never like in my when I followed the media, I never you never hear Qatar. It's other countries.
but
Qatar
Roy,
is
I'm
usually-
speaking from my own experience. I watch the French TV. French TV would never say something great about Morocco, Algeria, or Tunisia. Whenever
That's
we
the
do some
colonies,
dumb
dog.
shit,
That's the
whenever we do some
colonies.
but whenever we do some dumb shit, it's on the front page. They spend 6 hours talking about it on TV.
But that's France,
But
bro. You say France.
it's
I
not
live
just
in, you know how
France.
they
I'm telling
go.
you, Clint. I live even in the UK. I can guarantee you the UK is similar. And the UK, you should know that their whole national debt is held by the Middle East. They're actually the one financing that country. But nobody speaks about that. That actually every British person is living right now the way he's
in
living
America
because
nobody
of some
talks about
Middle
Qatar.
Eastern guy lending him
I
money.
don't see these conversations in America about Qatar. The only
Exactly.
issue the only
But
issue I
Roy, would
saw.
you agree that in the US does not give a great image about the Arab world or the Muslim world, generally speaking? I watch
Well,
the media there.
there's been a war between, like some countries in the Middle East and the U.S. So of course there's going to be.
But it was not even a correct war because even now
Well,
they go back
that's
to
all
the-
a different story. That's all a different story. I don't
That's
want
a
to get into.
different story, dog. Yeah.
But the media obviously is going to do is going to do that. But I'm just saying Qatar not necessary. The only
No,
thing
but
I've ever heard about
how I
Qatar-
see it is they always
They don't talk bad about Dubai.
picture they always
They don't
picture
talk
the
bad about
West
Dubai.
as angels,
exactly.
you know. They
They don't
always
talk bad
picture
about
the
Dubai, though.
sorry.
They don't talk bad about Dubai.
No, they do, man. I can give
No,
you a
no,
list.
not
Of,
in the US. No, they don't, bro.
That's not. I don't get that vibe in the U.S. because
No,
there's
they
a lot
but
of
don't.
bro, I watched
there's a
so many
lot of Muslims.
documentaries about trying to show
Stop watching
Dubai
TV, bro.
and its flaws. You know,
They
they
lie.
speak about
There's
prostitution.
a lot of
this and
Muslims
that.
in the U.S., man. Like I don't think there is that kind of.
Maybe I'm gonna be speaking from my own perspective as a
Yes,
Muslim
yeah.
Arab.
Because even
I
when
did.
you speak
I
like
don't think
the thing
we
about
we
the
had the
US, bro,
same
watch this.
media
In the
representation that
US, in the
probably
US,
most
hey,
communities have in the US.
Roy, you can agree with me. In the US, there's a lot of hookah spots. They're all had by Arabs. They're making a lot of money here, bro.
Hookah is Arab. It has to be owned by an Arab to have that kind of mentality.
The restaurants.
Everybody's smoking hookah now. Everybody's
Roy,
eating.
I'm
Everybody's
speaking
eating
media.
halal.
No, but Roy, I'm speaking media. Whenever they bring up an Arab country or a Muslim country, do they say something good or something bad? Most of the time.
I'll be 100% honest. Like usually when I see that, they're not really. We're talking about the situation. It's not.
It's not like
I
ideal.
think there are some people,
but they're painting a
in
picture,
America.
right?
There's some people in America that maybe take it too far, but that's everywhere in the world. But I think that the media in general here, especially with Hollywood, like there's no right now. I'm not seeing these kind of vibes. I'll be honest.
But even in Hollywood, don't you see
it's
that
more
most of the
right now in America it's more Russia. Russia's the big enemy in America.
Yeah. Russia's the big bad boy, right? The big bad wolf.
No. But like, even if you watch a Hollywood movie, whenever they bring an Arab actor, it's about a role, a specific type of role, and we already know what that role is.
I mean, in Black and Shazam, if you just watch Shazam, they happened in the Middle East. They were all Arabs. They were like the superheroes in the movie.
Like one of the shittiest blockbusters in the last No, but Clay, I think you two guys get my point, and some part.
No, I do, but like, let's not.
I'm not creating this out of thin air. Like,
one thing I want to make clear too is like let's not act like
no, but even comedians they speak about this. Like
they're
I
not
watch so many
saying-
comedians speak about this, and they
You
say
know.
like whenever they bring the Arab culture, they never say that women are actually enjoying themselves living in those countries. They always speak about it as everyone is suffering or like it's not true.
That's not fair, man. Don't enemy agriculture. That's not fair because I think in our views, I agree with you. Media's gonna do me what, but Qatar, there's reasons for Qatar alone, bro. I can't spare them on that particular spot. Especially me coming from Africa. I've been to North Africa. I know North Africans, man. I meet a lot of people from the Middle East. Those are cool cats. but it's more from the regimes or what they
But
do.
Qatar is a newborn country in the Arab world.
I
Generally
know, but they're not the Saints. They're not the Saints.
They're not the Saints, and they're built on
Without
petrol.
even
And
going Anwar, without
Yeah.
even going to the political spectrum, we also know they're also responsible for the whole destabilization of that whole area also.
Yeah, with Al Jazeera and I
So,
get you. No, I agree with you. fully,
trust
man.
me, they're the ones like all the
Yeah,
Hezbollah
they
leaders
actually
stand
pushed
door,
the Arab rebels in
right? All the
in-
ISIS
in
leaders go
2000.
stand door. Let's not act like Qataris are saying, But let me not say too much. I don't want them to come and catch me out here on YouTube.
No, don't worry, they won't.
Yeah, but no, that's the only thing. But like I want to watch football, so I don't really care, and I just feel like some of
So
the
exactly,
players
like
are
this
good
is
enough.
about football. So why bring all that shit to football? Keep it out, man. If you have a problem with the country, have a problem with the country. You
But
can't have
you
a
know
problem
what,
with the
Anwar?
World Cup.
There are the activist groups that
Mhm.
they make a lot of noise. The
Yeah.
activist groups are the ones that get on TV, and then
But
they
why
push
don't they
from-
make that noise in Brazil?
And the
and-
Scandinavians, you know who actually brought that highlight?
I think
of
it's
Qatar?
because people
It's
died.
Denmark.
Man. That's why.
But they
Denmark-
also died. Like I can guarantee you, they also died in Brazil. But nobody.
No,
better,
but
like
hey, Anwar, you gotta blame Denmark. Denmark is actually what they took this to the forefront.
yeah, and I watched even the Danish
They brought it
right
to the
wing and.
forefront.
Bro, I watched how they talk about Islam and the Arab community in Denmark. It's not. It's full on racist. It's full on racist. It's not like in between. No. It's full on segregation. We are better. They are lower. They should not be living with us. They should go back to where they came from and all that kind of talk. So that's why I don't really stand by this, because if it's coming really from a good intention, then your good intention should show up when protests were were going on in Argentina, when Argentina had the World Cup in the 80s. And nobody bet an eye. So many people actually died in the protests. They were aggressive, violent protests. And when people played that World Cup and they were okay with it. But now, because people died in building stadiums in Qatar, everyone wants to boycott it. We should fucking boycott every World Cup since the beginning, because none of them is correct. All of them are full of corruption and money going behind the backs. And I can guarantee you that even in the 30s, bro.
Sorry, Anwar, but you have to agree, I think, that if the issue is like, say, thousands of people dying, then it is an argument that
and they're
is gonna be
saying
a strong argument.
Yes, and they're saying you can't blame a whole country because probably that one person responsible for that was not doing his job.
Yeah,
I can get
okay, sure. That's ethics.
That's what
That's
they did. So
ethics.
yes, and that's what Amnesty said. Amnesty said, even though I don't trust Amnesty, I know they're corrupt. I know they get money to say stuff. But even though Amnesty, they said that after the allegations, Qatar did a lot of work to secure these guys' visas and the workspace, work environment, insurance, and so on, and insurance even for their families. So, I mean, from here to here, there is work, but people still want to boycott, even though they try to change.
But listen to what you said. Like, that is a lot. So
I
pretty
know
much
it's a lot.
it was.
But I'm telling you, it's the same in South Africa and Brazil, and nobody said anything. Do you think workers in South Africa had insurance?
I don't know.
I can guarantee you they didn't have it. I can guarantee you, without knowing, man.
I think that the tipping thing, and not my tipping, just the media, etc., was the deaths. That's what it was.
I think the tipping thing was media, Roy. Is that media took it to another level. Every media was speaking about it, especially the Western
if
media.
you have thousands of people dying, like obviously.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, I can guarantee. Let me try to find the numbers for the Brazil World Cup, and we'll probably find that more people got hurt in the Brazil World Cup compared to Qatar. Yeah, everyone was happy that Brazil was holding the World Cup.
I disagree.
I agree that there's elements of the media that
For sure, most definitely.
Yeah, but I think this particular issue was about thousands of people dying.
So yeah, but don't you think China, when they had the Olympics, people did not get hurt?
I don't know.
But that's the thing. Maybe we didn't have the numbers. That's the only problem, and media didn't took it to that level.
But here also you got people that talk. Here's the thing. Prior to that, prior to this, we can all agree that we all know people from sub-Saharan Africa, people from Southeast Asia usually go to the Middle East for work, and stuff usually happen to them. It just happened.
I
to
know,
the World Cup,
I agree with you. I agree
right?
with you,
And
Clint.
it just happened to be the World Cup came around. That's a big event, and now these issues that used to happen in the past, they might seem minimal. Just got a bigger highlight, like, oh, this is what the hell is really going down. Because now families are like, we didn't hear such and such come back. Because you got to understand also, Qatar is not a big country. They don't have that labor personnel to make all these stadiums or 10 plus stadiums. You need outside labor. What really happened to that outside labor? And it was like legit concern. So
I agree with you. Listen, on the concerns, I agree with that. But I'm saying that we still go back to the same point. If I'm gonna be doing this to Qatar, then the next World Cup in the US, we should go and check
and I
the
know they're gonna
numbers.
do that now. I know they're gonna do that because now, bro, there's too much technology. You can't do a lot of the shady shit you used to do in the back. Even if you do it, it has to be really concealed because they seen how.
Maybe that's the difference. Is that now you can't really hide it.
They seen how all these execs from FIFA got humiliated, got getting in handcuffs and getting getting caught. Nobody's gonna want to go through that shit. I mean, I know that's corruption, but hey, now people are gonna be more. They're not gonna be that naive and gullible. They're gonna hide a little bit their schemes and how they do it. In the past, it was just that oblivious, yes. But they need to make an example.
Listen to me, Clint. When Brazil was holding the last World Cup, and you had a full country going on protests, a Brazilian country that is religious about football, and yet they refused to hold the World Cup.
Yeah, because they were doing this stuff in the favelas. Yeah,
Listen,
I know about what's going on in Brazil.
No, but beside the
But that's a
favelas,
domestic,
how many
right?
people do you think got hurt or arrested or fucked up their life because of that in Brazil?
But I don't think it's that like the numbers of Qatar is scary, bro.
But the thing is, if media wanted to invest Brazil, they would fucking go and get the numbers. That's the thing. It's like Qatar. It's like they're waiting for it. It's like I don't know how to say it, but I can just wait here and wait for you to do a mistake. You know?
You gotta say like people have a vendetta against Qatar. Yeah, they might have there might be a view of that Middle East, but I think they also have things in their that does not favor their case. As
No,
like
no,
the
I
amount of
totally
death-
get that, but I'm saying that every country has that. No country is the ideal.
But you gotta understand the other
dreamland.
countries. Listen, the other countries sometimes is their own citizen, so it can go under the rug. The
We're
problem is
talking
those are
about
not Qataris that died.
Thousands of people died.
Those are not Qataris. Those are
And
from the
people
outside.
that were brought from the outside.
From the outside to come in. That's the difference.
Without proper like medical insurance, proper papers, proper. It almost sounds like slavery, honestly.
And everybody's talking about it, man. And then and then look, and to even
exploitation. It sounds like exploitation.
Yeah, and then years prior to that, you still got the Libya case that was still fresh on people's mind with the whole slavery thing that's going on in Libya and people getting exploited to those ports. We can say media fabricated or whatever the hell it is. We know people will go to that sub-Saharan thing. Qatar doesn't come and help their case. That's all I'm saying, right? People from the outside, media aside, you look at it, you're like, what's going on? And there's never smoke without fire. Now,
Yeah, it becomes an international case, I think. Like
you
with
know,
Brazil,
and then
it
everybody's
was a
looking at it,
domestic
and everybody's speaking about it. I don't know. And you can be right. Yeah, there can be a vendetta, right? And it might be a vendetta against them.
I see it more as a vendetta than actually being that ethical. And I don't believe in the world full of butterflies and rainbows. I believe that people do that only when they have an agenda to fit. I think they wanted to put Qatar under stress and pressure so that they can get more out of Qatar. And I think that was the best way to do it because Qatar was not giving them anything. They just had that one detail to hold on to and say, we fucked you here. And I think that's what happened. I agree with you. It's very bad. I'm not saying it's not bad. I'm saying it's very bad. I get it. But I'm saying also that
you're talking about the transaction.
No, not the transaction. I'm speaking about the deaths of the people who built the stadiums and the missing rights and the slavery going on and so on. But I'm saying that beside that, if they had something before, they would go to it. And it's like I see it more as a pit bull attack. It's like I'm waiting for you to do a mistake so that I can hold on to it. And I think that's what happened with Qatar because if this country is that bad, they would have a list of shit things, but they only have one thing.
Why do you think?
Well, I'm telling you already why. It's because that's how the West pictures that part of the world. They always want to shit on that part of the world. They never want to say, "Oh, it's good there." And I actually never saw them on news saying, "Oh, actually, that region of the world is very good. You can actually learn a few things from them." Or
I think when the U.S. reports on instances, it's more like specific.
No, the U.S. doesn't report bad about Qatar. The only country nowadays that came on the radar, like, was more like Saudi Arabia. But even with the Saudis, is a bit
Saudi
different.
Arabia, yeah. Then
Saudi Arabia is
Syria.
one of the countries they kind of like, Syria aside the war.
I'll give
Saudi
you.
Arabia,
This
they
is a
have
good
one of the
example.
best-
Why don't the
Afghanistan,
U.S. like the
Afghanistan.
U.S. right now is shit, like the whole world is shit in Qatar? Yeah, they're kissing ass for Saudi Arabia. Yet Saudi Arabia has more
I think
like
America
controversy.
has probably good relationships with Qatar.
But the thing is, like, I see this as a money word, man. Like, if you
That's
give
more,
me,
but like no, I keep telling you, this got nothing to do with the U.S., bro. It's more with Europe. Europe are the ones that really complain about
that's what
that.
I want to come back to, and that's what the Qataris said. They said the European Union is happy to get our gas and petrol and
Yeah,
investments
it's
in this.
the U.S. The U.S. can
And
give
now-
two shits about what's
and now-
going on.
And now
The
they're
U.S. doesn't
saying,
even watch soccer to be let alone they're gonna worry about the World Cup going on in Qatar. U.S. doesn't care.
exactly, and that's what I have a problem. If you give thanks to Saudi Arabia because they helped you with the gas, and Algeria because they helped you with gas as well, yet they have so many transgression and controversies going on in those two countries, and you actually thank them and you don't say anything bad about them because now they're fitting your agenda, and that's what I hate people with double standards. Have one standard, bro. Like, I'm holding this standard, I'm gonna apply this standard to everyone, no matter who you are, where you're coming from, if you benefit me or not.
They're just
I
not.
can guarantee you right now is that they're putting this pressure on Qatar probably because of the war against Russia, and they want the prices to go down so that they get a better deal for the next 10 years. I can guarantee you that's what's happening. And the moment Qatar will agree to these terms, they will start applauding Qatar again. And that's what they did when Qatar said that we're going to invest in your countries. They first of all, they said, welcome. You're all welcome to our countries. And now they're all shitting on these countries.
It's the
And that's
same.
what
I mean, that relationship is a bit the same how the relationship between the Chinese and the U.S., right? The U.S. would criticize the Chinese on a lot of stuff. When it comes down to how
it's a
you get the
relationship of
money
interest.
to go
So
through.
if it's
Yeah.
a relationship based on interest, why do you want to bring now ethics part of it when it was
You're right,
all
but
based
yeah,
on
I don't
interest
want
and
to talk about
money?
this no more. I don't want people coming after me, man. I'm
No,
scared.
don't worry.
But that's the activist
Well, I think
groups.
it's very
Anwar,
constructive.
those are activist groups. Those are activist groups.
But
That's like
Roy,
Amnesty International.
even the activist groups, why don't
Those
they
are the
go to
loudest
Saudi Arabia?
groups.
Listen, why these activist groups don't go to Saudi Arabia and give us these fucking amazing
No,
reports that they do about Qatar?
They do.
But
They talk.
But nobody.
America, they talk about it all the time.
Here's the issue, Roy. Nobody speaks about them. Nobody is going on media and saying, "Oh, this is a monstrous thing happening." Nobody's saying
Anything that the activist groups push is
you don't
most
get my
likely-
point, Roy.
Yeah.
What's happening probably in Saudi Arabia or Yemen is worse.
Yeah, I know.
Nobody's betting an eye on that.
Yeah.
Nobody's
But
saying
no,
a shit
here
word.
they talk about
Yemen,
Yemen a lot.
bombs are being dropped daily.
Yeah,
on
we
Yemen.
talk
We
about
know,
Yemen a lot.
But no, don't go too deep in that, man. They're gonna
No, I don't want to go too deep into politics, but just to say that if these people really had ethics, they would apply that to this
Who are you
worse
They don't. They're not
situation.
consistent.
Who you're talking about exactly?
I'm speaking about a European Union, whatever, who's saying we're gonna boycott this because we believe in human
But
values and universal
like-
values. Whoever is saying I'm gonna boycott the
who
World
said
Cup because
Who
of that.
said? I think I saw Denmark said they're going to do something with.
I think
their
even
logo.
government said that, man.
Who said?
Like
Which one?
representatives from the parliament stuff, and they said it live in the parliament. We're gonna boycott the World Cup because we don't believe in the bro.
Oh, there are
if
people
I
in
give you
parliament that
100
said
million, you would believe that's I'm a monkey or bro. These guys they change
But do
so
you-
fast because of a check.
Okay, but I think like people in general, honestly, I think people in general don't really care that much. I think.
They
Yeah,
do,
people are gonna
Roy.
get up and watch
Like
the World
the
Cup.
the random average person who doesn't really go into details and do
I
his
don't.
own
I don't
research.
think they even know that Qatar exists. Honestly.
Yeah, they don't even know that
Especially
Qatar exists.
Americans. Yo, that's
But
so
now
true.
they only know that
They don't know
Qatar
what
kills
that
its
is, bro.
people. That's
That's
all
so
they know.
ignorant, man. It's stupid.
But Clint, you know,
They don't know what Qatar. They don't know how to spell Qatar.
Yeah,
man.
no,
They
but,
will not know where it is on the
Listen,
map.
Clint, when I came to the US, they said, "Where are you from?" I said, "Morocco," and they told me, "Is that Mexico?" I was like, "Okay, hold
Oh
on."
yeah. Dude, I love America.
I'm not even gonna try. And when I said
Bro.
I'm African, they were like, "Oh, you can't be
Dude,
African." I'm
all
like,
here's the thing.
"You think all African are just like plain black?" And
Dude,
no,
listen.
Africa has colors.
Listen.
Man. Like,
Yo, all an American knows is sometimes his own city. Like if someone from fucking
But
California,
that's the issue. They
all
don't
they're
go
gonna know
out
is
of
just
the
LA.
state, man. They
They're
don't
not
go
even gonna
out
know
of the
other parts of
state.
California if they're from Cali. Like that's just how
They
we
don't
roll.
even know the other states, let alone know a
You
different
talking about the
country
other
and
state? I
culture.
told
And
you about
tradition.
the
The
six.
general population in America is more concerned about what's happening on TikTok and
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Exactly.
Oh God.
SSB said a very good point here. He said Anwar is saying they have a formed opinion prior and they're looking deeper for proof.
Let me tell you what's
that's
our
how I
priority
feel
right now.
it is.
Anwar, let me tell you what's the priority of Americans right now. What's popular right now? They're making a GoFundMe to make Kanye West billionaire again because he got dropped off the billionaire list.
No,
That's
listen.
American priority right now.
But the good part about America is that the people who studied, who actually went to university, they're very smart.
I mean, I went to university now all the time, bro. There's a lot of fun.
You can have really concrete, good conversations with them. But
Yeah,
the
you
random
can, but a
average
lot of
person
them
who
do stupid
stopped
shit.
after high school, it's a bit hard, man.
No, I think nowadays, I don't know when's the last time you've been in the state, but I think it's the reverse. People that went to high school, they're more smarter than the ones that actually went to school, even grad school, bro. Because
Well, I
they're
was
fucking
there
lost.
like in 2014, 2015.
Yeah,
Probably
dog,
the
the
best
times
time in
have
the last 10 years. The
Times got
Obama
worse.
time.
Times got worse, you know.
Yeah.
The college level, yeah, it's just, I don't know, bro.
But
Going
it's
to
not
college
just,
doesn't
it's just
mean-
the US.
And listen, if let's say Kim Kardashian had something there about Qatar, something happened to her in Qatar.
That's when they're gonna pay attention.
That's when they're gonna pay attention.
That's when they're gonna pay attention. Because Kim Kardashian said something, or Taylor Swift said something.
Yeah, that's how I felt about the US too. Like America has the extremes: super smart and super dumb, super rich and super poor. That's very true.
They don't really
I
do
meant
that
like
World Cup.
super smart, like
They're not gonna
smart
care.
asses, and super like dumb and dumber. You know, that kind of level.
Yeah, it's just that's not in their priority, right? They worry about other things because.
But you know, it's not just them. Even in Europe, I saw that, man. In the UK, France, the level of education has been dropping so bad, man. Like people, like back then, most people would have a certain degree of doing a bit of like they learn the basics of having a degree of somewhere. But now, lately, I went there and like the level is. I mean, I don't know, man. Like, I also say this: like, each generation has its own word and its own, like, power stuff. Because in the end, my generation, our generation, is completely different from our parents, and what they probably valued back then is not as valued right now, and vice versa.
Yeah, man.
But the thing is, like, these kind of discussions about ethics, I don't believe them anymore, man. I believe that people care about money, their pockets, and that's how the world works, even politics. Like to come and say this country is bad because it treats its people bad. I mean, the US, if we want to speak about treating people good or bad, at least they have social security in the Qatar. Like they get.
Let me tell you something that happened. Let me tell you something that happened with, and that's my last mistake, and I did. What's his name? John Cena. It's funny, bro. John Cena said something, and he mentioned Taiwan. Like he recognized Taiwan much as Taiwan, and you know he's a Hollywood star now, right? He had to go and make a video to apologize in Chinese. So that's how Hollywood is bought into the China. Show money. He apologized in fucking Chinese.
Are you serious?
Yes. Go and look that up. He apologized in Chinese. He should not have said that. Because China took it as a disrespect. Like, yo, what? Taiwan, what?
Because he did what? Say again?
Because he mentioned, so he was speaking, I think he was doing an interview and he mentioned Taiwan. You know, by name, like, you know, like you recognized.
You can't say Taiwan.
He mentioned Taiwan.
You need to say like Chinese mainland Taiwan or something. Like they have a different name for it.
China does not recognize Taiwan. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, yeah.
And so he went at them. It's the same as I don't know if y'all saw the first Doctor Strange movie.
So you had to.
The first Doctor Strange movie and the original movie, the individual
they had to
like
correct it. They had to
like in the comics, it's supposed to be from Tibet, but yo, the Chinese they fund Hollywood, so they were like, yo, they turned into a female from Nepal, some other.
Beside that, man, remember NBA and Hong Kong protests?
Yeah, Hong Kong protests when LeBron won the.
Yeah, a lot of players went online and said we stand with Hong Kong and stuff like that, and then the commissioner of the NBA was like, "I'm very sorry, these kids are dumb."
Yeah, because that's why they make their market.
Well, your ethics here, like.
So yeah, but that's what happened. But yeah, guys, I got a dip, man. I mean, it's nice talking to y'all, man.
Me too, my man.
We'll see
All
y'all.
right, guys.
When's the game tomorrow?
Roy, I really invite you guys to go and look it up. Like, just put Qatar.
No, but
10 minutes video, watch it.
Anwar, the negative media press, I know about it, right? I know that exists. I know you're not.
And I think they're the ones pushing this so much. Like,
No, but there's also Qatar has its flaws, dog.
No, I'm not taking away from Qatar being done. I fully get that and agree with you guys. But I think also it has to do with that more than what really happened. Because
yeah,
the
man.
numbers can
What
be
time is the
wrong.
game
Like,
tomorrow? What time's the game tomorrow?
Sure. The game tomorrow, like I have GMT, so
12 noon. 12.
Oh, so you're watching it at noon. I'm watching it like at 9 p.m.
So it's gonna be at 12. Oh, that's gonna be 12 Cali time for you.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be 1:45 for me out there. Okay, I'll double check on that.
Let me double check who's playing. Man City is playing Fulham.
And Napoli and Atalanta is playing just before me.
Yeah, Napoli, Atalanta, Empoli, Sassuolo.
Yeah.
All right, bet. All right, guys. Good night, man. I'm out.
All right.
Take care.
All right, have a good one.
Right. I think I'm gonna go as
All right,
well.
man. Yeah.
I mean, we had a really good talk, to be honest.
That was good. Good chat.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, man. Join us again.
Yeah, definitely. For sure.
All right, brother. Have a good night, guys. Everybody in chat, thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone, for tuning in.
Click that like button on your way out. Peace out. Ciao.
Forza Milan.
That's right. Forza Milan.